Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 3 of What If Naruto Was the Dragonslayer of Acknowledge. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Unknown location, unknown time period. Naruto's eyes slowly opened only to suddenly close them shut once more as a bright light filled his vision. The light was a bright white, and if he hadn't covered his eyes with his hands he would have been sure that his retina and cornea would have been seared to ashes. His pupil quickly dilated and expanded before settling on dilated as it regulated the amount of light that entered his eye. He was in some sort of white space. There was nothing there, like an empty pocket dimension. So this is probably what it feels like to be sealed, Naruto thought as he looked around the void. Suddenly a golden light filled his vision and he had to cover his eyes once more as his eyes were on the verge of being melted into liquid. Naruto squinted as he continued to watch the light before seeing the image of a spiral. The spiral was surrounded by the kanji for the 5 elements of fire, water, earth, wind and lightning, and in the center of the spiral was the kanji for soul. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as the light was still shining. That's the 5-point elemental seal, he exclaimed. But what the hell is it doing here? Where is here? Naruto asked himself. The Apocalypse Dragonslayer then saw the seal pulse as it glowed with a crimson color. Na-ru-to. Naruto's eyes widened as he heard the sound of 2 voices. One male and one female. What the? Na-ru-to. The voices repeated. Naruto stared at the image of the seal as the crimson glow became a bit brighter and then 2 figures appeared in front of the image. However, the figures were shadowed, the light obscuring their physical forms. Who the hell are you? Naruto growled as he called upon Acknowledge as magic. His hands became coated in black and dark blue, taking on the shape of claws. His pupils became slitted as he roared and slashed at the 2 figures. 3 arcs of magic energy sliced through the air towards the 2 figures. However, the attack was suddenly nullified as the seal's image caused the magic energy to somehow fade into particles. To think you grew so strong, Naruto-kun. The female voice spoke. Naruto's eyes widened at that before the 2 figures neared him. Naruto roared and sent a pulse of Dragonslayer magic at the 2 figures only for the seal to react once more, and a crimson glow surrounded the 2 figures, nullifying the attack. The golden light in the void along with the crimson light of the seal grew brighter as the figures touched Naruto's face, but their faces were still obscured. Naruto activated Mokushiryu no Byakugan, and suddenly the shadows vanished and the light dimmed as his pure white eyes stared into the faces of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Minato and Namikaze. Naruto stared at his blonde father before turning to the red-haired woman. KK Kushin Yu Uzumaki. It's been a while, Naru-chan. Kushina smiled at him. 20 years actually. Although Acknowledge raising you was a bit of a shock, we are glad to see you came out so strong. Master of Wind Magic, you're well on your way to becoming just as good as me in Seal Magic, but you've got a long way to go before you're at your Ka-chan's level. Just like your old man, nay. Minato scratched his head in embarrassment as he admitted he wasn't as good as his wife. You also wield Ascalon and Excalibur like a pro. We're so proud of you, Naru-chan. Naruto blinked as he stared at the 2 people before him. He then looked down at the ground, his bangs covering his eyes. His body trembled before his pupils changed from round to slitted. He bared his canines and grit his teeth, generating a wind storm that did nothing but cause Minato and Kushina's hair to blow back from the force while their smiles didn't leave their faces. You're not real. You're just figments of my unconscious state of mind. I'm merely hallucinating. It's said to be a common occurrence when one is in a. Naruto's eyes widened. Near-death state. The blonde looked down at his hands. Impossible. I can't be in a near-death state. I've fought to my limits before in X776 when Acknowledge and Kurama were training with me in the pocket dimension, but I've never been brought this close to death before. To suddenly experience a near-death state. Naruto's thoughts were racing at a mile per minute. I'm the Dragonslayer of the Black Dragon. I can't have already been brought down already. Naruto's hands suddenly began to tremble, not out of fear, but out of the mere shock at being in the state he was in now. However, he felt Kushina wrap her arms around his body. Naruto stiffened as he was hugged for the first time in 7 years. Ever since he left Clover Town in X777, even during his training with Haku and Zabuza, he had never been given physical contact, comforting physical contact. As he lied frozen stiff, he began to feel a warmth growing inside him. It was a warmth that felt familiar to him as it felt endlessly comforting. It's okay, Naruto-kun. We're here for you. Naruto's white eyes widened and lost their fierce glow as Kushina kept hugging him before Minato ruffled his hair. You've really grown up, Naruto. Minato grinned widely at his son before Kushina was suddenly thrown back. Minato was then met with a fist going through his stomach. The blonde man frowned as he stared at Naruto's hand, covered in the magic of the Black Dragon. Minato stepped out of the fist and his body suddenly regenerated before sighing. You're not real. For God's sake, you're not fucking real. Naruto roared before raising his claws. Mokushiryu no Naruto's movements were halted as Minato appeared in his face in a yellow flash, the equally tall man holding back his arms using only the minimum amount of effort. Kiroi Senko. Minato stated. Minato continued to grip Naruto's arms and then a sad smile appeared on the man's face. Kushina rose to her feet and her stomach, now sporting a large hole, regenerated in a flash of crimson. The red-haired wizard saint walked up to her husband and sported the same smile as Minato's. "We are real, Naruto-kun." Kushina spoke, caressing his face. However, as the woman was about to continue, a small rumble occurred in the void. Naruto's parents frowned. "It seems that you are waking up, my little Naru-chan. We're sorry we didn't get to talk with you more, especially seeing as we have finally been able to meet you face to face after so long. You will see us again, Naruto. Until then, try not to get yourself killed." The male voice chuckled. The male and female rested their index fingers on Naruto's forehead before shoving him backwards. "What? No. No, you can't leave me. Not again. Not after all this time. Tou-san, Ka-chan." Naruto shouted as he tried to reach out to his parents but suddenly found himself falling as the area behind him suddenly sported a spider web of cracks. The sound of glass shattering met Naruto's ears as the light vanished and suddenly he was encased in darkness. Unknown location. Forest outside of Fresia town, year X 784. The blonde Dragonslayer's eyes snapped open as he rose up into a sitting position. He panted heavily as he looked around the area and noticed he was in a slightly forested area underneath a tree. He saw his arms were shaking from the traumatic emotions he felt when he saw his parents again after so many years. Was that a dream? He asked himself as he was confused about what he woke up from. Was he dreaming or was it possible he somehow spoke with his deceased parents? He looked down at himself and noticed his clothes were no longer on his body. Well, he still had his pants and boots, but those were torn and damaged beyond repair. He then noticed his entire upper body, from below his neck to his waist, was wrapped in bandages. He noticed the red stains showing that he had bled. I can't remember the last time someone made me bleed since Zabuza-sensei and Haku-san. Naruto mused. The son of Acknowledge then noticed his necklace was gone. His blue eyes widened at that before he heard a voice. "Oh good, you're awake." Naruto spun around, quickly leaping to his feet and formed a wind blade around his arms and pointed them directly at his opponent's throat. Fu's eyes widened in fear before grinning and eating the wind blades, converting her lungs into that of her father's. "Minato-kun, nice to see you're awake and, obviously you're fully healed if you can react like that. You were pretty banged up after that fight with those guys." The blonde remained silent before walking up to Fu and then suddenly she felt her airflow being restricted. The blonde raised her high into the air and Fu clutched his hand, trying to pry his hand off of her larynx. "Where is it?" he growled, eyes becoming slitted. Fu gulped what little air she could and released a small gust of wind. Naruto snarled at the weak attack as it merely caused his hair to blow back. "Where is it?" His grip growing tighter. "What are you talking about?" she gasped out. The necklace. The necklace. Where is it?" Fu's face began to turn slightly blue as she began to run low on oxygen. Fu slowly raised her arm and pointed near the tree where Naruto had previously been sleeping. Oh, over there. And now can you please stop choking me?" The blonde turned and saw his fellow Dragonslayer was pointing at a new set of clothes, neatly folded and his necklace was laid atop the pile. Naruto threw Fu aside like a rag doll and sent her rolling along the ground as he walked up to the pile of clothes. He bent down on one knee and picked up the necklace and inspected it. He sighed in relief as he saw there was no damage done to the piece of jewelry. He passed it over his head and watched it dangle for a while as it rested against his bandaged chest. "Well," Fu coughed as she regained her breath and lost the blue tinge in her skin, "is that the way you thank people who just saved your life? You ungrateful bastard." Naruto turned back to the Wind Dragonslayer and nodded. "Thank you." The son of Acknowledge whispered as he fingered the necklace. Fu's eyes widened when she heard the blonde utter those words. She then noticed the look in his eyes when he stared at the necklace. She saw nothing at first, but there was a glint of appreciation in those cerulean orbs of the Apocalypse Dragonslayer. "Just what does that necklace mean to you, Minato-kun? Did a girlfriend give it you?" The daughter of Cyclonus asked, a slight blush on her face due to asking a personal question. Naruto turned to the green-haired girl and kept a stoic face before replying. "This was given to me when I made my very first nakama. As a dragon, I treasure those that I hold close as well as the things they give me. This necklace was a present during one of the days they celebrated by birth." "Can't you just say birthday?" Fu deadpanned. Naruto remained silent before looking at his bandages and began to strip them off. Fu's eyes widened. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" the daughter of Cyclonus yelled. Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. "I'm getting rid of these useless bandages. I possess a healing factor and thus I heal quickly. I will be changing into these clothes that you have given me," he replied while tearing off the bandages. Fu blushed a bright red as she noticed Naruto's toned muscles. His skin was a slight tan color and his muscles were lean and strong. They were similar to that of the blonde black fire-using mage he was fighting, but much more toned and smooth-looking. He also had defined pectorals and abdominals. An 8-pack. Not bad, Fu thought as she continued to watch him strip. However, as he was about to take off his pants, he paused and looked at her with a blank look. What? Privacy, Wind Dragon. I know very well you wouldn't want me to watch you while you changed clothes, of course I would rather enjoy the sight. The blonde caused a grin to form on his face as Fu was sent into a mess of unintelligible words as she tried to make a comeback, but failed to do so before turning around and allowing Naruto to change without her orange eyes trying to memorize every detail of his physical appearance. By the way, Wind Dragon, Naruto spoke as he was taking off his boots and pants. How long have I been unconscious? Fu thought for a few seconds before answering. 2 days, 5 hours, 55 minutes and 40 seconds. She replied. The blue-eyed Dragonslayer was rather impressed with the accuracy of her answer. He nodded. I see. Where is Kurama? He and Chome went to go for a little flying to stretch their wings. They said they haven't seen each other in years, which is rather unbelievable in my mind seeing as they are siblings. Anyway, they said how they wanted to catch up. Naruto nodded before Fu spoke once more. You really care for Kurama, don't you, Minato-kun? Fu asked as she looked up at the sky. The blonde didn't reply and an eerie silence filled the air. I'm decent, he informed the mint-haired girl. The orange-eyed Dragonslayer turned back around and let out a wolf whistle at seeing his new look. Naruto's new outfit consisted of a long-sleeved black t-shirt, something she thought was something of a trademark, which was why she bought it. The shirt was patterned with a golden spiral on the front and had smaller golden spirals on either shoulder. The pants were a pair of dark green cargo pants which sported many a pocket, and he allowed them to not be tucked into the pair of new black boots he had. I have to say, you look pretty damn hot, Fu stated openly. Naruto looked over himself before he tapped his foot in thought. Something wrong? The Wind Dragonslayer asked. Naruto didn't reply as he made several hand movements. He performed seal magic. Storage pocket, the more advanced version of a storage seal in which one literally tears open an empty pocket in space rather than requiring the use of paper to draw the seal and then pump magic into the paper to open the pocket dimension. He used it to store all of his sealing supplies, his money bag, what little food and water he had left for himself and Kurama, as well as. Naruto drew out his black cloak, patterned with dark blue patterns similar to the ones on Acnologia's scales. He put the cloak on and nodded in satisfaction. He is an exceptional companion, but he is not one I would necessarily care for, as I know the furball can take care of himself. Why he is still with me is a question that remains unanswered. Oh, was the only reply the green-haired girl could make. Never in her life would she have thought that Minato would act like this. Why are you telling me this? She asked. You asked me earlier if I cared for Kurama. That is my answer. Naruto answered his fellow Dragonslayer. Fu's orange eyes stared at him for a while before she giggled. My response amuses you, Wind Dragon? He asked. The green-haired girl giggled a bit more. In all honesty, it's not your response, but rather the fact that you of all people actually said it. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. Elaborate, as I fail to comprehend your explanation. Well, it's just that you're so cold and distant to everybody from what I could tell from our first meeting. However, from the fact that you were raised by a dragon and given by how you act with Kurama, your statement does hold truth to it. The Wind Dragonslayer replied. The blonde stared with a confused expression, the wind blowing through his hair before reversing direction as Fu ate it. I see, was all he could reply with. So Minato-kun. Naruto looked down at the girl as she sat down on the grass beneath the tree, welcoming the shade beneath its branches. Why do you call me Wind Dragon? I told you, my name is Fu. It's a manner of respect to those given the title of Dragonslayer. I call them by their titles. I call the son of Igneal, Fire Dragon. The daughter of Grandine, I label her as Sky Dragon. Therefore, being the daughter of the Wind Dragon, Cyclonus, you are thereby Wind Dragon. So it's a matter of respect. Yes, but that is merely in respect to the dragons themselves, as well as the fact that you all are Dragonslayers like myself. However, just because you are Dragonslayers does not imply that I respect you, at least not entirely. I fought the Fire Dragonslayer a while back. He is a rather interesting Dragonslayer, but still weak. His potential is vast, but that does not make up for the fact that he is by far weakest of our species. Your dragon must have been an amazing teacher. By the way, on to that topic, who was your dragon, Minato-kun? Naruto remained silent as the image of Acnologia filled his mind. I saw you when you were fighting with Kurama. You used pure magic energy and there was no elemental affinity applied to it when you used it. It was just pure, raw magic power. My dragon parent, my San, is a dragon unlike any other. The strongest dragon and the most prideful one. He taught me everything I knew, well other than my wind magic because I taught that to myself. Fu remained silent as Naruto continued his tale. My two-san was very strict, training me into the ground, making me practice my magic when I learned to activate it until I couldn't feel my muscles when it ended. I was pushed to the brink every time and as a result, I became what I am. A person who looks down upon the human race and sees it as a weaker species. The blonde nodded at that. You still haven't answered me though, Minato-kun. Who is, or well, was your dragon? How did you meet your two-san? What is the element of your dragon? You really wish to know of my draconian parent's name? You wish to know my story? Fu nodded rapidly. Yes, Minato-kun. I do. I really do. The blonde closed his eyes as he sat down on the grass, sitting only a few meters away from Fu. Well, an eye for eye then, Wind Dragon. You tell me your story first before I tell you mine. After all, it is common courtesy to introduce oneself before the respondent should answer. Naruto said. Fu nodded, but then paused as she was about to speak. How can I be sure that you will tell me your story once I tell you mine? She asked. Naruto didn't reply, causing the girl to sigh at her fellow Dragonslayer. You can't, was what he replied with. Fu's facial expression became one of mixed feelings. She was confused at the blonde's answer, she was angry because he was so damn stubborn, and she was also a bit amused because of his honesty. The Wind Dragonslayer shook her head with a small smile on her face before looking at him. Her orange eyes staring into his cerulean ones. You're an interesting person, Minato-kun, but I don't think I will tell you my story. Naruto nodded. Very well, I could care less about how you grew up with Cyclonus, actually. It was merely your own decision to attempt to tell me your meaningless escapades with Cyclonus. Fu's eye twitched as she heard the blonde's words. Meaningless. You call the times with my papa, meaningless. She roared. The wind kicked up around her only to be cast aside as Naruto bent the wind to will and allowed it to side with himself. Yes, I do. I care only for myself and those I respect. You are not any of those things. True, you have aided me in regaining my health, and for that I am grateful, but mere medicinal knowledge does not earn one my respect, besides I would have recovered in time even if you left me alone. You little bastard. Fu growled. You said you may know where Papa Cyclonus is. I'm a Dragonslayer, just like you. Why can't you bear any empathy towards me? I'm sure you miss your dragon. Naruto snorted at that. Please, Wind Dragon. I could care less about that overgrown garden snake. That bastard killed my parents and ended up teaching me the ways of life. However, though our relationship was built merely upon mutual respect, Kurama seems to believe that Two-san and I cared for one another. Such unnecessary emotions. As for why I do not bear any empathy towards you, it is because unlike you, I know the reasons as to why the dragons left. My Two-san is not bound by whatever code or law the dragons obeyed to leave us, and so I do not focus myself on finding my parent, but rather on simply getting stronger. I made a promise to kill the one who dared disgrace my Two-san, and I will. Naruto's eyes flashed white as his rage spiked momentarily. Fu remained silent as Naruto let loose a mild amount of his rage towards the Dragon King. You're a hypocrite, Minato-kun. Fu laughed. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Fu's laughing form before appearing in her face as he moved in a blurs of speed. Black and blue magic coated his arms and taking on the image of claws. He held the claws to the green-haired girl's throat and snarled. Care to repeat that, Wind Dragon? Fu laughed a bit more before speaking. You say you don't care for your dragon, and yet here you are, telling me that you will kill the one who dared to disgrace your Two-san. Sounds to me that you care for your dragon. Naruto's claws twitched as he was about to slice open the girl's throat, but then paused. Care for acknowledge. An unlikely assumption. Respect. Yes. Care for him. Please, that overgrown garden snake has done nothing but torment me for over 85 years. Naruto lowered his claws and the Apocalypse Dragonslayer ran his fingers through his hair. You are annoying, Wind Dragon, just like your cousin. The Sky Dragon. You've met her. Naruto nodded. I didn't just meet her, I taught her. I taught her how to live and how to fight. Fu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Interesting. Never would have thought that you of all people would take on a protege. Fu chuckled. The two Dragonslayers stayed silent for a few moments before the Wind Dragonslayer spoke once more. Why won't you tell me about your dragon? The blonde sighed at the green-haired girl's persistence. You're a persistent one, aren't you? Papa Cyclonus said it was one of my more noticeable traits. She grinned. Naruto stood up and looked down at the sitting girl. You wish to know my tale? Then we'll compromise. What do you have in mind? She asked with a slight blush on her face as her mind drifted to rather obscene images between her and the Apocalypse Dragonslayer. You may tell me your tale of how you met Cyclonus, no matter how uninterested I may be in it, but also. Naruto grinned widely as he spoke his next words, you and Chome will become my subordinates and follow my instructions and mine alone. Fu's eyes widened before her face became red with fury. What? You can't be serious. Naruto stared into Fu's orange eyes and his blue eyes seemed to stare into her very soul. On what count would I not be serious, Wind Dragon? I find it a very fair trade. My background is not common knowledge and is something no one, no human or Dragonslayer, knows of, and with you being able to control the winds to an equal if not greater degree than myself due to your abilities, you would be an asset to me. What the hell? I am not swearing my loyalty to you. My loyalties lie to myself and to Chome, and besides that is a very unfair negotiation. Very well, I will bargain with you. I have numerous amounts of precious metals and stones in my possession. How much will you take? I am not going to sell myself and see Homai to you. Pity. Naruto frowned before shrugging. Very well. At least you have enough pride within yourself to make a decision to not serve under me. Cyclonus taught you well. Naruto turned and walked away. Fu's orange eyes settled on his retreating back before she remembered a comment he had mentioned earlier. She looked at the ground with mixed emotions before she made her decision. Minato-kun. Naruto turned at the mention of his fake name. Fu gulped before speaking. I will pledge my loyalty to you. However, you must leave Chome out of the deal and you must tell me what you know. You will tell me where Papa Cyclonus went. The son of the Black Dragon gave a maniacal grin. Excellent. I already have 4 members within my army. Kurama, Sky Dragon, Acknowledge and now Wind Dragon will be added to my ranks. Her Exceed will join me soon enough, but I will take what I can get. The blonde nodded. Very well. Chome will remain out of the bargain and I will tell you of your dragon's whereabouts as well as my background. In exchange you are now my subordinate and I will listen to your story on Cyclonus. Naruto sat down in a cross-legged position. You go first, Fu said with a mild glare, copying her master's actions. If you don't, I will slice you to shreds. The wind picked up and a small cut formed on Naruto's cheek as a way of revealing Fu was not kidding with respect to her threat. Naruto chuckled as he felt the seal on his stomach perform its function and the cut healed in a matter of seconds, taking away all evidence of it even being there. Although you speak with a threat that cannot be carried out, I will humor you and talk first. So with that, Naruto told his story. Of course he spoke with very little detail, merely giving a summary of his life's story. He talked about his parents having fallen at the claws of Acknowledge, his dragon parent. A piece of information that shocked Fu to her very core, but it did answer many questions concerning the blonde's personality, strength and view on the human race. He followed up with how the dragon taught him and spoke of the meeting of his former Nakama in Clover Town. He told her of his meeting with Kurama and how he and the Exceed had begun their partnership. He then told the Wind Dragonslayer of how Acknowledge told him he had to leave during the year X777 on July 7th before he too had left to travel the world and that he had met Wendy along the way, teaching her how to become a better Dragonslayer and to get over her weakness. After that, I journeyed through Earthland. I found a teacher to train me in swordplay and once I perfected my swordsmanship, I began looking for any worthy opponents with which to test my abilities with. So far, very few battles have been proven to be rather fruitful in that aspect, and here I am. Wow, so you're the Apocalypse Dragonslayer. I can see now why you would want to keep that very low-key since people would no doubt fear you or even try to assassinate you. Naruto tapped his chin. Maybe I should reveal my Dragonslayer status more often because I do aim for that result whenever I meet my opponents. Naruto told his subordinate. Fu's sweat dropped at her fellow Dragonslayer. Baka, she thought before bringing up her final promised piece of information. Now tell me, do you know where Papa Cyclonus is? Naruto nodded. I do, and as stated in the deal. I will tell you where your father went when he left you. Fu leaned in closely to hear what the Apocalypse Dragonslayer had to tell her. As I had told you before in my tale, I am bound by an oath of the dragon, so I cannot tell you the entirety of what you wish to hear. I don't care. It doesn't matter how much information I get, I need to know what happened to my papa. Fu said with a serious tone, but there was a part in her sentence where her voice cracked due to the emotion she was currently feeling. Cyclonus left on July 7th, X777 in order to take part in something known only to the dragons. This event takes place in the dragon homeland and that is where your father disappeared to. Do you know where it is? This homeland. No, as my 2-chan never revealed that piece of information for some reason. I suspect he'll only tell me it when we meet again to go there, but even if I did know I cannot tell you for that was not part of our deal. I merely agreed to tell you where your father went, now for your end of the bargain. Your story about Cyclonus, I believe. Fu wiped the tears that lined her eyes and Naruto rolled his eyes. You humans are so emotional. Your dragon left you, get over it. Naruto growled. Fu shook her head before sniffling slightly. Sorry, it's just that. Fu grinned. After all this time, I finally found out what happened to Cyclonus and I know he didn't just abandon me. For 7 years, I thought he just left me because he didn't want me anymore or that my training was finished or something along those lines. But now that I know the truth, no matter how vague the information is, so, thank you, Minato-kun. Naruto nodded before Fu managed to regain her composure. Now then, how you met Cyclonus? Get it over with, Wind Dragon. Naruto waved his hand in a lazy manner. Fu smiled as her memories with her surrogate father came rushing back. Yes. Well, I believe I wasn't even 2 months old when it all began. At least that's what Papa Cyclonus said. Flashback. Crocus, September 5th, year X 763. The city of Crocus is the capital of the Kingdom of Fury and is said to be the location of the king's residence. Due to it being the capital, Crocus is the largest and the most populated area in all of Fury and is where many wealthy individuals lived. The families of the city of Crocus were among some of the best businessmen and women in the kingdom. Crocus was also said to be the home to the Magic Council's main branch as well as the home to many a powerful mage. Currently there was a rather strong breeze blowing through the city, but it wasn't anything to be worried about as the high winds were common in a place like Crocus. However, while there was merriment and laughing occurring in the streets of this magnificent city, a different situation was occurring at the Crocus General Hospital. Push. The doctor said with a forceful tone. Gra, I'm fucking trying, you whore. The woman cried out in pain as her hormones and the fact that her child's skull was being forced through her uterine walls. The woman had pale green hair and brown eyes that looked like pools of chocolate. Of course that effect was ruined due to the fact they were shut tight due to the pain she was feeling. Her body was rather curvaceous and she had breasts which bordered between C and D cups. Currently, she was wearing a hospital gown, her legs spread as she was still forcing her baby through her vagina. This was Mashiro Kuna. The nurses in the room could only wince as they heard the woman cry out in pain once more. Mashiro, dear. I know this is a bad time, but, could you please stop crushing my hand? The man beside her was wincing in pain as he felt the bones in his right hand slowly being reduced to dust by his wife's superhuman grip. The man had crimson hair with a few stripes of black along the scalp area. His eyes were a deep orange and seemed to lack pupils. He had a goatee on his face and wore a black business suit. He was a rather handsome man, but the nervous look on his face due to his wife's demonic glare made him look so very childlike as he seemed to shrink away from the woman. This was Hiro Kuna. You fucking did this to me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be fucking feeling this. I'll rip your scrotum and tear out those fucking testicles of yours when this is fucking finished. Mashiro snarled, a demonic aura surrounding her body. Come on Mashiro-san, focus. Now push, I can see the head. Mashiro panted to catch her breath before contracting her uterine walls and released another scream of exertion. Alright, Mashiro-san, the head is coming out. The doctor informed her. Haha, she's almost here, Mashi Heim. Hiro chuckled as he wiped away the tears of joy that were about to come forth with his non-shattered hand. Mashiro panted, her face red from the blood rush. One more push. The doctor exclaimed. Gra. Mashiro let tears of pain spill from her eyes as she gave one final, and very hard push. The screams that filled the air that day. The scream of Mashiro's pain, the scream of Hiro's hand finally being broken from the force of his wife's grip, and the scream of the newborn baby as she was brought into the world. The doctors cut the umbilical cord before wiping away the blood from the baby's body. Insert music. Fairy Tale Kazuna. Mashi Heim, you did it. Hiro smiled at his wife, but winced once more as he felt his broken hand shift. Yeah, I guess I did. Mashiro grinned widely as she saw the doctors wiping her daughter. The doctor then handed the child over to the green-haired woman. The baby was wrapped in a pink blanket and had a full head of green hair atop her head. The baby gurgled slightly as her eyes opened, revealing the deep orange irises. Hee, she has your eyes. Mashiro looked up at her husband. Hiro kissed the woman he loved on the lips before kissing their daughter on the forehead. The doctor let the two parents stare at their child for a few moments and could only smile at the happiness that was evident in their eyes. I don't mean to be rude, Kuna-san, but we will need to know whether you have chosen a name for your child so that we can make a birth certificate. However, it doesn't have to be immediate. The doctor informed the two parents. Hiro and Mashiro looked at the baby before looking at each other, matching grins on their faces. Nami, they stated simultaneously. Bless you. The doctor replied thinking they had sneezed. The two sweat dropped at the doctor as the doctor blinked in confusion. No, that's her name. Nami, they said. The doctor nodded before going over to a desk and signed Nami's name on the certificate that lay on the desk. He put in the baby girl's information such as her parents' names, occupations, her date of birth and the certificate's PIN number. Once that was done, the doctor placed the certificate in a brown envelope and handed it to the parents. Here you go. Your daughter, Nami Kuna, is now a legitimate citizen of Fury. The doctor informed the happy parents as the father swiped away the envelope and cradled it, muttering, my precious, every now and then. The doctor's sweat dropped at that before walking away. We've arrived, Kuna-sama. The driver spoke as he parked the horse carriage. Hiro and Mashiro smiled at the little girl in Mashiro's arms before stepping out of the horse carriage. It had been approximately a week since the little girl's birth, and the reason why the two had now introduced food to her new home was because Mashiro had to recover from her labor pains as well as Hiro having to finish the last-minute touches on the baby's room. Here we are, Nami-chan, your new home. Hiro smiled as he and Mashiro stepped out of the carriage. Before the family was a magnificent mansion of an old English design. While the mansion and the grounds themselves were not as large as some wealthy families such as that of the Hartfilia concern, it was still an impressive piece of architecture. The building was composed of red brick, some of the bricks being a lighter or darker shade than brick red and thus making them stand out. There were 4 cylindrical towers, each one being placed at a corner of the mansion. The mansion seemed to be composed of a main building with a smaller east wing and west wing on either side. Its roof was made of black tile. Surrounding the mansion was about 100 acres of open space with only a few small houses here and there which acted as tool sheds or as living quarters for some of the maids and or guards. Hiro-sama. The staff members bowed as the newly formed parents entered the spacious home. Yo. Hiro gave a small wave to the staff members before telling a few of the maids to aid in escorting Mashiro to the baby's room. Of course, Hiro-sama. What is the baby's name, if you don't mind my asking? The head maid, Runo, asked. Runo was a relatively old person, around 50 years of age. She had sky blue hair with chocolate brown eyes and wore a long green dress with a white apron over it. A white bonnet was worn in her hair. Her name is Nami, Mashiro answered. A fitting name, Mashiro-sama. Runo bowed with a grandmotherly smile on her face before taking 3 other maids to help get the baby's room ready for its new occupant. Hiro smiled as he watched his wife walk off before his butler walked up to him. Hiro-sama, your 12 o'clock has arrived. Hiro looked at the nearby clock and saw that it was indeed 12 noon, so he complied and went to his study in order to meet with this person. Hiro entered the study and saw a rather short stocky man with black hair in the shape of a bowl cut. He was wearing a dark green business suit and was smoking a cigar. The man grinned devilishly as he turned his head. Insert music. Fairy Tale Dark Guild. Kuna-san, so nice to see you. I trust your wife as well. A glint of mischief shone in the man's beady black eyes. Hiro looked at the man with well-hidden disgust as he sat behind his desk in his comfy, black leather chair. Cut the crap, Devon. Why the hell are you here? Mr. Devon smiled at the red-haired man before him. Your debts to the Devon theft family are piling, Kuna-san. If you don't give us the money in 1 month's time, there will be consequences. Mr. Devon spoke. What? But that's not enough time. He exclaimed. Mr. Devon shrugged. Not my problem. Now will you have the money ready by then or not? You are treading on thin ice, Kuna-san, and your debts are continuing to rise. Hiro ran his hands through his hair. I've paid at least 3/4 of my debt, there is no piling. If you're trying to lie to me, then get out. Mr. Devon scowled at the younger man. Kuna-san, that is a lie. You've borrowed large sums of money from us and failed to pay back the entirety of it. You've barely managed to return half of the money you owe us. You've used up some to pay the hospital, some for the creation of your newborn's room, another set of money to pay the bills for this estate, and with your toy company almost on the brink of bankruptcy due to the inability to keep up with the supply and demand of your customers, you're going to go in a downward spiral, my friend. Mr. Devon told the man as he took another drag from his cigar. Now, I will say this one more time, give me my money by the end of next month, or you and your family will suffer the consequences. Hiro rose up from his chair with a snarl on his face. You touch Mashiro and Nami, and I will end you. I don't care how I do it, if I have to use whatever piece of my fortune I have left, I will find a way to end you, Devon. Now get the fuck out of my house. Mr. Devon chuckled at Masamune before taking another pull from his cigar. You can try, Kuna-san, but you will fail, for unlike you, I have friends in high places. Remember, you have till the end of the week. Mr. Devon then rose from the chair and exited the study. Hiro sighed in frustration before leaning back into his chair and pinched the bridge of his nose. Things were not looking good. However, as the man was busy musing over what he was about to do, he nor Devon had noticed that during the entire conversation, the door had been opened slightly in order for a certain blue-haired maid to hear the conversation. 1 month later, Kuna Estate. I want those rocking horses ready for shipment. Well then, send those bouncy balls there into storage if they're deflated, and why the hell are these aren't those wee willy dolls not boxed? I told you all to do that a week ago. Hiro panted, face red with rage as he conversed with his head of exportation using the audio locrima. Hiro then hung up and looked up as Mashiro entered with his 1-month daughter in her arms. Something wrong, Hiro-kun. Mashiro frowned. Nami gurgled happily, unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Those idiots at the company haven't readied our shipments yet, so we're going to be behind schedule if they don't get off there. Mashiro glared at her husband, silencing him as he was about to say a bad word in front of his green-haired daughter. Well, I can see you're a bit stressed. Come for lunch. Nami-chan is hungry, isn't that right? Mashiro cooed. Nami giggled excitedly and Hiro bent down and kissed his daughter's forehead. Sure. Come on, Nami-chan. Time for food, Hiro yelled out, pumping his fist into the air. Fugu. Nami yelled out in excitement as she copied her father's actions as he took her from Mashiro's arms and sped off towards the dining area. Mashiro shook her head, smiling. I swear, that man is like a child on the inside. After eating lunch with his family, Hiro was about to head back to work when Runo walked up to him. Hiro-sama, that Devon man is here to see you again. Runo said with a scowl. Hiro chuckled at the older woman's expression before taking on a serious expression himself. Tell him I'm not home. Now why would you say that, Kuna-san? Hiro and Runo turned sharply to see the short man, cigar and all, standing behind Runo. What the? How did you get in? Runo exclaimed. The door was open so I thought I'd let myself in. Now then Kuna-san, shall we talk? Hiro led the shorter man to the study before reaching underneath the desk and pulled out a black briefcase. Here's your money, you bastard. Now get out, he snarled. Mr. Devon opened the briefcase and saw the large amount of jewels in the case. The stocky man grinned widely, but paused. Mr. Devon sniffed the case and his face twisted into one of anger. Kuna, you're missing a whole 2 million jewels. Hiro's eyes widened in shock. How can he do that? You only have 3 million in this case. You owe the Devon theft family 5 million. I told you if you didn't pay the money by this time that there would be consequences. Mr. Devon snarled. Hiro's orange eyes widened in fear. No, please. Just give me a little bit more time. By the end of this week I'll have your 2 million. We're about to send out another shipment of Producta to Frisia and Magnolia. You'll get your money, please. Mr. Devon shook his head. I told you, Kuna, that I would get you if you didn't pay back the entirety of your loans. Seeing as you haven't, you better watch out. Devon grinned evilly before leaving the Kuna estate. Hiro had continued to sit in his study chair before he walked out of the study and pressed a button and the communication lockrimer activated, revealing the head guard's image. Security, I want you to triple your efforts and the amount of people on the estate. There's been a threat against me and my family. As you wish, Kuna-sama. We will protect you and your family with all we have. The head guard said on the other end of the communication before saluting. Hiro nodded before taking his finger off of the button. For 1 week, Hiro was on edge. His guards had not reported any intruders during the past week, but they continued their work. However, one night while Hiro and Mashiro were sleeping, a shadowy figure ran through the estate's large garden, easily knocking the guards unconscious with chloroform-filled tissue being placed against their faces. Once all the guards were knocked unconscious, the shadow stopped at the walls of the Kuna mansion. Fire magic. Sticky fire. A purple magic seal formed in the figure's hands and purple flames formed in his hands. The purple flames extended from the figure's hands and it latched onto the windowsill before the figure was pulled up. He pulled himself up and opened the window before entering. Target found. The figure pulled out the small communication lockrimer from his pocket. Good, take the girl and get out. Mr. Devon told us that was all we had to do. The figure nodded and cut off the communication before picking up the month-and-a-half-old girl from her crib. Doing so gently so as not to wake her. The figure jumped back onto the windowsill and the moon shone its light on the figure's back, revealing the symbol on the back. In a crimson color there was the image of a knight's helmet with 2 lances crossing over each other beneath the helmet. The symbol of the Dark Guild, Black Knight. The man jumped off the windowsill with Nami and vanished into the night. The next morning, the entirety of the Kuna estate went into a panic. Nami Kuna had been kidnapped. Unknown location, year X763. Currently, the kidnapper from Black Knight was heading for the meeting point far outside of Crocus City's boundaries. The kidnapper rode atop the SE magic vehicle, speeding through the area. As the kidnapper was driving, he stopped supplying his magic energy to the SE plug as he realized he had reached the meeting point. However, what he saw wasn't something he had expected. Insert music. Naruto Gaara's theme. Surrounding the area were destroyed pieces of trees and cracked earth. He looked down at the ground and gasped as he saw the large imprint of what looked like a clawed hand of some sort. The Black Knight member quivered in fear before unplugging himself from the SE and walked into the center of the clearing. There were also 4 humans laying in random locations, members of the group he was supposed to meet with. He then heard a soft groan and ran towards the source and found another one of his fellow Black Knight members was still breathing. The man was bleeding from numerous lacerations covering his body and his left arm was bent at an odd angle. What happened here? The kidnapper asked. The man coughed up a glob of blood. Attacked with wind. Too strong. Run. The man then gave one last gasp before dying. The sound of deep breathing then filled the air in front of the kidnapper. The kidnapper froze before his head slowly tilted upwards and he literally pissed himself as he stared into the shining yellow irises of the mighty beast before him. Drive, drive, dragon. The kidnapper exclaimed before taking off. However, He didn't get far as the dragon's forelimbs stretched out after the man and slammed down on the kidnapper, crushing him and killing him instantly. The dragon dragged the body back towards it and ate it in a single bite along with the man who had died earlier. The dragon sniffed the air and growled before lumbering over to the SE. The dragon raised its claws and was about to completely crush the vehicle only to hear crying. The dragon bent down and looked at the vehicle and spotted the crying baby. The dragon mused. A youngling. Nami continued to cry loudly and the dragon sighed, a large gust of wind forming from that single exhale of breath. Ah yes, I forgot. Humans are not capable of speech at the age that you are at. The dragon sniffed Nami. Girl. The green-haired, orange-eyed girl then stopped crying when she settled her gaze on the green-scaled reptile before her. Nami reached out with her hand and touched the dragon's muzzle. The reptile snorted and released a growl. You dare touch me, human. I am the mighty wind dragon, Cyclonus. Cyclonus roared. Nami whimpered before going into another fit of crying. Cyclonus sighed before he raised his twin pairs of wings. He then pulled the wings back and prepared to strike down the child only to pause as a strike of conscience met him. You are too young, child. You have not even lived more than a month in this world. I could easily kill you and I wouldn't have to bother with you. Cyclonus's four wings twitched slightly, but the green-scaled reptile dropped his appendages before bending down to the girl. But if I do that, I would feel guilty from taking the life of such an innocent young one as yourself and I am not like that bastard Acknowledge. You will be my daughter, girl. Your name will be a memorable one worthy of the Wind Dragon. From this day on, your name is Fu, Wind Dragonslayer. Nami, now named Fu, giggled at the new name she was given before a grunt of effort was heard from the girl. Cyclonus's nose picked up on the horrible smell released from Fu's gaseous release. Disgusting human. Fu giggled once more and clapped her hands. End flashback. And that was how I met Papa Cyclonus. We met Chome 7 years later and took her in when she had no place to go. An interesting tale, Wind Dragon. Though, I am confused as to how you know of what happened prior to your kidnapping as I am very sure Cyclonus would have not been able to grant you that information. Naruto said. Fu smiled at the blonde before replying. Well, when I turned 12, Papa Cyclonus sent me to Crocus City for a little human interaction. I had managed to somehow find myself at the Kuna estate and I met Runo, the head maid. At first she didn't recognize me, but she eventually did and welcomed me back. I was confused as well because, well, I never met Runo, but I had the feeling that I knew her from somewhere. Runo explained everything to me, from my birth in the hospital up to my kidnapping. She told me my real name, who my parents were, and a few other things. So why didn't you stay with your parents then? Surely you would have. I would have, at the drop of a hat, I would have gone back to the estate to live, but Runo told me how my two-san, Hirokuna, his toy company had crashed a few weeks before my arrival and he had been sent to a mental institution where he died from Alzheimer's disease. My Ka-chan, Mashiro, she had went into a depression ever since I had been kidnapped. She refused to eat much, sleep much, move much, she had passed away 3 years later. Naruto remained silent at Fu's explanation before climbing to his feet. Fu stood up as well, dusting her white clothes off before facing Naruto. So, should I call you Minato-sama now seeing as I am now your servant? Naruto shook his head. You are not my servant, a subordinate is what I called you. You will have the freedom that you and Chome have as I merely need you and Chome to be my eyes and ears for anything going on outside of wherever I am. As you may know, I am the Ogano Fujin and Kurama is the Onabi Myobu. We are both high-ranking criminals per the Magic Council's judgment of our power. As such, I will be required to traveling a lot in order to avoid detection, but I will also be doing this in order to add more members to the spy network that I am in the middle of developing. My former swords teacher and his daughter, the Ice Dragonslayer, will also be members of this spy network. Ice Dragonslayer. Naruto nodded in confirmation. Yes, but if I go into the depth of it all we will get off topic. Now then as I was saying, you will be given your alleged freedom, but when I call on you, you will come to me and whatever I order you to do, you will follow it. Am I clear, Wind Dragon? Fu slowly nodded. So why are you making this spy network anyway? I need to keep an eye on what's going on in Fury. There's been a rather drastic increase in the number of dark guilds recently and 2 of them, Raven Tail and Grimoire Heart, are looking to try and recruit me into their ranks. Obviously, I will not be joining them so I will need you and Chome to do what you can to pick up any sort of information on the dark guilds and don't be hesitant to accept information regarding the light guilds, such as Fairy Tail, Blue Pegasus and whatnot. Are there any light guilds you would want specific information on, Minato-kun? Naruto paused before raising his head. In the Wood Sea, there's a guild known as Kate Shelter. I've visited it a few times, but only had enough time to do it once per year. I would like you to pay some specific attention to it. Wendy Marvell, the Sky Dragonslayer is a member of that guild. Can't say I've heard of Kate Shelter before. Fu said. The master there is an illusion magic user, so that is most likely why. So, keep an eye on my student when you go to check up on Kate's shelter. Naruto opened up the pocket dimension once more and pulled out 2 pieces of paper and his magic pen. He quickly drew a seal matrix on each paper before handing one to Fu before slapping the second one on Fu's visible midsection. The green-haired girl's eyes widened as she saw the paper release a crimson glow before vanishing into her skin. What did you do? The one in your hand is a seal that allows for telepathic communication with me when you wish to contact me or vice versa. The one I planted on you is seal magic, Amaterasu formula number 56. It's a seal that will ensure that you will not try to rebel against me should you choose to. It will set your pain sensors to maximum and thus you will feel extreme levels of pain, so I would advise you not try to anything against me. You bastard. Fu sent a blast of at Naruto, but the blonde dodged to the side before raising his right fist. He raised his middle and index fingers. He then pointed the fingers at Fu's stomach and suddenly the Wind Dragonslayer fell to her knees, screaming in pain as she felt as if her nerves were on fire. I told you, whined Dragon. Stand against me, and you will suffer the consequences. Naruto snarled, his eyes flashing white. Naruto cancelled the flow of magic to the seal and Fu stopped screaming. Fu panted and glared at Naruto, her orange eyes burning with contempt towards her master. A few minutes later, Kurama and Chome returned to their partners and landed atop their heads. Oi, brat, you're awake, that's good. So I trust you didn't thrash Fu too bad when you woke up. Please, as if Fu would take a beating from your weak little partner. Chome was suddenly pulled towards Naruto by an invisible force. Naruto controlled the wind and created a vacuum to suck Chome and pull her towards him. Naruto caught the exceed in his hands and his white eyes stared into her black ones. Care to say that again? Naruto. Put Chome down. Kurama snarled, paws set ablaze. Naruto stared at the fox-costumed feline atop his head, ready to punch his skull should he strike at the feline's sibling. Naruto growled as Kurama before throwing Chome forcefully at Fu, sending both Exceed and Dragonslayer rolling backwards from the force. Happy, Naruto said with a monotone. Kurama's eyes narrowed before sighing. It'll do, just be glad I'm in a good mood. Minato-kun, why did Kurama just call you Naruto? Fu asked. It's my real name. I don't trust easily, but after having our little chat, I can trust you to a certain degree. My real name is Naruto. Oh, the orange-eyed girl replied. Know that if you reveal my real name to anybody who I am not affiliated it. Naruto glanced at her stomach. Fu nodded and the two Exceed could only wonder just what the hell happened while they were gone. Oh, Naruto, check this out. Kurama reached into his hood and pulled out a rolled-up piece of paper. Naruto took the paper and unrolled it to reveal the wanted poster for him and Kurama. Ogano Fujin and Anabi Myobu. SS class rank criminals. Flee on sight. Do not engage in battle. Naruto read. Fu and Chome stared at the two in amazement and fear. SS class rank mages. That's incredible, they exclaimed. Naruto and Kurama grinned widely at that and said grins were making Chome and Fu a bit uneasy. About damn time we got the recognition we deserved. Kurama smirked. I agree. Flee on sight is a nice touch as well. The son of Acknowledge added his own 2 cents. Fu and Chome sweat dropped. What is up with these guys? Naruto stood up and Kurama sprouted his wings and floated next to him. Alright, Kurama, we must move on. Naruto channeled wind magic into his feet and miniature tornadoes formed underneath his boots allowing him to fly. Bye Kurama ni-chan. See ya, Chome. The crimson feline waved a paw to the two females. Naruto and Fu watched each other and gave nods to each other. Naruto and Kurama then flew above the trees and with a cry of Fuden, Tobu and Era, max speed, the two vanished with a pair of sonic booms as they broke the sound barrier. Unknown location. Ultir and Merity trudged through the snowy landscape. Ultir-san, where are we going? Merity asked over the howling winds. She wiped the snow from her pink locks before a large blast of snow comically struck her in the face and sent her to the ground. The older woman looked down at her pink-haired partner before pulling her to her feet. I'm going to visit someone who I haven't seen in a long time. She answered cryptically. Merity nodded as she held on to Ultir's leg so that she wouldn't lose track of the older woman. Ultir continued to walk, Merity trailing behind, before they came to a stop. Huh, why'd we stop you? Ultir-san. Merity corrected herself as she had nearly said the abbreviation that Ultir mysteriously despised. Ultir looked down at the younger girl with a small smile before gesturing in front of her. A small cottage met the eyes of both Grimoire Heart members. The golden glow that shone through the windows along with the stream of black smoke that rose from the chimney indicated that the lights were on, and with a fire burning there was most likely, there was someone home. Ultir and Merity walked up to the cottage and Ultir raised her hand to knock. The dark purple-haired woman paused in her action, biting her lower lip as if contemplating whether or not to knock. In the end, Ultir chose to not knock and simply waltzed into the cottage. Merity followed behind the older female and glanced around. The cottage was rather spacious for such a small living establishment. They were currently in the living room, which had a couch fit for 3 people and one small lounge chair, which was much closer to the fireplace, which also had a fire currently burning. The smoke rising up through the chimney. To the left of the living room was a small kitchen, and to their right was what would appear to be the bedroom. However, the most surprising aspect of the house was, there were a lot of cat-themed things around the house. There were statues of cats on the mantel atop the fireplace. There were numerous photos of different cats hanging on the walls. There were images of cats imprinted on the pillows that lay on the couch and lounge chair. Hell, there was even one of those Kit Kat clocks that had the pendulum tail and moving eyes. Ultir-san, why are there so many cat-like things here? The 12-year-old whispered. Because this person is a feline fanatic. Try not to mention that, though, as I don't want to have to deal with trying to calm an angry cat person. Ultir replied. The rosette nodded and sat on the couch with Ultir. The two waited for a while before footsteps were heard prior to the sound of a flushing toilet. Turning in the direction of the bedroom, the footsteps grew closer before the door opened and revealed a beautiful woman. The woman appeared to be at least the same age as Ultir, around 19, and had blonde hair which was tied back into a low ponytail by a dark purple band. The woman had dark-colored eyes. She was currently wearing a black t-shirt with the image of house cat on it, said showed off her rather impressive bust, and a pair of long, cotton pants and fuzzy cat slippers. The blonde yawned as she walked out of the door before sitting in the lounge chair and staring into the orange flames. The room remained silent, only the crackling of the fire and the soft howling of the wind outside was heard, but they were mainly white noise. The woman turned and looked at Ultir with a small smile on her face. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden Gurren. Nice to see you again, Ul-chan, NYA. The woman smiled, putting on a cat-like face. Yugito. Ultir nodded. The woman, now identified as Yugito, frowned slightly at Ultir's response. Merity looked rather confused as to why Ultir didn't lash out at the woman calling Ultir, Ul-chan, unlike with her. Geez, you're so serious, NYA. Unlike you, Nei-san. Yugito continued to frown at Ultir's use of the Montoni in her speech. Geez, we're twin sisters and you still don't act friendly with me. You really got messed up when those freaks from the Magic Council took you, NYA. And did a nice job of raising you to be like her. She's our Ka-chan, Ultir. You can't expect me to not gain some of her attributes. Besides, I don't know why you didn't tell me you ran away after you escaped from the council. Sure, got Gray and Leon to teach and she saw them as her own, but just because she seemed happy doesn't mean she didn't miss you. Ultir glared at her sister before looking at the fire. Yugito then got up to make some tea for her and Ultir. She returned with the refreshments and handed the dark-haired woman her cup. Jasmine, I remember it was your favorite one when you first found out I took over cottage and came to visit. Yugito said with a sad smile as she remembered the first visit from her twin sister. Ultir nodded and hid the happy look on her face, but her eyes betrayed her as the look of joy filled them. Yugito chuckled at her sister's expression before taking a sip of the green tea she had in her cup. So, why did you come here? Yugito asked, a serious expression on her face. And I know it's not just to pop in and say hello to your Nei-san. Yes, Yugito, I need you to help me. Yugito's eyes widened at that before chuckling. The great Ultir Milkovich needs my help. NYA. Yugito laughed. Once she calmed down, Yugito looked at her sister with a smirk. So what does my little Imouto need from me? I need you to keep tabs on these two individuals. You're the best spy assassin I know, and with her on your side, you'd no doubt be able to find them easily. And stop calling me Imouto, I only came out 1 minute after you. We're practically the same age. Yugito ignored the dark woman as Ultir took out a piece of rolled up paper from between her cleavage and handed it to her sister. Yugito took the paper and unrolled it to reveal the images of the Ogano Fujin and Anabi Myobu. He looks cute, NYA. Sure you don't want me to follow them for some ulterior motive of yours, Imouto, NYA. Yugito winked. Ultir blushed lightly at that comment. I said that too. Merity spoke. Yugito turned to the pink-haired girl and raised an eyebrow. Who's the kid? She asked, now taking notice of her. She's now taking notice of me. Merity's sweat dropped. Ultir cleared her throat as she fought down the blush before answering. This is Merity. She's a member of Grimoire Heart like me and a member of the Seven of Kin of Purgatory. Yugito whistled in acknowledgement. You're probably really strong, kid. Well, with my Imouto by your side, you'd no doubt have been made strong. Yugito then returned to the paper in her hand. She focused on the wanted poster and whistled in amazement. Wow, SS class and flee on sight. These guys must be really good, and I know you have a thing for strong guys. Yugito winked at Ultir, causing the woman to blush once more. It was a habit of Yugito's to tease Ultir whenever she stopped by, even if it was only for doing tasks such as these. For some unknown reason, Ultir would always blush when Yugito asked or commented Ultir's love life, and thus it made it fun for Yugito to tease her. So, Ogano Fujin and Anabi Mayobu, you got anything that would help us track them? Yugito asked. Ultir reached into her cleavage once more. Just how many things can she fit in there? Merity wondered with a sweat drop. Ultir pulled out 2 glass tubes. Each one had a few strands of hair in it. One had blonde hair, the other had crimson. I got these from the hairs that were found on Zankro's and Azuma's bodies after they were put into near-death states from fighting the two. Yugito took the tubes and laid them out on the coffee table in front of her. Interesting. So these two managed to put down Azuma and Zankro. NYA, this is going to be fun. I'll help you, Imouto. What do you want in exchange? Ultir asked. Yugito grinned like the felines she loved so very much. You know what I want. Yugito said. Ultir sighed, rolling her eyes before walking up to Yugito. The blonde-haired woman stood up to her twin sister, and then suddenly, the younger of the twins was enveloped in a hug and Yugito was rubbing her face against Ultir's breasts. They're so soft, NYA. Yugito purred, muttering, NYA, with each stroke of her face against the dark-haired woman's impressive chest. Merity's sweat dropped at the scene. Is this really, Ultir-san's Ne-chan? She thought. Yugito continued for another minute before stopping. NYA, I loved that. They're just like Ka-chan's. Yugito said as she plopped back down on the lounge chair. Ultir nodded, a blank look on her face as she sat back down next to Merity. So when can you get started? Ultir asked. Yugito thought for a while and looked at the Kit Kat clock on the wall. It was about 12:30, noon. Yugito made a purring sound as she thought of it. We'll start tomorrow. I need to prepare my things. Matabi. Yugito called out. The 3 occupants of the cottage suddenly faced the fire when it changed from yellow-orange to blue-black. The blue-black flames suddenly gained a pair of eyes, one green and one yellow. The blue-black flames flew from the fireplace, the flames changing back to normal as the ghost-like flames left it. The flames then gained physical form and became a dark blue cat with black flame-like patterns. The eyes of the feline lacked pupils and were dichromatic, one yellow and one green. A large grin was present on the cat's face and one tail made entirely of ghostly flames swished behind the cat. A pair of white wings with black flame patterns flapped on the cat's back. You called, kitten? Matabi asked before looking at Ultir and Merity. Ultir, so nice to see you again. Would you like to see your Ka-chan again? I don't want to see that woman's face. Ultir hissed. The Bakenemo frowned for a moment. She said she was sorry, Ultir. She thought you were dead. The blue-black Exceed spoke. Ultir remained quiet before looking at the Hellfire Exceed. You and Yugito Ne-chan have your assignments. Merity, let's go. Merity nodded and bowed in respect to Yugito and Matabi before she and Ultir exited the cottage. Yugito sighed as she ran her fingers through her head. I swear, Imouto is so emotional when it comes to Ka-chan. The blonde said. Matabi nodded. So, who are our targets? We're not assassinating, we're just doing some recon. Here. Yugito handed the paper to Matabi, who held it in her claws, careful not to activate her natural hellfire ability and burn the paper. I've seen that kitsune before. Matabi narrowed her eyes at the kitsune's image. Yugito raised an eyebrow. Really? Yeah, it's my brother. I recognize those eyes anywhere, even in black and white. That's Kurama. The Bakeneko handed the wanted poster to her partner before looking outside. I look forward to seeing you again, Kurama Ni-san. Skies of Fury, Grimoire Heart Airship. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden Kun. Within the medical wing of the airship of Grimoire Heart, the 2 unconscious members of the 7 kin of Purgatory, Zankro and Azuma, were lying in their beds. The heart monitors beeped to show that they were alive. A numerous amount of tubes were connected to their bandaged bodies to deliver morphine, nutrients and blood to their bodies. Oxygen masks were also covering their mouths and noses. However, while the 2 were sleeping, a small, black devil-like creature appeared in a plume of black smoke with a wicked cackle. Lucy watched the 2 and went over to the healing members of Grimoire Heart. Lucy raised his claws and sliced off the tubes before poking Azuma and Zankro where their hearts were located. Suddenly, their hearts shot into overdrive as they began to undergo seizures. Lucy smiled and gave another cackle as he spun. Lucy was enveloped in black smoke and suddenly entered the oxygen machines, moving through the vents that took oxygen from the air and purified it in order to convert into pure, clean oxygenated air. The black smoke filled the room and entered the oxygen machines. Zankro and Azuma suddenly began to inhale the toxic substance. Their heart monitors began to go off the charts. Their oxygen supply was compromised and their hearts were doing their best to supply oxygen through their bodies. However, Lucy continued to supply the black smog to both kin of Purgatory. The heart monitors beeping continued to move at a faster rate until finally, a single, extended beep was heard. Their hearts gave out and their ability to breathe clean air was gone. The convulsing bodies became still. Lucy cackled as he left the oxygen machines and returned to physical form. Admiring his handiwork, the devil creature clapped his hands with glee before spinning rapidly. His wings wrapped around his body and he vanished in a plume of black smoke, his objective complete. Zancro and Azuma were dead. Snow peaks, fury. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden Seika. Ultir felt a small pulse of magic. She reached into her cleavage and pulled out her teal lacrima orb. She pushed a small amount of magic and a shadowed image appeared in its depths. It is done, Milkovich. Excellent. I will send you all the payment by tomorrow. You know the regular meeting place. I would hope so. Very well, we will meet there. Judging by the snow in the background and your angry scowl, I'm guessing you're visiting Yugito-chan. Tell her I said hello. Ultir remained silent as she glared at the figure in the lacrima. Fuck you and stay away from my sister, asshole. She shut it off and the image vanished. Who was that, Ultir-san? Merity asked as Ultir shoved the lacrima back down her cleavage. That is none of your concern, Merity. She answered before walking off, Merity trailing behind. Raven Tail, outskirts of Fury, year X 784. Iwan Drayar stood outside the rocky spire that was the Raven Tail Guild. The mysterious guild was still very much a secret to most of the world, but with Makarov's use of the Magic Council through Yujima, they were no doubt getting closer and closer to finding out about his guild's existence. Tu-san, you old fool. Iwan cursed his father. Their relationship had always been strained, but with Iwan's excommunication, it had only made things worse between the father and son. However, Iwan wasn't outside of his guild house to contemplate on his relationship with the elderly wizard saint. The black-haired guild master looked up with a wicked grin on his face. Ah, so you actually came. Iwan said. Yes, I have. Here's your payment for killing Zancro and Azuma. Iwan held out his hands and took the briefcase which had numerous amounts of jewels within them. The bills would definitely work to provide capital for the guild. Thank you, Ultir-san. The female member of Grimoire Heart nodded. She looked a few yards away, watching Merity picking pieces of stone from the rocky wasteland and pelting them into the distance. Something to cure her boredom. So, did you tell Yugito-chan hello for me? The older man asked as he stroked his beard. Ultir snarled before grabbing Iwan around his throat. Do not address my Nei-chan in such a manner, bastard. If you even so much as look at her with those disgusting eyes of yours, I will affect the age of your guild and I will make it crumble to dust, killing you and everyone in it. Ultir's eyes burned with hatred for the black-haired man before pushing him away. Now then, what information do you have for me? Surely Purito would have something to tell me. Ultir frowned as the man before her used Master Hades' true name. The name he had as the second master of Fairy Tail. Master Hades, she hissed at the man, has nothing to tell you. However, he did say one thing. What is that? Ultir turned around and began to walk off before turning back slightly, looking at him with one visible eyes. Do not try to look for Lumen Histoire or else you will die trying. Of course, I would welcome your venture as I would like nothing more than to see you no longer existing on this plane. Iwan's eyes narrowed upon hearing that. How did that old fool know about that? Iwan thought. He hadn't spoken to anyone, not even his spy network, with respect to the ancient room said to be hidden somewhere within Fairy Tail. Ultir stopped as soon as she reached Merity before looking down at the shorter female. Ultir-san, are we done? The dark purple-haired woman nodded. Yes, but we must return to the guild. It has already been 2 days since we left. I will return to the Magic Council. You go back to the airship, understood? Merity nodded to her superior as Ultir performed Rikupan changed into her Magic Council disguise. What should I tell Master Hades if he asks where we went? Ultir frowned as she thought for a while. She hadn't really come up with much of an excuse, but then again, she was the informant for Grimoire Heart. Tell him I was doing some spying, researching Raven Tail. It was not a lie, but it also wasn't the truth. The pink-haired girl nodded. Purple magic seals formed beneath them and the two then vanished in flashes of purple light, teleporting to their respective locations. Fairy Tail, Magnolia Town. Mirajan Strauss, the beautiful poster girl of Fairy Tail, walked through the spacious guild with a tray of beer in her hand. She handed the beers to the customers, smiling cheerfully as she heard them compliment her looks. Mira-chan, you're so lovely today. Mira-chan, you're too sexy to be single. Wanna join me for a night on the town? Sexy girls with beer. My dream is a reality. You boys really should calm yourselves down, you're going to spoil with all the sweet talk. Mirajan giggled as she walked away, knowing full well the men were checking out her ass. Also, if you don't stop staring at my ass. A demonic dark aura formed around her body causing the men to sweat with fear. I'll have to hurt you three. Yes, Mira-chan. We apologize. They chorused. Mira nodded with a devilish smirk before resting the tray on the bar counter. She then spotted the newest recruit to the ranks of Fairy Tail. A young, 17-year-old girl by the name of Lucy. Come to think of it, she never told us her last name. Mira realized. The bar waitress walked over to the bored Lucy. Lucy-san. Lucy looked up, her brown eyes shifting from watching Natsu Dragneel and Happy the Flying Cat, who were busy trying to find a job for them to do, to the beautiful woman before her. Oh, hey Mirajan. Please, Lucy-san. I told you, just call me Mira. Lucy nodded with a cute smile. So, would you like anything to drink or eat? Nah, I'm good, but thanks anyway. However, as she looked around the guild, Lucy noticed one person was not amongst the guild. Mira-san. Yes, Lucy-san. Where's Master Makarov? I haven't seen him since this morning. Mira smiled as she prepared to answer the blonde's question. Oh, well, you see, the Magic Council has arranged that one every month, the guild masters of all the major legal guilds, which include us, Fairy Tail, Blue Pegasus, Quattro Cerberus, Phantom Lord, etc., would come together to discuss the status of their guilds and whatnot. So basically, it's just another boring meeting. Mira shrugged. Yeah, I guess, if you put it that way. Lucy sighed once more as she watched Natsu and Happy argue over a request on the board. Natsu picked up a piece of paper and waved it in front of Happy. Look, why don't we take this one? Bandit Steel Museum Artifact. Pay is 35 feet 000 jewels. I don't know, Natsu, it's kind of cheap. The blue feline commented. Natsu frowned. You think so? The Exceed responded. Natsu stared at the board once more, only to be hit in the side with a chair, sending him rolling on the ground. Will you just pick a damn request already? There are other people here too, ya know. Natsu rubbed his side before glaring at the owner of the voice. The black-haired Ice Make Mage looked the fire user. Said Ice Make Mage was wearing a pair of black jeans and brown combat boots and had a necklace with a sword-shaped charm hanging from it. He was currently wearing no shirt and was oddly, and seeming to do so unconsciously, stripped the pants and boots he was wearing, leaving him in only his boxers. You stupid snow cone, what the hell? Shut it, Pinky, and pick a job already, yelled Gray Fullbuster. Don't tell me what to do, you perverted stripper. Natsu and Gray clashed, foreheads pushing against one another. Auras of fire and ice surrounding their respective forms, causing the viewers who were watching it to sweat drop. Do those two ever get along? Lucy asked as she watched Happy seem to tumble through the air above the two rivals, cries of, "Aye, sir," being uttered from his mouth. Oh, yes, it's a very common occurrence to see Natsu and Gray fight, but they are best friends deep down. Lucy's sweat dropped as she watched the two start to roll on the ground, trying to pin the other. How deep are we talking? Mira giggled at the blonde's question, only for everyone to suddenly go silent as they heard loud thuds, as if gigantic footsteps were being taken. The guild members all shivered in fear as they watched the closed doors rattle with each thud. Insert music. Urza's theme. Seems that she is back. Mira said with a stress on the word, she. Lucy looked confused and tilted her head as she looked at Mira. Mira-san, who is she? Lucy asked. Mira gave an unnaturally happy smile, even for one such as Mirajan. You'll see when she comes through the doors. Lucy stared along with everyone else as the loud thuds became louder and louder. The proximity between the owner of those thuds and the door growing smaller by the second. Finally, there was silence. The guild gulped simultaneously before the doors were slammed open by a single hand. In walked a very attractive woman with long scarlet hair that reached her mid-back and had deep brown eyes. She wore a white blouse, but that was obscured by the armor that she wore, which also covered her arms. A dark blue skirt and dark brown boots completed the outfit. Held high above her head was a gigantic horn which was beautifully decorated with glittering gems. Who is that? Lucy exclaimed upon seeing the red-haired woman enter, carrying the gigantic horn as if it were made of paper. The red-haired woman slammed the horn down on the ground, causing the tables and chairs to fly up a few feet off the ground before settling back into their previous positions. That's Urza Scarlet, also known as the Titania of Fairy Tail. She's an S-class mage and the strongest female in Fairy Tail. Mira informed her blonde friend. Urza looked around the guild, a scowl present on her face. Now what is wrong with this guild? I've been gone for only a few weeks and already you guys have gotten in so much trouble. Wakaba, stop smoking, it's bad for you. Nab, stop standing there and just pick a job already. Vegeta, stop dancing like a fool inside the guild and do your dancing outside. All of you, this guild is filthy, start cleaning it. Now where's Natsu and Gray? Over here, Urza. Gray yelled as he and Natsu wrapped their arms around each other's shoulders. See, we're all best friends. We get along great. Natsu said with a salute. Lucy's eyes bugged out of her head at the sudden change in attitude between the fire and ice mages. He's acting like Happy, she yelled as she saw Natsu suddenly take on a facial expression similar to the aforementioned cat. Urza frowned as she observed the guild before turning over to Mira and Lucy. Urza raised an eyebrow out of curiosity before walking over to them. Hey, Mirajan. Urza-san, nice to see you back. I'm guessing your horn is the spoils of your victory. Urza nodded. Yup. They even decorated it for me. It looks so pretty, doesn't it? Mira nodded with a strained smile on her face. Even with her nice demeanor, the demon Mirajan within her longed to get into another confrontation with the Titania. Urza gave a confident smirk to her former rival before taking notice of Lucy. Who are you? I don't remember seeing your face around here. Lucy gave a small wave to Urza. Hi, I'm Lucy. I just recently joined. I'm a celestial spirit mage. Urza nodded and held out a hand for Lucy to shake. Lucy shook the woman's hand, only for her hand to suddenly feel as if it were literally being shattered like glass. Holy shit, her grip is strong. The blonde thought. It's a pleasure to meet a new member of the guild. I hope you have enjoyed your stay here so far. Lucy smiled as she felt relief upon Urza letting go of her hand. Her monstrous strength was nothing to sneeze at. I have actually. Natsu was actually looking for a job for Happy and I to do with him. Urza smirked at that before turning to see Natsu and Gray glaring at one another. Natsu, Gray. The two rivals immediately returned to their facade of being best friends. Natsu saluted. He's acting like Happy again. Lucy exclaimed. Urza walked over to the two and pulled them up from the ground where they were sitting. Listen, I need you two to come with me for a mission. It's a tough mission, so I will be needing some assistance and I would like you both to accompany me. Urza smiled when she saw Gray put on a confident smirk and Natsu put on a toothy grin, flames dancing from his hands. I'm all fired up now. Natsu exclaimed. Try not to destroy anything, flame brain. Gray commented. What did you say, stripper snowman? I said you got flames for brains, you hothead. However, before their argument could lengthen, Urza had already raised her fists and crashed them down on both mages' skulls. Two large bumps formed on their heads, smoking from the impact. How many times have I told you two, do not fight? Urza roared. Natsu and Gray rubbed their aching craniums before standing back up. I don't know, over 1,000 I guess. Baka, don't answer her. Gray hissed. Urza turned around and Natsu, Happy and Gray followed her. Mirajan. The white-haired woman turned to the scarlet-haired woman. Yes, Urza-san. Natsu, Gray and I will be going on a mission now. Mirajan's eyes widened before nodding. Mira-san, you look so surprised. What's wrong? Lucy asked. Mira turned to Lucy with a small smile on her face. It's nothing. It's just that with Natsu, Urza and Gray all on the same team for a mission, they are practically the strongest team in Fairy Tail. Lucy's eyes widened before hearing her name being called. Luki. The blonde looked to see Natsu and Happy waving at her. Lucy, what are you sitting around for? Are you coming or not? The son of Igneal bellowed, flames forming around his fists. Lucy blinked her brown eyes before smiling at the pink-haired mage. Sure. The celestial spirit mage shot out of her chair and ran towards the group. Train station, Harjan Town. All aboard. The ticket collector yelled as he held out his hand to take people's tickets. Lucy and Gray stood next to each other, staring at Natsu with his backpack and sleeping bag. Happy was tumbling through the air once more, shouting out, "Aye, sir." At random intervals. So, is Urza usually this late? Lucy asked the ice make user. Gray shrugged, his shirt unknowingly disappearing, which made Lucy very confused as she took notice of that fact. I don't know. Ever since Urza became an S-class, she usually started doing missions solo. Gray said. Natsu sniffed the air before turning around. She's here, he announced to his fellow travel companions. Lucy, Gray and Happy all followed the direction of the fire Dragonslayer's gaze before focusing on Urza Scarlet, and the gigantic trolley that she was carrying, which had over 30 different types of suitcases piled on it. Hello everyone. I apologize for my tardiness. I was just finishing my packing for the mission. Lucy's sweat dropped as she stared at the tower of luggage. Urza, isn't that a bit too much to carry for this mission? Lucy asked. Urza raised an eyebrow at that before staring up at her trolley. No, I wouldn't think so. Why? Lucy's sweat drop increased in size. No reason. She deadpanned. After putting away their luggage, a task that caused the train to take a 20-minute delay in trying to fit the entirety of Urza's things inside of the luggage car, they climbed onto the Harjan train. They took their seats and the whistle blew, signaling their leaving of the port town. However, not even 1 minute into the train ride, did Natsu start to experience his motion sickness. Lucy frowned as she stared at the moaning Dragonslayer. Is he going to be alright? I mean, I know he has major motion sickness, but he seems to be getting worse each time. Nah, he'll be fine. Gray said. He's always like this on a vehicle. Natsu said Igneal told him it was a common ailment for Dragonslayers to experience motion sickness. I see. Natsu was then held by Urza. It's okay, Natsu. Come lay down on my lap. Okay, Urza. The pink-haired firebrand complied, only to suddenly earn a punch to the gut. The pain was enough to knock him into blissful unconsciousness. Lucy, Gray and Happy gasped at the act before staring in shock at the Titania. Was that necessary? They yelled. He'll be better this way. Besides, I need to tell you all the details of this mission. Does Natsu being unconscious really help with that? Lucy asked herself. Urza gained a serious look as she watched the blonde girl and the black-haired boy before her. Happy was laying atop her head. So, what's this mission about? Gray asked, also taking on a serious tone. Urza, after throwing Gray an extra shirt from her requip that she kept for his stripping habits. Okay, well you see, you all know what a dark guild is, correct? The scarlet-haired woman asked. Lucy nodded. Yeah, those are guilds who commit taboos such as stealing, exploitation, breaking the more extreme rules of the Magic Council and killing. Lucy gulped. Urza nodded in agreement. Yes, so you see, this mission involves the dark guild known as Eisenwald. They were, like all dark guilds, once a legal guild. However, Eisenwald began taking assassination and killing missions and thus they became labeled as a dark guild. This had continued for many a month, so they are still at large. However, it has been known that their ace, Aragorn, who goes by the alias, the Reaper, due to his use of a scythe when he kills. Urza snarled as she thought about the act of killing, an act which she wholeheartedly despised. What about Arjor? Gray asked. I had overheard it on the train coming back to Fairy Tale that Aragorn and the rest of Eisenwald are planning something. Something about an item called lullaby. There is no information such a thing as the only lullaby I have ever known as the song you sing to someone to put them to sleep. Lucy tapped her boot on the floor as she began to think. Lullaby. Lullaby. Where have I heard that before? She thought. Anyway, we are going to find Eisenwald. They are said to be hiding out somewhere in Onabus town and I do not believe that I, alone, will be able to take down the entire guild. So, Lucy, Gray, you along with Happy and Natsu are going to help me with this task. Lucy's eyes widened in shock. You can't be serious. We can't take on a dark guild. I'm just a novice. Why am I even here? Lucy exclaimed. Urza turned to Lucy and gave her a small smile. You said you were a member of Fairy Tale, correct? Lucy blinked in confusion, but nodded. Yeah. Well then, I'm sure the master has told you that if you are a member of Fairy Tale, you treat everyone like family. Family sticks together and it is through our familial bonds that we will gain the strength to fight off the Dark Guild. You are a member of this family now, Lucy. I'm sure you'll do just fine in the fight to come. Urza encouraged the blonde newbie. Lucy stared at Urza with wide eyes before nodding with a confident smirk. All right. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Urza-san. She said. The armored mage nodded. Anytime, Lucy. Right, now that Luigi here is ready. Gray spoke. It's Lucy, you dumbass stripper. The blonde interjected. Gray waved her off. Yeah, so let's get ready to kick Eisenwald's ass. Aye, sir. The winged feline exclaimed. Onabus town. All right, we're here, Urza said as she, Lucy, Gray and Happy got off the train. After taking another 20 minutes to remove Urza's luggage, the train gave another whistle before leaving the station. All right, so where is Eisenwald? Lucy asked. Urza took out her map from amongst the crowd of bags on her trolley before unfolding it. Well, they are actually supposed to be on the outskirts of the town. On the east side, Urza informed the blonde celestial spirit mage. The brown-eyed blonde nodded before the group began to head out. A few minutes into the walk, Happy realized something. Doesn't it seem a bit quiet to you guys? Yeah, it does. Natsu has been awfully quiet. Lucy's eyes bugged out of her head before turning to the others. They stared at the blonde as if she was insane due to her facial expression until they realized what she just said. They all facepalmed and facepawed in Happy's case. We forgot Natsu. Meanwhile on the train, the fire Dragonslayer groaned as he lay there on the seat, having finally regained consciousness. However, as he got up, he looked to see a black-haired man wearing a white tuxedo. A white fedora was worn on the man's head, his beady black eyes holding a glint of evil intent. Well, if it isn't a member of a legal guild, Fairy Tale. The man chuckled. Natsu stared at the man, face looking a bit green due to the motion sickness. Who are you? Natsu managed to gasp out, clutching his turning stomach. My name is Kageyama, but I should let you know. I hate Fairy Tale. You guys are nothing but flies. You shitty fairies don't have an ounce of strength in you. Natsu glared at the man before he was suddenly kicked in the face. Natsu rolled on the floor of the train car before his shadow suddenly rose from up beneath him and took the form of a fist. Shadow magic. Fist. The fist slammed down on Natsu's spine, causing the son of Igniel to yelp in pain before he was hurled away once more. Natsu flipped in midair and skidded backwards before falling to his knees, motion sickness catching up to him once more. Damn it, he growled. However, as the tuxedo-wearing man walked up to Natsu, the train stopped. Natsu got up and grinned as he jumped away to avoid the blow from another hand of shadow. His fists then became enveloped in fire. Okay. Let's get things straight. You, do not insult my guild. I will show you how hard I'm going to hit you now that I'm all fired up. Natsu slammed his fists together as the magic seal formed in front of him. Karyu no Tekken. The flaming fist crashed into the black-haired man and sent him soaring through the air. Natsu leapt after him before slamming a flaming axe kick to the man's back. Kageyama let out a cry of pain before he suddenly sunk into the shadows. He reappeared behind Natsu before a dark violet magic seal appeared. Natsu turned, eyes widened in shock. Shadow magic. Hammer strike. The shadows sprung up and formed two hands. The hands clasped together before they swung back and sent Natsu flying through the air. Natsu managed to right himself and land firmly on his feet. He then sped towards the well-dressed man and performed a roundhouse kick. Karyu no Sume. The pink-haired mage kicked the man away and Natsu suddenly saw that Kageyama's tuxedo jacket opened a bit and he caught sight of something odd in the breast pocket. It looked to be made of wood and it seemed to have an area that was shaped like a skull. 3 purple gems, akin to eyes, were embedded in the wooden object. Looks like a flute, Natsu thought before he saw the black-haired man stand back up. Oi, Kajugo. It's Kageyama. Yeah, whatever. What's that thing in your jacket? The man suddenly began to sweat. Shit, he saw the flute. However, the train started to move once more and Natsu, not wanting to get caught in motion sickness again, decided to make a jump for it. He blasted a hole in the side of the train car and leapt out of it. Kageyama watched the pink-haired fire mage soar through the air before shrugging. At least that brat won't know our plan. Hopefully the others from Eisenwald will be ready to carry out the plan. Kageyama said to himself. The train released another whistle as it sped off for Kunugi Station in Oshibana town. However, as the train was busy running its track, Natsu had luckily managed to find his friends, after having caused a massive headache for Gray. As Natsu had leapt from his transport of doom, the pink-haired mage had tumbled through the air, not realizing that upon realizing that he was missing, Urza had commandeered a magic four-wheeler and used her large magic pools to power the vehicle and allow it to move at high enough speeds to catch up to train and, by extension, Natsu. As they had done so, Natsu, upon leaping from the train, had begun to flip through the air in order to stabilize himself. However, Gray had chosen that time to get some fresh air by sticking his head out of the four-wheeler's sunroof, but as he did that, Natsu had been upside down and as a result, his forehead had clashed with near bone-shattering force with Gray's. Natsu still went with the momentum and fell off of the magic vehicle. Urza stopped supplying magic to the transport and the vehicle came to a stop, leaving skid marks due to the tires creating friction with the ground alongside the train tracks. Natsu. Urza yelled out in surprise as she slowly headed back over to Natsu's drop zone. Jumping off the four-wheeler, Urza picked up Natsu and shook him awake. The pink-haired fire mage immediately shot up, flames engulfing his fists. Huh, what happened? Where am I? Where's that beady-eyed bastard I was beating up? Lucy and Happy got out of the four-wheeler and headed over to Natsu before Gray came and punched Natsu. Oi, what was that for? That was for giving me a headache when you flew into me. Gray replied as he clutched his still-paining cranium. Natsu rubbed his own head before blinking. Was that what I hit? Wow, Gray, your head is like a piece of concrete. Gray scowled at Natsu, but Urza stepped between them before a fight could ensue. Now is not the time for fighting. Natsu, you said something about fighting some beady-eyed bastard. The salamander nodded to Titania before speaking. Yeah, he used some sort of shadow magic and he was carrying some kind of weird flute. Natsu said. Grr, Natsu, that was probably a mage from Eisenwald. Why didn't you tell us? She roared. Lucy walked up to Urza, sweat dropping. Urza-san, you knocked out Natsu when you explained to us about Eisenwald. Remember? Urza's eyes comically widened before she fell to her hands and knees. You're right. This is all my fault. If I hadn't knocked out Natsu he would have known what he was dealing with and we wouldn't be in this situation. This is all my fault. Lucy's sweat dropped more when Urza suddenly sprang up and bowed to Lucy. I apologize for only caring about the mission and not thinking about my teammates. As such, I require punishment. Urza tilted her head up to look at Lucy. Please, hit me. Lucy exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean I have to hit you? I put the team in a bad position because of my poor judgment. As a result, I need to be punished, so hit me. Lucy sighed at the overreaction of the scarlet-haired woman. Lucy reached out and tapped the woman lightly on the head causing her to look up in shock. Lucy, I said to. I know what you said, but like you said, we are family. Family forgives each other for their mistakes. Now come on, we have to get to Eisenwald. That train is heading for Kunugi Station in Oshibana town. Urza stared at Lucy in shock before nodding with determination in her brown eyes. Alright, everyone in the magic four-wheeler. Urza ordered. With a chorus of cries, they hopped into the vehicle and Urza reattached the SE plug before their transport zoomed off, leaving a cloud of dust behind them. Natsu. Lucy asked the pink-haired Dragonslayer. Yeah Lucy. You said you saw that the Eisenwald member you were fighting had a flute with him. Natsu nodded in confirmation. Tell me, did the flute look to be made of wood and had a three-eyed skull on it? Natsu thought for a while before answering. Yeah, come to think of it. It was exactly like that. Lucy's eyes widened before she bit her lip. Lucy, do you know something? Gray asked. Lucy, we need whatever information we can get. So please, tell us. Urza said, having overheard the blonde's conversation with the son of Igniel. Lucy gulped audibly before replying. That flute. That is lullaby. Lullaby is actually called by another name. The Song of Death. When lullaby is played, it is said to release a massive curse upon those who hear it, killing them almost instantly. I've only read about it, but that is lullaby. The death curse. Silence filled the four-wheeler for a while before Urza suddenly pumped a bit more magic into the SE plug. We have to hurry then. The vehicle put on speed and the four-wheeler roared, heading for Oshibana Town. Train station, Oshibana Town. The strongest team of Fairy Tail stopped in front of the Oshibana Town train station and looked around the area. It was very quiet, so it appeared that the citizens were probably evacuated since there were a few crowds of rune knights surrounding the train stations. However, as the four mages and one exceed neared the train station, they noticed the rune knights were laying on the ground. Urza ran up to a few of the nearest ones and rested on the knights' heads in her lap. Sir, wake up. We have a few questions. What happened? Who did this to you all? The rune knight in her arms, eyes wide open, gave her a blank stare. Urza stared at the man for a while before she rested her index and middle fingers against the man's neck. His blank stare sending chills down her spine. She frowned deeply as she rested the knight back on the ground. He's dead. They're all dead, Natsu informed the armored mage. Urza's eyes widened before she drew her sword, gripping it tightly. Who could have done such a horrible act as to kill so many rune knights? It could have been Eisenwald using lullaby. Gray suggested. No, they weren't killed by the death curse. The one I held. After realizing he was dead, I found that his neck had been snapped. Urza said. Some of these ones seemed to have had their faces burned off. Lucy said as she tried to hold her stomach in check, but was finding it hard to do so. Natsu. These people were decapitated. Happy announced as he was floating in the air. Quickly, we better head inside. Eisenwald could be about to use lullaby and we don't know if the people of the town are still here. But if they are only in the train station, how could they be affected by the song? Natsu asked. Natsu. All train stations have an audio enhancer within them. This is what allows for passengers, even through the entire town if possible, to hear when a train is coming or leaving. If the people of Oshibana can hear those announcements, then they will be able to hear the song of lullaby when it is played. Lucy explained. The strongest team quickly went into the train station, however upon their entry, they gazed upon a sight that was not meant for such young eyes. What the hell? Natsu exclaimed. A few hours earlier, Oak Town. Phantom Lord was a large guild, equal in size to that of Fairy Tail. They had once been the #1 guild in Fury under the leadership of their master, Jose Porla. However, due to a certain incident at the last guild masters meeting in which Makarov literally beat the crap out of Jose for insulting Fairy Tail, even if the Phantom Lord master was in a drunken stupor, and also due to the fact that the once no-named guild had become exceedingly more popular than his, Phantom Lord was now tied with Fairy Tail as the #1 guild in Fury and thus the two guilds now had a sort of rivalry with one another. Currently, Naruto had entered Oak Town upon picking up the scent of a dragon within the town. Seems to be coming from the Phantom Lord Guild. Naruto said as he sniffed the air once more. Kurama floated next to the blonde son of Aknologia. Well then, let's go. You can probably gain another member of your spy network and keep an eye on Phantom Lord. It's been said that Jose has been planning something big during the past few years when Fairy Tail began to catch up with them. I find it a stupid reason to combat each other, but, at least destruction will happen should Phantom Lord make a move to attack Fairy Tail. Naruto said with a wide grin as he imagined the carnage that might ensue. True. So very true. The red-furred feline spoke. Naruto channeled wind magic into his feet and flew off with Kurama and landed atop the roof of the Phantom Lord Guild. Naruto sniffed the air once more before catching wind of the draconian scent he had found. However, what shocked him was that there were actually two scents present. Kurama. What, brat? The crimson-eyed cat asked. It seems that there is more than one of them here. Kurama raised a non-existent eyebrow in curiosity. Really? Never doubt the senses of a dragon, Furball. Naruto told the fox-costumed cat. Naruto walked along the rooftops of the castle-like guild, Kurama flying next to him. After a few seconds of walking, knocking the rooftop guards unconscious along the way as he didn't wish to rouse suspicion. After all, he needed members for his spy network and army, not people with an agenda to kill him. Of course, Wind Dragon is an exception due to my inability to trust her completely. I will probably do the same for these two. Naruto thought as he felt his cloak pocket where he kept the sealing tags which had the matrix for seal magic, Amaterasu formula number 56 emblazoned on their surfaces. Naruto then spotted the two he had been looking for and adjusted his face mask as he walked towards them. The first one was a muscular man who seemed to be as tall as he was, around 6 feet tall. He had long, slightly spiky, black hair and his skin was tanned. He had dark red eyes with slitted pupils, a feature that confirmed Naruto's suspicions about the man's Dragonslayer attributes. He had 3 studs lining either eyebrow and 3 studs on either side of his nose. He also had 2 studs on his chin. 4 studs were present on each forearm as well. A set of earrings, 5 in each set, were worn on either ear. He wore a black tunic with the ends of the sleeves, and the collar of the tunic being a light gray and appeared to be studded. A pair of white pants were tucked into the black boots that he wore. Said pants were also being held up by a black, studded belt. The man wore a pair of dark brown gloves which, like most of his clothing, had studs upon them. On his right shoulder, the man wore a wing-like attachment, held by studs. Naruto sniffed the air surrounding the man and nodded. Smells of reptile and some sort of metal, most likely iron. Must be Metallicana's boy, Naruto hypothesized. However, Naruto caught whiff of another scent present on the Iron Dragonslayer. It smells like, why does this man smell of raven tail? Naruto ignored it and decided to bring up that question when he was able to recruit both of them and then began to observe the second one. This one was a woman, around the age of 17 or 18. She had blue hair which flowed like a waterfall from either side of her head before curling up at the base allowing the hair to frame her face. She had dark blue eyes and pale skin. Although she wore some rather thick clothing, it still showed that the woman did have a rather curvaceous figure which made him wonder how she'd look in less thick clothing. She wore a navy blue coat which had a small black shadow lined with yellow fur that covered her shoulders and chest. A Turu Bozu was attached to the shawl. The woman wore a black, Russian Cossack hat and a pair of black boots. In her hand was a blue umbrella. She smells of reptile and rain. Rain is water, ergo, if my suspicions are correct, that woman would be Levia's daughter. Naruto thought. As Naruto and Kurama began to draw closer to the two, they noticed the clouds suddenly began to darken. Cumulonimbus clouds. The clouds then began to release a downpour and Naruto raised the hood on his cloak to keep himself dry, Kurama hiding beneath the hood as well. It seems the water dragon can't control her magic that well. If she had mastered them, she would be able to make it rain with only a thought, but she is doing it unconsciously. Her magic is leaking off of her in large amounts and condensing into water in the air to form the clouds and thus making it rain. Naruto said. I hate water. Kurama hissed, clawing at the raindrops as if they were flesh and bone. Naruto then stopped in front of the two. The two members of Phantom Lord turned to face Naruto and immediately got into fighting stances. Who are you? The black-haired man snarled. We will not hesitate to stop you if you have come to attack our guild. Drip drip drop. The blue-haired woman said. Naruto looked at them, his eyes changing from blue to startling white, a change that shocked the two before him. I am not here to fight, but rather to make a proposition. Naruto said. Why would we help you? The man snarled. For 2 reasons. 1, I am in need of members for the spy network that I am in the middle of creating. I have 3 members so far and I need much more in order for this network to be successful, so I request you to join me. The second reason is because even if you two would be fight me. Naruto released a pulse of magic power and killing intent towards the two, causing their eyes widen in shock. The white eyes of the Mokushiryu no Byakugan seemed to shine brighter upon their gazes, being fixated on them. I can easily defeat you and end your lives without a second thought, but I won't. Naruto said. Who are you? The male Phantom Lord member asked. I am like you both. A Dragonslayer. Naruto said. The 2 people before the Apocalypse Dragonslayer gaped in shock. I know who you both are. Son of Metallicana, Dragon of Iron. Daughter of Levia, Dragon of Water. How did you? The male was interrupted by Naruto. Dragonslayers are able to recognize one another and I am able to differentiate what Dragonslayers you all are by your sense. He explained. The 2 nodded in understanding. Juvia is not one to abandon her guild. Juvia will fight if you try to hurt her guild. The woman said. Well, listen here, we aren't going to betray our guild for someone else. The Iron Dragonslayer spoke. Naruto nodded before grinning widely. Your sense of loyalty is admirable. However, I don't take no for an answer. Naruto suddenly vanished in a blur of speed and slapped on both Amaterasu seals on their stomachs. Both Dragonslayers stared in shock as they watched the seals sink into their clothes, and by extension, their flesh, vanishing as if they were never there. The 2 clutched their stomachs as they felt white-hot pain fill them. Naruto nodded before stopping the flow of magic to the seals. Those are powerful seals that will act on my command. A powerful magic known as seal magic. Amaterasu Formula number 56. They will fill you with extreme pain should I choose to activate them. Now you all can either agree to join with me, or I can make you feel pain like no other. Naruto raised his hand, causing both Dragonslayers before him to flinch on instinct. Both the Iron Dragonslayer and Water Dragonslayer looked at each other before lowering their heads in defeat. Fine, but I'm not doing any stupid missions like killing for you or anything. Juvia agrees with Gajeel-san. The woman said. Naruto nodded. It is a spy network, so I will not be requiring you all to do anything such as killing. I will do that myself. Now then, I will need your names. You may know me as the Ogano Fujin. Naruto threw back his hood and the lightning from the storm clouds flashed to reveal the golden blonde hair. Kurama was still hiding behind Naruto, trying to keep dry. The two Dragonslayers stared in shock as they stared at the most dangerous man in Fury. Gajeel Red Fox. Juvia Loxer. The Ogano Fujin. He looks no older than 20. How can this guy already be this strong at that age? Gajeel thought. Naruto threw back on his hood before handing Gajeel and Juvia 2 pieces of paper. Those are communication seals. Just send a pulse of magic through them and they will immediately allow you to communicate telepathically with me. I need you all to tell me if anything major will occur in Phantom Lord because I have heard from my other members that Jose is planning something regarding Fairy Tail. Naruto informed his new spies. Keep me posted on Jose's movements and what Phantom Lord is doing that you may find suspicious. The blonde suddenly felt a cold magic signature pass through him, cold like ice. Naruto turned, Kurama still hiding in his hood. I do not trust you all, and I know you all do not trust me as well, but if you ever wish to get those seals removed from you, you will do as I say and will do it without question. Also, if you try to rip those seals I gave you, I will know. I will see the act as treason and I will return here, and I will kill you. The increase in intensity of his shining eyes told the Iron and Water Dragonslayers that the Apocalypse Dragonslayer was not kidding when he said that. I expect to be informed once a week. Do not fail me as I do not appreciate failure. Naruto then vanished into the wind as he performed Shunpo no Kazejin. Juvia and Gajeel looked at one another and then at the pieces of paper in their hands. The rainwater seemed to slide off of the paper as if it were coated in plastic and the paper remained dry due to the waterproof seals Naruto inscribed within the seal matrix itself. The blonde really knows what he's doing. No wonder he's so dangerous. Gajeel looked down at his stomach where the Amaterasu seal had vanished. Gajeel-san. Yeah, Juvia. Juvia wonders what we just got ourselves into. The daughter of Levia spoke. Gajeel sighed as he ran his hands through his wet hair as the rain from Juvia's uncontrolled magic continued to fall. I don't know, Juvia, but it ain't good. Edge of Oak Town. Naruto and Kurama stood atop a tree with one of the communication seals held in the blonde's hand. Naruto-kun. A familiar voice resounded through Naruto's mind as Naruto's informant spoke telepathically. Yes, Haku, Naruto said to the Ice Dragonslayer. The two hadn't talked in a while, but that was most likely due to the many espionage missions they had carried out for Naruto with respect to the criminal underworld and the dark guilds of Fury. Due to them having spent 4 years together with Zabuza, training, Haku was one of the few people Naruto truly trusted alongside the people from Clover Town, Kurama and his swordsmanship teacher. As a result, the daughter of Glacia was able to get away with calling the Ogano Fujin, Naruto-kun. Well, Naruto-kun, Zabuza saw. Haku paused. Tu-san told me that on one of his missions that he had managed to get information regarding the dark guild known as Eisenwald. Can't say I've heard of them. The blonde thought back. Haku nodded on her end of the communication seal before speaking. Well, they are a dark guild that became as such due to having taken on a few assassination missions. The guilds consists of a little over 60 members, all of which use various types of magic, so there is no common magic amongst them. Due to being labeled as a dark guild, they've been planning revenge against the Magic Council. They plan to attack the guild masters of the legal guilds at today's annual meeting of the guild masters. Their ace and current leader, Aragorn the Reaper, a user of wind magic, he is said to have come across an ancient artifact. Continue. Naruto thought, his interest piqued. Well, it appears that the artifact is the lullaby flute. The flute said to contain the soul of a demon within it and was said to have been created by the black wizard Zirf about 400 years ago. I see. Well then, do you know where they are? Naruto asked. Haku paused for a while before replying. Well, I checked them out. Their main base of operations is located on the east outskirts of Onabus town. I suggest you check there first. Haku said. Alright. Well done, Haku. Anytime, Naruto-kun. I'll keep you posted on anything else that I find out. Oh, and Naruto-kun. Yes, Ice Dragon. Haku rolled her eyes at the title she was sometimes given by Naruto due to her being Glacia's daughter. When you find Aragorn, show him how a real master of wind magic is supposed to be, will you? Naruto's eyes narrowed before the wind kicked up around him, causing the nearby trees to bend backwards, some of which had completely snapped and fell to the ground. Naruto flew up and took off with sonic boom. Do you really have to break the sound barrier? Yes. The blonde replied before a chuckle was heard from the black-haired Dragonslayer. Baka. The connection was then cut off and Kurama looked down at his partner. Who was it? It was Haku. Naruto replied as he flew off in the direction of Anabu's town. And she got some info on a dark guild called Eisenwald. Apparently they have found an ancient weapon made by Zirf. The flute known as Lullaby. The one with a demon sealed inside it and is supposedly able to kill anyone who hears the melody. The very same. The Exceed gained a serious look on his face. So where are we headed? Haku said how that the main headquarters are on the eastern outskirts of Anabu's town. So we will head there first before taking Lullaby for ourselves. Why would you take Lullaby? You have more than enough power to kill anyone and everyone who comes across you. Naruto nodded. True, but that's not the reason. Zirf was a mage known to use living magic and death magic. The living magic aspect allowed him to change anything, a tree, a rock, even a leaf, and change it into a demon. However, it is known that living magic creates a link between its user and the demon. The only way the product of a living magic spell can be defeated is if you rid the user of the spell. Since Lullaby is supposedly still active and the spirit of Lullaby is still alive. Naruto paused. Kurama remained silent as he started to put the pieces of the puzzle together. His crimson eyes widened before looking down at Naruto. So what you're trying to say is that, but that's impossible. I have defied the impossible, so it may be possible for him to do so as well. Another sonic boom sounded and Naruto took off towards Anabu's town. Eastern outskirts, Anabu's town. Naruto walked forward through the thicket of dead trees, snapping the branches that got in his way. Kurama jumped off of Naruto's head before glowing crimson. The fox costume began to attach itself to his body, becoming a literal second skin to the Exceed. His body grew and lengthened. Bone and muscle structure changed before the light died down to reveal Kurama in his two-tailed Kistune form. So what are we going to do? Just outright slaughter them all or we go in, take Lullaby, kill who gets in our way and then get out? Kurama asked. Naruto's eyes changed from blue to white and his arms became coated in black and blue magic energy. The energy flickered around Naruto like they were made of fire and the Apocalypse Dragonslayer snarled. Slaughter them all. Kurama put on a large grin before his tails burst into flames and swished behind him. Excellent. Eisenwald Guild. All right. One of the members spoke. The others have gone to Oshibana town to start the Lullaby operation, so we're going to be here to keep watch over the guild. The other members nodded before doing their own thing. Some went off to play cards, others started drinking beer and rum. However, as one of the members went to go get his rum, he realized the rum was gone. He frowned before looking at his empty mug and the empty barrel. Why is the rum always gone? The Eisenwald member frowned. Don't worry, Jack. It'll be back. Another member known as Will said to Jack. The two members shrugged at one another before a loud knock was heard on the door of the guild. The entirety of the guild became silent before one of the members walked up to the door. Are the others back so soon? The member asked. However, as he reached to open the door, a tongue of flame completely obliterated the piece of wood. The member that went to open the door was also burnt to ashes. Kurama ran through the flames and released a howl to the heavens. Naruto walked behind Kurama with a ferocious snarl on his face. The Eisenwald members stared in shock as they saw the two most wanted criminals in all of Fury, glaring at them. Alright, I'm going to say this once, and only once. Give me Lullaby and I will be merciful with you humans. Naruto announced. The mages gulped before Jack spoke. The others left with it. They went to Oshibana town to do the mission there. We don't have it. Jack exclaimed before dropping to his knees from the amount of killer intent that was leaking from Naruto and Kurama. You idiot. Why'd you tell him our plans? Will exclaimed. Because unlike you, I want to live. However, as Jack said that, his head was suddenly missing from the rest of his body. Naruto stood in front of the decapitated Jack, the body falling the ground with blood flowing from the neck and pooling around the body. Mokushiryu no Zanso, Apocalypse Dragon's decapitating talons. Naruto snarled before lashing out again, and this time, Will's head was gone. The dark blue and black magic energy, made into the likeness of Acnologia's talons, twitched before Naruto vanished in a blur of speed before he began to remove heads from the bodies of the Eisenwald members. Some members tried to run away, only for Kurama to jump down in front of their path, and then he breathed a column of fire. The red flames engulfed their bodies and turned them into nothing more than charcoal. Kurama walked over the dead bodies, crushing the burned bodies as he allowed his body to increase in size. Now the size of a fully grown, male polar bear, Kurama lashed out with his flaming tails and impaled, burned and destroyed bodies. The screams echoed throughout the building during the attack by the Ogano Fujin and the Onabi Myobu. In a matter of minutes, due to there being at least 40 mages present within the guild out of the entire 100, the other 60 having left to go to Oshibana, the few survivors trembled in fear as they watched Naruto and Kurama. They crowded in the corner before Naruto snarled and raised his hands. Black and blue magic energy coated them before he slammed his arms together and it took the image of Acnologia's twin spear-like tail. Mokushiryu no Soso, Apocalypse Dragon's twin spear. Naruto thrust his arms forward and completely destroyed one man's heart before Naruto tore his arms apart. The twin spear split apart as well and the spears moved apart in a horizontal motion, slicing the other trembling members of Eisenwald in two. The bodies lay there and Naruto looked at Kurama who nodded. Kurama howled as a large ball of flame in his jaws. Hinotama. Kurama released a burst of flame from his mouth and the spheroid of burning oxygen flew up to the roof of the Dark Guild. As soon as it made contact, Naruto and Kurama vanished into the wind and the sphere exploded outwards, becoming many smaller fireballs but with just as much of the destructive power. The flaming meteors crashed down upon the guild and the Dark Guild headquarters was soon to be nothing more than burning wood and rubble. Naruto and Kurama, having reverted back into his Exceed form, flew through the air towards Oshibana town. Well, that was certainly a waste. Kurama growled out. Naruto nodded. Weaklings. All of them. None of them even tried to put up a fight. The blonde agreed. So, seems they're about to try out their new toy on the people of Oshibana town. The winged cat spoke. So it seems, Naruto said. Putting on a burst of speed, Naruto and Kurama became nothing more than blurs as they neared the town of Oshibana. Kunugi Station, Oshibana town. Naruto and Kurama landed a few feet away from the front of the train station building of the town of Oshibana. The Ogano Fujin watched to see that there were actually a number of rune knights surrounding the train station. Kurama's ears twitched and he sniffed the air. The humans and animals that live here have been evacuated due to the rune knights. Apparently they know of Eisenwald's presence here. And the guards surrounding the station wouldn't have given you that idea. Naruto deadpanned. Kurama's sweat dropped at that thought. Just shut up and let's go take care of them. Kurama sighed before shifting into his three-tailed state. Naruto nodded and he adjusted his face mask. As the two neared the station, the rune knights caught sight of them. Hey, what are you doing? One knight yelled. This is a restricted area, get away or you might die. Naruto and Kurama rolled their eyes. You're the ones who might die. Naruto replied. The rune knights' eyes widened as they finally recognized the Ogano Fujin and the Onabi Myobu. You two are. Naruto and Kurama grinned, though Naruto's wasn't visible due to wearing his mask. Prepare to die. Naruto sped forth and struck the knight in his neck. Naruto formed a small wind blade from his knuckle as he struck the man and he severed his muscles and caused the man to become paralyzed before actually snapping the man's neck. Kurama jumped at another rune knight and bit down on the man's face. The rune knight released a howl of pain, alerting his fellow knights and the 50 rune knights that had arrived to take down Eisenwald were now all assembled. It's the Ogano Fujin and the Onabi Myobu. Shit, they were labeled as flea on-site criminals. If they are strong enough to take down head Captain Han and Kuko then we stand no chance. The rune knight began to scramble and Kurama took a few steps forward, licking the blood off of his teeth. He turned to Naruto. Can I take these worms? Naruto nodded. Insert music. Fairy Tale Mistogen's theme. Fine, but first, Naruto vanished into the wind and appeared in front of 5 rune knight. He punched one in the gut before spinning and crashing his heel into the man's ribcage. The ribs snapped and allowed them to puncture his lung and thus the man began to cough up blood as he fell. Naruto formed K's no Yaiba and sliced another man's arm off before throwing said limb at the 3rd rune knight. Using it as a way to blind his victim, Naruto leapt and appeared above the man before dive-bombing him. The man's skull caved in on itself from the force Naruto's boots met the skull and his brain began to hemorrhage after kicking away the body. Naruto took a deep breath and breathed out a wind dragon. Furyuden spiraled through the air and completely shredded the 2 rune knights. Naruto smirked with twisted glee as he watched the bodies fall. He then looked to Kurama who had went into his bipedal form. The werfox howled as he punched a hole through one rune knight's gut. He then spun on his heel and crashed a palm strike to one knight's nose and forced the cartilage upwards, stabbing it into his brain and he was instantly killed. Kurama's 3 tails quickly ignited and he lashed out with them, as if they were whips, and burned the chests of 10 rune knights in one swift strike. He then leapt above the downed rune knights and released a large fireballs. Gukakyu. The large fireball exploded upon making contact with the bodies and killed them. Kurama landed within the flames before racing around at high speeds, snapping necks and burning faces. Fire rocket. Kurama slammed an elbow into one man's sternum, snapping it before grabbing the man and planting his face deep into the concrete before striking the man with a chop. The blow caused the man's neck to snap. Kurama looked to see 5 rune knights trying to escape and grinned. Vanishing in a flash of crimson, Kurama moved from his former location and appeared in front of those 5. He opened his jaws and took a breath. Kitsune no Kenga. The blast from his mouth took on the shape of a fox head, its blazing jaws aimed to kill. And kill the Kitsune did. The fox of flame completely engulfed the 5 rune knights and burned their flesh, superheated their armor and caused the knights to literally have their flesh cooked within the armor. As the knights fell, Kurama took down another 5 by slashing their throats. He grabbed one of the downed rune knights before pelting the body at another who was trying to flee. The dead man's body slammed into the fleeing man's body, hitting his spine and causing it to snap. The man didn't have time to scream as his body was incinerated. Naruto kept the ones that Kurama failed to kill busy, by easily snapping their necks as if they were twigs and tossing the bodies aside as if they were trash. 20 brave souls decided to try their luck at defeating the 2 SS class rank criminals. However, Naruto punched one in the face before grabbing him by his arm. He swung the man into his fellow rune knight, causing 3 of them to topple over like dominoes. Naruto then coated his leg with wind magic and raised it high in the air before bringing it down. Fuden. Kazegiri. The arc of wind sliced the 4 rune knights to die instantly before Naruto vanished into the wind. The remaining 6 didn't know what had hit them because when they all died was when Naruto reappeared in front of their downed forms. Necks snapped and blood pooling from their stomachs as Naruto had stabbed his wind blades through their stomachs. Kurama, let's wrap this up. Naruto told the bipedal Kitsune. The red-eyed Kitsune grinned before he raised his 3 tails. Fire began to form in a ring above Kurama as he swung his tails over his head. Naruto flew up into the air before Kurama latched onto the ring of fire and threw it. The fire ring flew through the air, bending to Kurama's will as it burned through the flesh of all the rune knights it touched before it vanished with a mere snap of Kurama's fingers. Okay, we get lullaby now that our warm-up is over, Kurama said before walking up to the door of the Kunugi train station. He kicked open the large doors and the members of Eisenwald stared in surprise upon seeing Naruto and Kurama enter the train station. Hey, who the hell are you? One member yelled. Naruto and Kurama looked around the room, staring at the 59 members of Eisenwald. Who I am is none of your concern, Naruto snarled, his eyes turning white and dark blue and black magic surrounding his body. The feeling of dread filled the room before a white-haired mage stood up. The white-haired man twirled the large scythe he held in his hands expertly before slamming the bottom on the ground. Well, listen here, punk. I don't know who you are and I don't care who you are. But know that we are the Dark Guild Eisenwald and we are about to destroy the Magic Council when we get lullaby. So run along before you get killed. Naruto and Kurama gave bored looks at the Dark Guild before sighing. Your magic power levels are rather unimpressive for people who claim they wish to take over the Magic Council, Naruto said before looking at the scythe-wielding mage. Especially yours, Aragorn the Reaper. The white-haired mage snarled as the wind suddenly began to pick up. Oh yeah, Aragorn roared before turning to one of his fellow guild mates. Ryul, show them how. Unimpressive, we are. Ryul was shown to be a tanned man who wore a pair of dark green pants and a light blue t-shirt. Over the shirt was a yellow jacket that had dark blue sleeves. His head was covered with a black and yellow striped headdress. My Yurumi magic will end you, Ryul yelled. Suddenly, the black bands that the man wore around his fingers began to move on their own as if they were alive. The bands extended and became long cables that shot forth towards Naruto. The blonde snarled before grabbing the man's weapons, shocking Ryul. Unimpressive, human. Naruto reeled the man in. Ryul tried to take advantage of the momentum and aimed a kick towards Naruto's face. However, Naruto spun Ryul around before slamming him into the wall, hard enough to leave an imprint. Ryul was suddenly pulled from his place in the wall as Naruto controlled the winds to act as a suction. Ryul flew through the air before Naruto's hand was wrapped around his face. The blonde's eyes shone and Ryul stared into those fear-giving eyes. Die, human. Naruto crushed the man's face and the man was let go, blood leaking from his mouth and nose. Naruto then turned to the rest of Eisenwald and grinned. I'll end your lives with one move. The black and blue magic surrounded Naruto's body, taking the image of Acknowledge behind him. The Eisenwald members glared at Naruto, trying very hard not to piss themselves. Aragorn rushed forward, scythe held high. Wind magic. Stormbringer. A large magic seal formed in front of Aragorn's body and the man made numerous movements with his left hand before spinning the scythe and making an upward slice with it. The air around Naruto distorted and suddenly, a gigantic twister tore up the earth beneath Naruto and spiraled upwards, blowing a large hole in the ceiling on the train station building. The rubble fell to the ground and a large smoke cloud was kicked up from the attack. Way to go, Aragorn, one mage yelled. Yeah, I knew that punk wouldn't have been defeated by such a strong guy like you, another added. Aragorn rested his scythe lazily across his shoulder. Yeah, the asshole really had it coming to him though, calling us unimpressive and weak. However, as the smoke cloud died down, Naruto stared at Aragorn with a ferocious growl coming from his throat. You dare strike me, with the magic that I use. You are a pathetic wind mage, Aragorn. I will show you how a wind mage should be. Naruto roared before unleashing a large shockwave from his jaws with the roar. The winds from the shockwave sent many mages flying backwards, but Aragorn remained standing as he willed the winds to pass by him. See, you can't beat me with my own element. Aragorn laughed. I am unstoppable, and once Kageyama returns with Lullaby, we will be even more unstoppable. Naruto vanished into the wind and Aragorn stopped laughing upon noticing this. Hey, where'd he go? The members of Eisenwald watched as their ace mage looked around the area. Kurama chuckled as he reverted into his quadruped form and sat on his haunches. Oi, Baka, Kurama called out. The mages all stared at the talking kitsune, three tails swishing behind him. Look beneath you. Aragorn looked down and suddenly the earth cracked before a fist burst from the ground. The fist was coated with wind in the shape of a dragon's head and Aragorn stared in shock. The last thing he was the dragon's red eyes. Fuuton. Ranryuken, wind style, storm dragon fist. Naruto yelled as the wind dragon around his fist gave a roar. The powerful uppercut crashed against Aragorn's fist and the man was suddenly sent flying through the air within the dragon's maw. His body was then sliced by numerous wind blades within the dragon's jaws before the attack ended and Aragorn was now lacking his skin and his muscles were severed in numerous places. His dead body fell to the ground, blood spatter covering the floor. Kurama laughed as he watched the faces of the Eisenwald members before looking at Naruto. Finish them. Naruto nodded to his kitsune partner. Like I told you all. The image of Acknowledger reappeared behind him as the magic of his adoptive father surrounded him once more. Eyes now a blinding white color, the magic rose up in the form of a small pillar. I will finish you all off, with one move. The pillar seemed to appear as if it were made of black and blue fire due to its wavy appearance. Naruto clapped his hands together and snarled. The blue and black magic seal appeared in front of him and Naruto raised his foot. Mokushiryu no Kohaiha, Apocalypse Dragon's Devastation Wave. He released a large wave from his body upon slamming his foot back down on the ground. The magic energy exploded out from his body in the form of a wave. The Eisenwald members tried to escape by launching various attacks at it. Most of them had done the sensible thing and tried to run, but they could not escape the path of destruction of the Apocalypse Dragonslayer's attack. The tiled floor was being torn up and the mages that were struck by the wave of pure magic had the magic energy within them, literally sucked from their bodies before being burned by the magic power. They all fell in one blow and Naruto looked at the dead bodies, all having been scattered due to his attack having sent them all flying in random directions. Naruto then turned to Kurama who was observing Naruto's handiwork. Can't say that I don't love those attacks of yours, brat. The kitsune commented. Naruto nodded before walking back towards the exit entrance to the train station from the train tracks. That Aragorn said that their other member was not here yet. And how that he had the lullaby with him. A train whistle was heard and Naruto and Kurama turned to see a man wearing a white tuxedo running through the doors, the lullaby flute in hand. Kageyama grinned widely as he held the flute high in the air. Oi, guys, I got it, I got the flute, I got the... The words froze in his throat as he gazed at the dead bodies. He then spotted Naruto and Kurama. What the? Who are you two? Who we are is none of your concern. However, give us the flute you have in your hand and we will be merciful. Kurama spoke this time. A talking kitsune, blonde, blue-eyed man. No way you're the Ogano Fujin and the Onabi Myobu. Kageyama exclaimed. Naruto and Kurama rolled their eyes. Well, you certainly are much smarter than your friends back there. Naruto jabbed a thumb at the bleeding body of Aragorn. Kageyama clutched the flute tightly before raising it to his lips. However, Kurama suddenly caused his tails to lengthen. One struck Kageyama in the arm, another in the stomach and the third in the chest. The blows caused him extreme pain as well as causing him to release lullaby. The wooden flute tumbled through the air before Kurama sprouted his fourth tail and caught the demonic flute of Zirf with it. Naruto vanished in a blur of speed before reappearing in front of Kageyama and raising the man off of the ground, hand wrapped around his throat. You tried to kill us. You tried to play the flute, but guess what, human? Kageyama stared with fearful eyes as Naruto's pupils became slitted. Dark blue and black magic snaked up his leg. You could only try to kill the thing that will cause your death, and I am the cause of your death. Naruto snarled before slamming Kageyama into the tiled floor, leaving an imprint of his body in the floor. Naruto raised his foot and the magic seemed to flicker like it were fire. Mokushiryu no Jishinkyaku, Apocalypse Dragon's Seismic Kick. Naruto brought the foot down on Kageyama and suddenly, a blast of magic burst through Kageyama's chest, tearing through his chest and through the ground. Kageyama coughed up a large amount of blood from the attack before his body fell still. Naruto stared at the dead body before turning to Kurama who trotted over to him. Hole through the chest. Nice touch. Naruto shook his head at the kitsune. However, just before they could leave, the duo heard the familiar yell of the son of Igneal. What the hell? Natsu exclaimed. Fire dragon. Naruto raised an eyebrow at seeing the pink-haired mage again. You killed that man. Lucy shouted. Naruto looked down at the dead Kageyama's body before looking back up. So what if I did? He had something I wanted and he resisted while trying to kill me with lullaby. I killed him for his foolishness. The entire group of fairy tale mages backed up in shock at the man's monotonous tone. You're a monster. Gray shouted. How can you just kill them like that? The blonde and the kitsune sighed at the black-haired student of With very little difficulty. Naruto replied. Natsu snapped after that and his fists became engulfed in fire. I'll kick your ass. You said that last time, and like last time, I will put you down on the ground. Naruto smirked beneath his mask. He formed a blast of wind and the attack shot towards Natsu. Natsu leapt over the attack and a red magic seal formed in front of him. Insert music. Fairy Tale Hagain Hakunetsu. Karyu no Kouen. The large blazing sphere shot forth towards Naruto, but the blonde Dragonslayer formed a K's no Yaiba and sliced the attack in half. The other mages stared in shock while Kurama shook his head in disappointment at Natsu. Seems the boy still hasn't grown any stronger. Kurama said. However, Natsu suddenly burst through his own attack. An unorthodox move that surprised even Naruto. So, he has improved a bit. Naruto smirked as he looked into the dark eyes of Natsu. But you haven't improved enough, Fire Dragon. Naruto grabbed Natsu around his mouth as Natsu prepared to use Karyu no Tekken. The blonde slammed his fellow Dragonslayer into the ground and the ground cracked from the force of the blow. Natsu growled before kicking out at Naruto, but the blonde leapt back to avoid the strike. Natsu spun on his hands, sending whips of flame after the blue-eyed wind user. Using the momentum from his spinning, Natsu got into a handstand and bent his arms and leapt off of the ground. His arms became engulfed his fire before extended outwards to take on the image of fiery wings. Karyu no Yokugeki. The wings slammed down on Naruto's location, the force of the attack sent Naruto skidding backwards before he sped forward. Natsu's eyes widened as a knee met his gut upon landing. Naruto then channeled wind magic into his fist and drilled a Rakuten into Natsu's chest. The attack sent Natsu flying through the air before Naruto appeared above Natsu and kicked the boy downwards. Natsu met the ground with a loud boom, only for a crater to form as Naruto fell after him and landed on the pink-haired boy's spine. Natsu released a scream of pain and Gray couldn't stand seeing his friend being beaten so badly. Ice make. Bow. A bow made of ice formed in Gray's hands followed by 5 arrows, all notched and ready to fire. Ice make. Arrows. Naruto looked up at the arrows of ice before Kurama jumped in front of the arrows and melted them to nothing but steam with a single blast of red flames. I felt like doing something. Kurama told his Dragonslayer partner. Naruto nodded to the Exceed-turned Kitsune before Gray slammed his hands on the ground. Ice make. Lance. Numerous lances made of ice shot forth from Gray's attack and angled themselves towards Naruto. Kurama watched the lances speed towards him and Naruto. You want it or should I? I'll take it. Kurama nodded and jumped out of the way as the blonde picked up Natsu. Naruto spun rapidly, Natsu groaning as his motion sickness occurred from the rapid movement. A tornado formed around Naruto. Fuden. Tatsumaki. The tornado deflected the attacks and various areas of the train station were frozen over. Naruto stopped spinning and used the momentum to throw Natsu at Gray. Both fairy tale mages soared through the air upon meeting each other. Gray met the wall first and a spiderweb of cracks formed behind him. Lucy and Happy watched in shock at how easily both of them were taken down. Naruto turned to stare at Urza after taking down Fire Dragon and the weak Ice Mage. As soon as his eyes saw her he froze where he stood. She looks like Ka-san. Naruto thought as he looked at the girl and saw Kushina's face replace Urza's. He shook his head to clear his mind of the thoughts of his mother before seeing the woman before him glow with golden light. Requip. Heaven Wheel Armor. Urza cried out. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the sight before him. The woman had somehow become nude before she became clothed in armor made of what seemed to be entirely of blades. The breastplate of the armor was small and was composed of feather-shaped plates pointing upwards. The breastplate covered only the front and bottom of Urza's breasts, revealing a fair amount of her cleavage and sported a large metal flower on the front, extending down along her hips, exposing her stomach. Well, at least she's not afraid to flaunt it. Naruto and Kurama thought as they looked at said cleavage. Her biceps are covered by straps seemingly made of metal, and her very large plated gauntlets sport feather-shaped plates at the edges. Her waist was circled by large, decorated plates similar to that of feathers that lay on a long skirt. Under said skirt her large, plated boots were revealed, however the majority of the boots were hidden, each sporting 2 small, metal ornaments shaped like wings. Urza also wore a neck guard made of feather-like plates around her neck and a tiara with prominent, jutting metal wings. The armor also sported 2 pairs of large metal wings which adorned Urza's back. The wings appeared to be composed of metal feathers which got longer and larger as they approached the edges. So, judging from how quickly you performed your requip, I will assume that you are Urza Scarlet. Titania of Fairy Tale. Naruto said as he fought back a nosebleed he felt from looking at her chest. And judging by your mastery of wind magic based on how you deflected my comrade's fastest technique, and the fact that you killed many men without even a hint of remorse, I will assume you are the SS class ranked criminal, Ogano Fujin. Lucy and Happy gaped in shock. Gray and Natsu, who were rising slowly from the ground, were also in shock. He's the Ogano Fujin. Lucy gaped. Erza, get out of there. He's a flea on sight, don't fight him. The blonde celestial spirit mage yelled. I would listen to your friend if I were you. Get out of our way and you will live Titania. Naruto said as he offered the redhead a chance to escape from facing him in a battle she'd surely lose. Erza snarled at the blonde man. You killed. That is an act that cannot go unpunished. The golden-haired man sighed before pulling back his sleeves slightly. Erza summoned forth 2 blades, one in each hand and took on a ready stance. Why do you even care? These people were part of a dark guild who wanted to kill the council with lullaby. It's not like I killed a bunch of civilians or something. Naruto asked out of curiosity. Hearing the blonde's question surprised everyone including Kurama. Maybe that's true, but to just kill them without even giving them the chance to surrender after defeating them shows how cold you truly are, and as such I will not you go unpunished. Erza said as she resumed her stance. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Very well then, since you are a swordswoman and one of the best from the rumors I've heard regarding you, Titania, as a swordsman's courtesy I will also fight with my blades. You're going to get your ass kicked then, windbag. Natsu yelled. Erza's the best with a sword. No one can beat her. Naruto chuckled at the pink-haired mage before pumping magic into his wrists where the seals for his mother's blades lay. Silver and gold magic seals appeared in his hands. Seal magic. Release. He muttered. In a flash of gold and silver, Ascalon and Excalibur appeared in his hands. Erza's and Lucis' eyes widened in shock upon seeing those 2 swords. How did you get those swords? Erza yelled, red with rage at seeing a murderer wielding sacred swords. They belong to someone I respect. They are mine now, Naruto said before flicking his wrist, and Ascalon and Excalibur burst into silver and gold flames, respectively. What are those swords? Natsua and Gray asked. Lucy turned to the 2 clueless mages. Though she noticed Gray was once again missing his shirt, she ignored it to explain. Those swords are said to be the blades crafted by the legendary first mage known as Merlin. The with silver flames is Ascalon and the golden one is Excalibur. These swords have flames that are said to rival a dragon's own and are sharp enough to even puncture a dragon's hide. Those swords are said to have killed over 1,000 warriors by the hand of the first mage during one of the great wars in Earthland's beginnings. Natsu's eyes widened. Something that could kill, even Igneal. He gasped in disbelief. Correct, and you're about to see firsthand why, Naruto said after hearing the blonde female mage explain his sword's history from legends. Erza leapt at Naruto and brought one blade down upon him, but he raised Ascalon and sliced the blade in 2 a moment after it made contact. He then turned and raised Excalibur, bringing the golden blade down on the re-equipped user. Erza jumped back before stabbing her second blade at Naruto's chest. The blonde raised Excalibur and the tip of the sword was now red due to the extreme heat. Erza leapt back, flying for a short distance as Naruto aimed a downward diagonal slice at her. Erza summoned forth her ring of swords, 20 blades which circled behind her. The blades began to spin rapidly before forming a shining disk as the blades reflected the light of the sun. Dance my blades, she cried out, circle sword. The ring of blades shot forth towards Naruto, but the son of 2 wizard saints raised the ancient swords and held them in an X shape. Orange sparks flew as Naruto held the swords at bay, however he was slowly being pushed back due to the force that was exerted by the blades. Erza used her telekinetic abilities to push her swords forward more, but Ascalon and Excalibur were made to be practically indestructible if not literally invulnerable to damage. Naruto then smirked before he pushed a bit of magic into his swords and the gold and silver flame shot forth in a fast-moving blast. The attack shot towards Erza and the red-haired mage flew out of the way only for Naruto to appear in her face. He raised Ascalon and brought the silver blade down on her shoulder. The blade tore through her armor and sent her to the ground, her shoulder now bleeding. Erza summoned forth 2 more swords and had 10 more circling behind her. She lashed out with a dance of shining steel. She quickly slashed at Naruto with an upward diagonal attack, but Naruto leaned back before aiming a kick to the face. Erza blocked with the flat of her second held sword before using of her floating swords to hit him. Naruto pushed off of Erza's held sword and sent an arc of golden fire that melted the sword. He then jumped high and slashed both blades. Arcs of silver and gold fire flew towards Titania, but the Fairy Queen leapt to the side and avoided the attacks. However, the blast wave from the attack sent her skidding backwards. Taking advantage of the smokescreen, Erza flew up to get a bird's eye view to strike her opponent. However, Naruto sent a tongue of silver flame at the scarlet-haired swordswoman. Erza quickly requipped and changed into her Flame Empress armor. She swung her fire sword and blocked the attack, but Naruto sped forth and crashed an elbow into her stomach. The armor cracked from the force before the blonde twisted in midair and struck Urza in the chest with another elbow strike. He twisted once more and sent her flying with a spin kick only to follow up with a blast of silver fire. Urza didn't have time to dodge, so she raised her orange blade and took the attack. The damage done was reduced by 50%, but it still packed enough of a punch to send her flying through the air. She flipped in midair and pushed off of the wall, her wings flapping a mile a minute only for Naruto to appear above her and slam his heel down on her. Urza raised her sword and blocked the attack before pushing Naruto's foot away and sending a blast of orange fire from her sword. Naruto sliced the attack in half with Excalibur before bringing Ascalon down upon her. Urza was struck and blood sprayed from her stomach as she was hit with the horizontal slice. A stab to her stomach before being sent to the ground by a blast of silver flame ended the battle for her as she formed a crater from the landing. Naruto fell after her and he aimed the blades to kill Urza, but a quick ice make, lance from Gray, denied him the pleasure. Naruto twisted and sent a blast of gold fire at the lances and turned them to nothing, not even a puff of steam formed. The son of Aknowledge looked at Urza and his eyes narrowed. Somehow I expected more from you, Naruto said with some disappointment evident in his voice. He had expected Urza to put a better fight after hearing the rumors on how she was a powerful swordswoman. The fight was a letdown. She had lasted a while against him and showed skill with her swords, but she lacked the high level of magic power to make her attacks strong. Naruto kicked the downed Urza over so that she lay on her back, having landed on her stomach. Urza coughed up a bit of blood before opening her brown eyes and glaring at Naruto. You're a despicable being. You killed members of your own race. You're a human just like us. What gives you the right to play God and kill WHO you wish? WHO, are you to say WHO is strong and WHO is weak? Naruto narrowed his eyes as he stared at the scarlet-haired woman before raising Ascalon and Excalibur preparing to bring them down on her. Urza shut her eyes preparing for pain only to feel nothing. She opened her eyes to see Naruto had stopped from lowering his blades to claim her life. He looked like he was shaking as if he was having trouble moving for some reason. What's wrong with my body, why won't it move? Naruto thought to himself as he couldn't move his body to finish of Urza. Suddenly he saw his mother's face once again replace Urza's as it matched her pained expression. Am I unwilling to kill her because she resembles my mother? He asked himself as his mind wandered back to when he dreamed of his parents. He managed to shake himself as he saw that he could move again now that he wasn't trying to kill Urza. Seeing no reason to continue, he resealed his blades and began to walk away silently. Where are you going? We're not done yet, Urza said as she struggled to get up. You're a fool, Urza Scarlet. I do not play a god, for even I know that I am not on the level of the divine beings, even if my title suggests that I am one. You are a fool to think I cannot judge who is weak and who is strong. You are weak, Titania, because you do not have the will and the guts to kill. Killing is part of what we can do. You fairy tale mages are bound by your idiotic morals and the ability to think that you can live life without having to kill anyone. Urza's eyes widened at that. We can do that. You're a human as well, and how dare you think you are above us? You are I am greater than any human on this planet. Naruto roared. His patience with Titania's ideals was rather thin and she had already broken through the thin layer, and now Naruto was unleashing his full fury with his words. Open your eyes, Titania. Humankind cannot go one day without doing something that will result in the death of another. I killed these members of Eisenwald and so have many other members of dark guilds. Naruto snarled, his magic energy spiking and making Urza experience the feeling as if the force of gravity had increased times 5. You are an idiot to think that we can live the life that mages live without having to kill. Life does not give us that luxury. Naruto snarled, chest heaving from yelling. Urza blinked before she was suddenly met with a wind blade hovering an inch over her face. Oi, blonde weakling and the cat. Naruto called out to Lucy and Happy. The celestial spirit mage and Exceed gasped as she felt Naruto's piercing gaze on her. Kill Fire Dragon and the ice mage over there or Titania dies. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. What? Why? Lucy was unable to make a proper question from the myriad of thoughts flowing through her brain. Naruto snarled before stabbing his wind blade forth. You just killed your comrade. Urza's life flashed before her eyes before she suddenly heard the sound of the earth being sliced open. She looked to her left to see Naruto had stabbed the ground with his wind blade, and few centimeters from her head. Naruto narrowed his eyes at seeing he didn't kill her. Something made him avoid doing it. He didn't know what it was, but he decided to check later once he left. This is the truth of life, Titania. Enemies will not give you the chance to live and will do whatever they can to ensure they survive and will be able to stay out of the jaws of the law. You are an idiotic fool to believe that you can go through life without killing. Naruto stopped the flow of magic for his wind blade before turning around and walking off with Kurama and the lullaby flute in hand. Urza's eyes widened before she coughed up a bit more blood. Natsu glared at Naruto's retreating back before unleashing a blast of flames. Kurama turned and ate the dragon fire before snarling at Naruto. Where the hell do you think you're going? The damaged son of Ignial roared. We're the strongest team in Fairy Tail. Don't turn your back on us. Natsu wheezed as he clutched his ribs in pain. Naruto snorted at that. The strongest team in Fairy Tail. If this is the strongest team your guild has to offer, then I am sorely disappointed with how weak Fairy Tail is. Your strongest team consists of. He looked at Lucy. A weak, useless celestial spirit mage that most likely cares more about her looks than actually getting stronger to actually help you all in your missions. He then turned to Gray. A washed-up ice mage who has a tendency to strip his clothes. He then turned to Happy. An exceed with absolutely no power. Happy frowned at the man's words, but an afterthought lingered in the back of his mind as to what was an exceed. Naruto then faced Urza. The supposed strongest. He spat out the word as if it were acid on his tongue. Female mage in your entire guild, only for her to reveal that she is nothing more than a re-equipped mage with various armors and is only an amateur sword user. And then there's you. Fire Dragon. The Salamander, the son of Ignial, the Fire Dragonslayer of Fairy Tail, who can barely even keep up with the other Dragonslayers. I have met those others, Natsu, and I have trained one of them. She is 12 years old by now, Natsu, and she has more skill and strength in her hand than the amount you hold in your entire body. Your attacks are weak. You are as slow as a tortoise. You are a disgrace to our race, Natsu Dragneel. You are a complete waste of a Dragonslayer. Naruto looked at the crestfallen group, his words making more of an impact than he would ever imagine. If you want to really be known as the strongest team in Fairy Tail, then get stronger. Start taking your training serious, and maybe if you actually take your jobs as mages seriously instead of fooling around in that little clubhouse you call a guild, you'll be able to actually get somewhere in your pathetic lives. Naruto turned and walked off with Kurama. Strongest team in Fairy Tail. Naruto growled. You are nothing but disgraces to the magical world. Naruto grabbed Kurama and the two vanished into the wind with the demonic flute of Zirf. Urza, Natsu, Lucy, Gray and Happy all looked down at the ground with shocked and sad looks on their faces. The words Naruto had said had made a huge impact on them. Lucy and Happy had tears flowing like streams down their faces. Gray was clutching his knee, but his knuckles were white from the tightness of the grip. Urza was frowning deeply with a few tears lining her non-prosthetic eye. Natsu was hunched over on all fours and was beating the ground with his fist for a few seconds, yelling out, "Damn it!" For a while. The blonde had been cold, ruthless and merciless in his entire speech and how he said all those things, his views on killing, his views on their guild, his views on them. He said it all without a hint of remorse. But the thing that shocked them the most was what the five of them thought as they processed what he just said. A thought that not even they thought they would ever think. He called them weak, he insulted them, he insulted their guild, but after seeing and experiencing how easily the SS class rank mage had disposed of them without even breaking a sweat or receiving a scratch, they could only think one thing. Is he right? Unknown location, Fury. It had been exactly 1 day since the day that Naruto and Kurama stole the flute, Lullaby, from Eisenwald, killed off the entirety of Eisenwald and also humiliated the Fairy Tail team. Naruto had decided to put the 1-day delay on his plans for Lullaby just in case Fairy Tail decided to track him. Though Natsu was weaker, the senses of a Dragonslayer were not to be underestimated, so Naruto and Kurama had taken the day to reach somewhere uninhabited. Right now, Naruto and Kurama had been flying for a few hours before they stopped in a large area of empty grassland. The only form of life present in the area were the birds and field mice that roamed the skies and grass. Naruto reached into his cloak and pulled out the wooden flute that was Lullaby. So what now then? Kurama asked as he stared at the three-eyed skull. Now we wake the demon up, Naruto stated before resting the flute on the ground. The blonde and the Exceed took notice of the fact that the grass where Lullaby was laid had turned brown and died before being blown away by the wind. Naruto knelt down and poked the flute. How do you plan to wake up the demon? I mean, it's not like it's just gonna burst out of its own accord. Kurama said. Naruto stared at the flute before poking it once more. As he did that, the flute rattled and a deep, sinister laugh echoed through the air. You know, I'm getting rather frustrated waiting for someone to play me, but seeing as you won't, I think I'll just take your souls myself. The voice laughed before Lullaby rattled much more. Naruto and Kurama looked up into the sky and noticed the blue skies became obscured by the dark purple clouds that formed, along with the large magic seal that formed in the air. A dark purple tower of light erupted from the flute before the flute itself began to grow. It twisted and turned as it began to transform. Naruto and Kurama stared at the rising behemoth before the light died down, and then with a flash of purple lightning, the roar of a powerful beast echoed through the air. In the place of a flute was a towering beast. It appeared to be entirely made of twisted and mangled wood. It had large, powerful legs and arms. Each foot and hand was equipped with sharp claws. 3 on each foot and 5 on each hand, with one of the hand claws appearing to act like a thumb. There was a large hole in the middle of its torso and stomach. 2 spikes of wood protruded from its shoulder blades and 1 spike of wood was placed on each shoulder. Its face was rather frightening. It had sharp spikes of wood protruding from the top of its skull that were bent at an angle making it appear to have horns. Its mouth was placed into a wide grin and said mouth was open to reveal the sharp teeth within. Its 3 eyes, all a deep violet, shone brightly within the darkness brought about by the clouds. Kurama, you take him, however, don't kill it yet. We need information from the demon. Naruto said as he sat down on the grass. Lullaby snarled as he watched the Apocalypse Dragonslayer ignore its presence. Insolent human, do not ignore me. I am the all-powerful demon, Lullaby. It's hard to fear you with a stupid name like Lullaby. Kurama deadpanned. Lullaby snarled at that before swiping at the 2 with its large set of claws. Kurama quickly transformed into his 4-tailed form and allowed his size to reach that of an elephant's. He blocked the claws with his tails before setting said tails ablaze. Lullaby released a howl of pain as it drew back its hand. The wood-like body of Lullaby suddenly pulsed as a purple magic seal formed in front of its body. Kurama rolled his eyes before looking at Naruto. Can I just take him down fast or do you think I should put on a show? Kurama asked for his partner's opinion. Naruto shrugged as he watched the purple ball of magic energy form in Lullaby's hands. Do what you want. A show it is then. Kurama grinned widely before sprouting out 3 more tails. Now in his 7-tailed state, Kurama's body was allowed to grow to an even more gargantuan size. Now only slightly shorter than that of Lullaby in terms of size, the 7-tailed kitsune released a howl that tore up the grasslands due to the shockwave it produced and sent Lullaby skidding backwards and the magic sphere in its hands dissipated. You dare strike the mighty demon, Lullaby. Killer of civilizations made by the mighty Zirf-sama. Kurama rolled his eyes. Yes I dare, you idiot. Why do you think I hit you in the first place? The wooden demon growled at the kitsune's retort before grinning. Then death will be your fate. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden Rising Dragon. The demon of Zirf then charged up an energy ball and fired it in the form of a powerful violet beam from its jaws, but Kurama countered with a blast of red flames and a large explosion formed at the point of collision. Using the smoke as a cover, Kurama leapt through it and tackled Lullaby to the ground. Lullaby raised an arm to stop Kurama from clamping his jaws on its face before using the other arm to crash a strong left hook to Kurama's muzzle. Kurama continued to increase the amount of force and Lullaby saw a few cracks form on its arms. Kurama's mouth then released a red glow and Lullaby realized what the gargantuan kitsune was about to do. Lullaby quickly formed a sphere of dark purple magic in its claws and slammed it into Kurama's face sending the kitsune rolling as he released a jet of red flames that would have blown apart Lullaby's arm and scorched its face had it made contact. Lullaby snarled as it watched its arm heal itself. Lullaby roared before punching the ground. The earth split and a stream of dark purple magic energy sped towards Kurama. The kitsune skidded backwards from the blow and looked up when a shadow covered his body. Lullaby clasped its hands together to slam a hammer blow on Kurama's skull, but the kitsune lit his tails afire and wrapped them around Lullaby's wrists, ankles, waist and neck. Lullaby howled in pain as the flames burned it. A dark violet aura enveloped Lullaby's body as its 3 eyes shone brightly. With an impressive show of strength, Lullaby was able to break free of his furry bindings and throw Kurama aside before punching the ground. The streak of magic energy tore up the earth before slamming into Kurama just as he was about to make contact with the ground. Lullaby then held out its clawed hands and 2 spheres of pure violet magic power hovered above the palms of the demon. Fear the power of my creator, Zirf. This is the power that brought civilizations to extinction. Lullaby sent the spheres flying through the air, a barrage of spheres following right after the initial 2. Kurama rose to his feet and shook his head to get rid of the cobwebs before seeing the barrage of spheroids. Kurama took a deep breath and released a powerful blast of fire. Kitsune no Koenga. The flames took on the image of a kitsune, its blazing fangs bared. The kitsune of fire stormed through the magic attacks and stopping them in a powerful clash of fire and magic. Lullaby had leapt into the air however, having used the spheres as a distraction, but Kurama leapt back just as Lullaby's fist impacted with the ground forming a decent-sized crater. A swift and fiery kick from Kurama sent Lullaby rolling backwards, but the demon roared and Kurama clutched his ears as the sound of a high-pitched flute note filled the air. With Kurama disoriented, the demon slammed a powerful fist to Kurama's muzzle before spinning on its heel and performed a roundhouse kick to the side of Kurama's head. The kitsune rolled on the ground from the blow before a blast of magic energy sent the gargantuan canine airborne. Kurama righted himself and landed on his feet and raised his tails to grab Lullaby's wrist as the surprisingly fast demon aimed to grab Kurama. Kurama then pulled Lullaby towards him and headbutted the 3-eyed behemoth in the chest before rolling backwards and placed all 4 limbs on Lullaby's body. With a powerful push, Kurama's legs sent Lullaby soaring before the kitsune opened his jaws. Gukakyu. A powerful grand fireball attack soared after Lullaby and exploded upon contact and the demon fell to earth with smoke and embers trailing behind it. Lullaby cursed before roaring once more. The high-pitched flute note met Kurama's ears once more, and the damaged lullaby took the time from Kurama's temporary disorientation to allow its body to heal itself. Time to face the music, you overgrown mutt. Once the healing process was complete, Lullaby took a deep breath and released a soothing, yet deadly tune from its mouth. Kurama froze in place as the music suddenly began to affect him. Kurama felt a tug within his body, and the kitsune began to have a literal out-of-body experience. No way in hell am I going to lose my soul to someone like you. The kitsune's soul roared as it began to fight the tug and remain attached to the body. Using that fact, Kurama allowed his body to launch a fireball at Lullaby. The attack blasted Lullaby in the chest, and Kurama panted as his soul was once again fully reunited with his body. Kurama then watched as Lullaby's healing body rose up once more. The crimson-eyed Exceed released a barrage of fireballs at the behemoth of Zirf, which said behemoth was working to avoid being struck by. Kurama grinned as a final fireball managed to land right in front of the demon and cause a smoke cloud that obscured the demon's vision. Lullaby looked around the smoke cloud as it was suddenly slashed along the arm. You coward! How dare you fight me while I'm blind? I will kill you for sure. Lullaby was ready to play his soul-absorbing tune, but a slash to the jaw shut his mouth. You overgrown piece of driftwood. I happen to like my soul in my body. Kurama chuckled within the smoke. Lullaby was then struck by various flame-covered slashes before a fireball sent the violet-eyed demon soaring out of the smoke cloud and landing face first in the dirt. The minion of Zirf growled as it rose to its feet and turned around upon hearing Kurama's booming laugh. Lullaby blinked, however, when there was no one there. You hide like the coward you are, Kitsune. I know that you fear me, which is why you hide. The flute demon roared. A chuckle from Kurama was heard, and Lullaby turned only to see no one there. Kurama laughed as he appeared behind the taller demon. Why would I hide from you? Lullaby turned, but Kurama vanished in a blur of speed once more. You are far weaker than I. In fact, I've been playing with you the entire time and am merely trying to get a good fight out of you. I could kill you faster than you could blink, but my partner here needs some information from you. Kurama's voice seemed to come from all sides as the speeding kitsune continued to avoid being spotted by his opponent. As if I would tell you. Are that human anything? The demon laughed. However, the seven-tailed kitsune suddenly appeared in Lullaby's face and grinned like the kitsune he was. Then we're going to have to fix that, won't we? Kurama said before releasing a powerful stream of fire in Lullaby's face and scorching the dense wood. Zerif's creation screamed in pain, clutching its face in pain. The demon of Zirf was then lifted by the ankles by 6 of Kurama's tails, 3 wrapped around each ankle, and the demonic kitsune slammed his foe onto the ground. Lullaby grunted as it was raised up once more and slammed into the grasslands again. The process was repeated 3 more times before Kurama threw Lullaby away and sent a large fireball after it. Lullaby turned in midair and cursed as the fireball made contact. A large explosion formed as a result, and the smoke and flames rose up into the dark clouds above. Get up. I know you're still alive, you overgrown piece of driftwood. Kurama said. Ha ha ha. You stupid little furball. You cannot defeat the great Lullaby. Now die. The smoke cloud parted as a large blast of magic energy flew forth. Kurama quickly laid low and avoided the strike, an explosion forming behind him before he tensed his leg muscles and pounced. Lullaby lashed out with a punch and struck Kurama in the face and sent Kurama to the ground. Lullaby then ran forth and kicked the kitsune in the stomach before grabbing onto all 7 of Kurama's tails and swung the tailed beast around. The crimson fox was then thrown skyward before Lullaby took a deep breath. A large magic seal formed in front of its open maw before a destructive beam of magic followed after Kurama. Kurama watched the ascending strike and narrowed his eyes at it. Enveloping his body in fire, Kurama dove downwards as if he were a meteor. Fire rocket! The kitsune yelled before meeting the attack head-on. Seeing the mid-air explosion, Lullaby decided to take a precaution and dug its claws into the earth. A large chunk of earth was lifted up before being tossed at the smoke cloud. However, Kurama flew from the smoke cloud just in time to see the earthen projectile. Lashing out with his 7 tails, Kurama stabbed them into the large chunk of earth. The giant kitsune landed on the ground and then tore apart the earth piece so that he had 7 pieces of rock attached to each tail. He then pelted each one at Lullaby while simultaneously breathing a small fireball so as to set the pieces of rock aflame. Lullaby punched one flaming rock and shattered it. A small wisp of smoke and small bits of rubble were all that remained. The musical demon then twisted to avoid a second and third rock. The 4th struck Lullaby in the knee, sending it to one knee. The 5th struck Lullaby in the face and sent its head reeling backwards. After shaking its head to relieve it of the dizziness, Lullaby saw the 6th and 7th flaming rocks heading towards it. The flute demon quickly clapped its hands and an arc of magic energy flew forth from the point of contact and shattered the flaming projectiles. However, when that was done, Lullaby noticed that Kurama had vanished. The minion of Zirf looked around only for 4 tails to erupt from the ground and bind the demon's limbs. The other 3 then burst into flame and impaled Lullaby through the chest, just above the gaping hole in its stomach. Damn mutt. I don't believe you're in the position to be spouting insults, Lullaby. Kurama snarled before throwing Lullaby aside like a rag doll. Kurama leapt after the downed demon and then converted himself into his bipedal form. Lullaby quickly raised an arm and blocked a flaming punch to the face, but the power from the blow caused Lullaby's wooden arm to suddenly releasing a crack before it was completely broken off and the stump of an arm was beginning to blaze. Taking advantage of the opening he got, Kurama punched Lullaby in the face before twisting and crashing an elbow to the chest. The three-eyed demon was then hit with a powerful uppercut sending Lullaby skyward. The bipedal, seven-tailed kitsune then jumped and performed a backflip, a move which caused his feet to meet Lullaby's chin and sending him higher into the air. The ground rumbled as Kurama landed on the ground, but his leg muscles tensed once more and the kitsune jumped into the air before performing a sweeping, upward kick that struck Lullaby below the torso, just above the hole in the demon's stomach. Another sweeping kick followed afterwards before Kurama clasped his paw-like hands together above his head and crashed them down on Lullaby's skull. The wooden demon screamed in pain before meeting the ground and an imprint of the demon was formed as Kurama reverted into his kitsune form and slammed down on Lullaby's body. Kurama bared his teeth and opened his jaws. Lullaby's three eyes widened in absolute terror as he watched the inside of the gaping maw of the titanic kitsune glow with red light. Crimson flames gathered into a sphere in the center of the jaws of Kurama and Lullaby desperately tried to escape only to find that his arms and legs were pinned down. Kurama's tails had stabbed themselves through the limbs and into the ground and this anchored the terrible three-eyed demon. Kurama. The crimson-furred kitsune paused just as he was about to unleash a Gukakyu on Lullaby and finish him off. The seven-tailed fox turned to see Naruto walking towards him and the downed minion of Zirf. Get off of me. Lullaby was about to release a beam of magic energy only for Kurama's tails to burst into flame. The tails, which were embedded in Lullaby's limbs, burnt the wooden demon causing extreme pain for it. Shut your fucking mouth, Driftwood. Kurama snarled as he stopped his flames. Lullaby growled at the kitsune that lay atop its body before seeing Naruto jump atop said kitsune's head. Now then, Lullaby, I need some information. You were defeated so I will make a compromise. You tell me what I want to know. He then patted Kurama on the head as he continued to talk, and you will have the pleasure of seeing me be merciful and I won't kill you. Please, as if I should believe a word you say. You think you can get me to talk. I am the mighty Lullabaahhhh. Lullaby released a mighty howl of pain as Kurama's tails burst into flame once more, only this time, Kurama allowed the tails to wrap themselves fully around the limbs and began to tug. Splinters of the demon's wooden body flew through the air as Kurama stopped pulling and allowed the flames to die down on his rear appendages. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the demon. Now listen here, demon. I know full well who you are and it is because of that. I came to you to ask for your assistance. Lullaby panted in exertion from screaming so loudly before looking at the red-eyed kitsune and the blue-eyed Dragonslayer. The demon remained silent so Naruto took that as a sign to ask his question. Now then, before you so rudely interrupted me, I know the secrets of living magic. In fact, it is how you and the other demons of Zirf were created. Living magic is a magic that creates a link between the soul of the object created, which is you, and the creator, which would be Zirf. The only thing that can stop the effects of living magic would be to kill the creator, and seeing as how you, Lullaby, are very much alive, it also means your creator, Zirf, is also alive. So what I want to know is. Naruto jumped off of Kurama's head and landed in the center of Lullaby's three eyes and stared into the center one in the middle of the demon's forehead. Where is Zirf? Naruto growled out, his eyes flashing white. Lullaby's violet eyes widened as it stared into the brilliant white eyes of the Apocalypse Dragonslayer. The demon chuckled as it looked at Naruto. You seem well informed, human. Then again, your eyes are similar to that of the beast in the final book of Zirf-sama. As unbelievable as it sounds to me, there is no mistaking it is only one being possesses such eyes. Your eyes tell me that you are, in fact, his Dragonslayer. I never would have thought the reptile would have taken on a Dragonslayer. Your father would know of the effects of Zeref's magic very well. After all, he was subjected to one of Zeref's many magic. Don't change the subject, demon. Where is he? Tell me. Naruto roared as he snapped his fingers. Kurama responded and lit the tails ablaze before ripping off Lullaby's left arm. The demon screamed, eyes wide with pain and fright as Naruto's image appeared very frightening. The cold, unforgiving gaze of the Apocalypse Dragonslayer's white eyes, with flames glowing in the background and a dark cloak swaying in the wind does tend to give that kind of image. Naruto looked at Lullaby and snarled. Where is the black mage? Why don't you ask Acknowledge? He'd probably know. He doesn't. The overgrown garden snake that I call Tu-san has been searching for the great-great-great-grandson of Merlin for over 400 years. He is thought to be dead, but Tu-san knows better than that as he is a dragon and knows that the bastard is still alive. Naruto snapped his fingers again and Kurama ripped off the right arm. Lullaby screamed again. The demon's eyes were now wide with panic as it watched the Dragonslayer and the transformed exceed. You have 3 more chances before you die. Naruto held up 3 fingers. Where is he? Lullaby gulped before replying. I don't know. Zerf vanished off the face of Earthland many years ago. 1. Naruto snarled as he snapped his fingers. Kurama ripped off Lullaby's right leg. I swear I don't know. Zeref is alive, which is why I am alive. Yes, but that doesn't mean that I would know where he is, you annoying human. The demon howled with rage. Naruto's eyes blazed with anger at not getting the answers he wanted. 2. Naruto snapped his fingers for the 4th time and Deliora's final limb was ripped off. Suddenly, all 7 tails of Kurama snaked their way over to the head of the great flute demon. The red flames cast their glows on the pained face of the dismembered demon. Last chance, demon, Naruto stated. Lullaby roared at Naruto only for the Apocalypse Dragonslayer to send the lower jaw back into place with a strong kick. 3. Very well. Then you die, demon. The wind swirled beneath Naruto's feet as he performed Fuden, Tobu. He took to the skies and hovered above the demon. Naruto made a series of hand motions in the air before pointing downward at the limbless demon who was comically trying to move by dragging its chin on the ground. Kurama stepped away and chuckled at the humorous sight of the mighty demon trying to flee, moving like an inchworm. Seal magic. Amaterasu Formula number 88. Naruto muttered as he aimed the palms of his hands at Lullaby. 2 dark violet magic seals formed, one above and one below. 3 smaller, violet magic seals formed on either side of the defeated flute demon. The seal formulas surrounded Lullaby and prevented the demon from escaping. A large sphere of dark violet magic energy accumulated above Lullaby's downed, and now immobile, body. When the spheroid had gained the suitable amount of magic energy for a successful strike, Naruto spread his hands apart. Die. Naruto's hands drew closer to each other. Lullaby snarled as it watched the human that would end its life, but like all demons, they all had the need to survive. So Lullaby said the one thing that came to its mind upon realizing it would truly die at the hands of a human, a fate it did not want to suffer. Deliora. Naruto's hands froze a few centimeters away from each other. The blonde raised an eyebrow while Kurama gained a confused facial expression. Naruto cancelled the magic that fueled his offensive seal magic move and the seals vanished along with the destructive sphere that hovered above Lullaby's head. The blonde Dragonslayer flew down to the dismembered demon and Kurama walked over to it. The two looked at each other before looking at Lullaby. Deliora. They asked simultaneously. The 3-eyed demon nodded its damaged skull. Yes, I'm sure you have heard of the other demon created by my creator and master, the allegedly fearsome, Deliora. Yes, I have. Chu-san said that despite its low intelligence, Deliora was a rather strong demon. Made from the ice and snow where it terrorized many villages and, a few years ago, had brought about the death of the master ice mage, Naruto said as he remembered the information he learned from the Black Dragon and the newspapers of Fury. Lullaby nodded. Yes, Deliora was, never the brightest of us demons. Though, he was one of Zerf-sama's most used demons and Zerf-sama did use him many times during the battles he fought in the icy tundra in the northern areas of Fury. If you wish to know more about Zerf-sama, Deliora may know of his whereabouts. Naruto and Kurama looked at each other and nodded. Do you know where Deliora is? Kurama asked. The flute demon thought for a few moments. Well, as you know, Deliora was said to have been killed by that ice mage you mentioned earlier. However, we demons are immortal so we cannot be killed and as you said, living magic keeps us alive as long as Zerf-sama is alive. However, even if Deliora is still alive, we never got along so, no. I do not know of Deliora's whereabouts. That's an unfortunate lack of information. Very well, I will take what you have given me and I will spare you. Naruto said. Lullaby let out a sigh of relief as he knew that Aknalaja was powerful, having wiped out entire islands with a single blow, and it would be doubt that the mangy reptile's Dragonslayer would be same way if not only a little less stronger. Kurama. The kitsune grinned widely as it was signaled, but turned to Naruto and growled. I don't need your permission to kill it, you stupid brat. Naruto waved him off and Kurama roared at the blonde. The Dragonslayer rolled his eyes as he walked away. Lullaby's eyes widened in surprise. What? But you said if I told you what I knew, you would let me live. Naruto nodded. Yes, I did. I told you that I would let you live. I never said anything about Kurama though. The blonde Dragonslayer replied. Lullaby looked up at the gigantic kitsune, all 7 tails swishing behind it, before the kitsune burst into flames. Have a nice time in hell. Kurama laughed before grabbing onto Lullaby, the red flames snaking their way over the demon's body. The 3-eyed behemoth of Zerf released screams of pain that would make even the most pain-ridden human cringe. The tower of crimson fire climbed into the sky, piercing the clouds as Kurama increased the intensity of his fiery torture. Within minutes, the mighty Lullaby was nothing more than ash that was blown away with the wind. So what do we do now? We have no idea where Deliora is. Kurama said as he reverted into his Exceed form. Pulling the fox head hood over his head, the crimson feline flew over to Naruto and landed atop the golden locks. Naruto looked up at the red-eyed cat as the cat's wings vanished in a flash of white light. I will inform Fu of what I need to know. Naruto took out the small piece of paper that had the matrix that allowed for him to access the telepathic communication with his spy network. Why Fu? Given what you did to her, and I still disagree with you on having done that to her, she's not going to listen to you. She knows the consequences should she choose to disobey. Besides, I offered her an ultimatum. Should she follow my orders without the need for me to activate the Amaterasu Formula number 56 and I can prove her to be trustworthy, something which she still has not displayed on either count, I will remove the seal on her body. Those two phantom mages, Gajeel Redfox and Juvia Loxer, will be offered the same deal. Kurama shook his head as he watched Naruto activate the communication seal for Fu. Naruto, just what the hell is wrong with you? He thought. A lack of hand motions told the Exceed that Naruto did not have to resort to disciplining the Wind Dragonslayer and that Fu had complied, though Kurama could tell from Naruto's annoyed expression that Fu was still willing to question Naruto when he gave her tasks. I swear it's like dealing with a child with Wind Dragon. The blonde pinched his nose. She always asks, why? It's annoying as hell. So is having a seal on your stomach that causes you to forcibly do something against your will. Naruto remained silent at those words, but still glared at the Exceed on his head, who merely glared back with equal force. Naruto adjusted his face mask and cloak before speaking again. We go to Lupinous Town. Lupinous Town. The Exceed raised a curious, non-existent eyebrow. In case Wind Dragon fails in her task, I need an alternative form of information. The Lupinous Town Library. But the library won't have any books on Zerf. Remember, Acknowledge told you in a history lesson that back in X350, when Zerf was thought to have finally been defeated since he had seemingly vanished for many years, they burned all books relating to him and his creations. True, but I'm sure Minerva will manage a way to get me some information. Kurama couldn't argue with that. Despite knowing the woman for a short period of time, the times when the duo had returned to get information on certain things that Naruto's growing spy network would not get, the old woman always had managed to help them with getting the answers. Naruto flew into the air and he looked at Kurama as the pyromaniacal Exceed tapped him on the head. What? He asked the red-eyed cat. Kurama grinned as he looked at his partner. Can we get fire whiskey on the way there? The blonde shrugged before taking off, leaving only a sonic boom behind. The next day Fairy Tail Guild, Magnolia Town. Oi, pass the booze. Get it yourself, you lazy bastard. What did you call me? You heard me, lazy bastard. Alright, that's it. The happiness that was felt in Fairy Tail knew no bounds. Mirajan Strauss, former S-class mage and takeover magic master, watched as a few of the guild members were fighting each other in the daily brawl. She looked at the clock on the wall and frowned a bit. It had been 2 days since the strongest team had left for their mission. It was only an A-rank mission, and with Urza there, Mirajan had no doubt it wouldn't take less than a day for the team to complete the mission and another day to just rest and then return to the guild. Makarov had returned from his meeting with the other guild masters before them, and Mira was sure that they would have reached back before, or at least with, the third master. They're fine, Mira-chan. I'm sure of it, the elderly man assured her as he adjusted the blue and orange gesture-like hat atop his head. True, I wouldn't doubt you, master. The silver-haired woman smiled. Makarov gave her a goofy grin before taking a sip from his mug of ale. So how was your meeting, master? HMPH, boring as usual. Jose didn't show up, as usual. The third master of Fairy Tail spoke as he downed another mug of ale. Mira took the mug and refilled it for the old man before handing it back to him. Well, you did completely embarrass him by defeating him in front of the other guild masters. It would take a miracle for Jose to show his face at a guild masters meeting again. The silver-haired woman spoke. Makarov nodded at the curvaceous barmaid. True, but Makarov paused in his dialogue when there was the sound of loud knocking, or in this case, slamming, against the door. The entire guild became silent when they saw the doors slowly creak open. The light shadowed the figures that entered the guild, but from the large cart of luggage that appeared behind them, they knew that Natsu and the others had returned. Hey, Natsu's back. Urza-chan is too. Lucy, Happy, Gray. Welcome back. The guild members all cheered for the safe return of their nakama. However, everyone became silent when the shadows fell away to reveal Gray and Lucy pulling in the cart of luggage. Happy flew through the air with his head dropped low like everyone else's. Insert music. Fairy Tail main theme, slow version. Hey guys, what's wrong? Macau asked. Being sad after a mission is not very manly. Elfam yelled as he tensed his biceps. The three strongest team members remained silent and everyone's eyes widened when they saw the state that Natsu and especially Urza were in. Natsu was bruised and battered, but he continued to walk through towards Makarov with the severely damaged Urza Scarlet. The blood from his own wounds and her own had mixed together, so no one knew if it was both of them or if it was just Urza that was bleeding. Natsu. Urza. Mira exclaimed as she ran up to them. Natsu's face was in a deep frown and Mira stopped a few feet from the pink-haired son of Igniel. Nat. Su. Mira muttered as she reached out to touch him, to get his attention. However, Natsu merely clutched Urza tighter before looking up at the silver-haired woman. Kuso. The Dragonslayer cursed as he finally lost the feeling in his legs and he tumbled forward with Urza. The two damaged members fell to the ground. Natsu was now unconscious, and the others immediately went into a panic. They asked who had done it, what had happened and the other obvious questions. Makarov watched his downed children and the magic power he gave off due to his anger was more than enough to silence the rowdy guild. Makarov watched as Mira and Elfin and a few other guild members gently aided in helping up the two unconscious members of their family. Mira, Elfman, Macau and Wakaba. You four take Urza and Natsu to the medical ward. The two Strauss siblings and the two senior members nodded at the order. Kana. Get Lucy, Happy and Gray for me. Tell them to come to my quarters. I wish to speak to them of what happened. The booze drinking card user nodded as she placed down her barrel of rum and went to get the three. Makarov then turned to the others. The rest of you, you will not ask. You will not do or say anything that relates to whatever situation my damaged children have recently faced. That is an order, am I understood? But Master, Levy spoke. Makarov turned to the blue-haired solid script mage. I said, am I understood? Levy, the Titan magic user said as if acid were on his tongue. The brown-eyed girl gulped as she took note of the fury in her master's eyes and merely nodded. Jet and Droy watched as Makarov walked silently back to his office. The other guild members then began to whisper amongst themselves as they came up with ideas as to what happened to their nakama. They all turned their heads as they saw Kana leading Lucy, Happy and Gray, all with their heads down in shame, to the master's office. Just know that the master keeps everything that is said within that room, within the room. What happens in the master's office, stays in the master's office. Also, if you need a friend to talk to afterwards, I, along with everyone else, is willing to listen to you and comfort you. Okay, Kana assured her friends with a small smile. The three nodded without even looking up as they entered Makarov's office. The wizard saint smiled warmly at the three. Lucy, Gray, Happy, how are you three? Lucy, you're as lovely as ever, and Gray, your pants are still on. That's a miracle in my book. Makarov laughed. Gray and Lucy looked up from the floor and watched Makarov in the eye, and the elderly man continued to keep on the happy face, until it finally degenerated into the serious expression that was hidden behind it. Happy, you and those two probably experienced something very traumatic, and as Kana said, what happens in my office, stays in my office unless you want to tell your fellow guild mates about what happened. Makarov explained. Lucy's brown eyes lined with tears as she opened her mouth to speak, but a lump formed in her throat and her words refused to exit her vocal cords. Said words only came out in the form of a sob as Lucy fell to her knees, her face in her hands, and began to cry. Makarov thanked whatever deity that existed for silencing runes. He looked at the newest member of the guild and clenched his hands into fists before looking at Gray and Happy, who were gritting their teeth with rage, but the frustration and sadness was shown in their eyes. Gray, Happy, I understand if you don't wish to talk about what happened, but as a parent, I need to know what happened to my children. Please, I want to help you all. I will do whatever it takes to punish the person or thing that did such a horrendous thing as to make Natsu and Urza bleed. A parent does not like to see the blood of his children, so please, just tell me. He said in a calm, grandfatherly tone. Lucy tucked her knees close to her large chest as Happy lay atop her blonde head of hair. Gray sighed as he realized that he would have to be the one to relay what happened to them. He took a deep breath of air to calm his nerves before speaking. It was after the member of Eisenwald who held the flute, Lullaby, had gotten away. We followed him on a magic four-wheeler and caught up to him, in time to see him killed with the rest of Eisenwald. Makarov's eyes widened. Killed, he exclaimed. Gray nodded. By whom? The wizard saint asked. Gray gulped as he remembered the cold and unforgiving blue eyes of one Ogano Fujin, which was not an image he was fond of remembering. The SS-class criminal, the man, no, the monster, that was labeled as, flee on sight. Gray said. You met the Ogano Fujin and the Onabi Myobu? Makarov asked as he clenched the edge of his desk where he sat. Gray nodded as he continued his tale. He told the master of how Naruto and Kurama, well mostly Naruto, had easily taken them down without even breaking a sweat. How that the blonde was even more capable than Urza in the acts of swordplay and managed to defeat her and put her in the state she was currently in. Finally, he told him what the blonde Dragonslayer had told them. About his views on killing, on the acts of guilds, of them, of their family, of how they were weak. A loud snap echoed throughout the room as Makarov, Gray, Lucy and Happy all stared at the large piece of broken oak wood that Makarov had snapped off, having unconsciously made his arms shift partially into their muscular, titan forms. The guild master looked at the wood in his hands before throwing them aside against the wall, embedding them in there. I see. Well, I think you all should take a good rest now. Go back to your homes and sleep. Happy, I know you will wait with Natsu, so you can stay here in the guild at the medical ward until Natsu is able to leave. Makarov told the Exceed. The winged cat nodded with a small smile. Thank you, Master. The cat hugged the man's cranium before flying out of the door as Lucy and Gray exited. The other members of the guild watched silently as Lucy and Gray walked out of the guild with merely a wave and a small smile, when the smile was from Lucy. Happy flew alongside the elder Drayar toward the medical wing of the guild and Makarov sighed. Natsu is going to be so loud today, the old man stated. Actually, Natsu has been quiet ever since our encounter. Happy said. Makarov raised an eyebrow at that. Really? Knowing Natsu, I thought he would be all hyped up to go and train so that he could fight again and be ready to take on the Fujin, as useless as it would seem because the Ogana Fujin is an impossible opponent for anyone below S class, or at least below Guildarts level because Urza was defeated soundly from what Gray told me. Makarov said, an edge to his voice as he recalled what Gray told him. Natsu was spoken to more than the rest of us, and it really hit him hard. He damaged Natsu's pride as the Dragonslayer of Igneal. Happy replied. I see. Makarov frowned. A blow to one's pride and mind was much worse than any physical wound because it could change a person, and Makarov was afraid that what Naruto told his pink-haired child would cause Natsu to change. Well, guess we'll have to see when I talk to the boy. Medical ward, Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov and Happy entered the medical ward and looked at the many empty beds, but focused intently on the two occupied ones. Urza was hooked up to a blood supply to raise her blood count back to suitable levels while also being pumped with enough morphine to lessen the pain and anesthesia to keep her asleep. Natsu, on the other hand, and to Makarov and Happy's surprise, was wide awake and staring out the window with a lost expression on his face. Natsu. Happy called out to his best friend. The pink-haired Dragonslayer didn't reply as he continued to stare outside the window. Makarov walked up to the bed, Happy still flying next to him, and hopped atop the bed. Upon feeling something, Natsu blinked as he became aware of the fact that the old man was in his room. Oh, hey Ji-chan, when did you get here? He asked. Just a while ago. I heard what happened to you all from Gray. Happy wanted to come and keep you company. Makarov gave the son of Igneal a small smile. Natsu gave a toothy grin as he grabbed the Exceed and pulled him into a hug. Aw shucks, Happy. I didn't know you were worried. Sorry about that, buddy. Natsu laughed as he noogied the little feline. The winged, blue cat laughed a bit as Natsu stopped assaulting his noggin, but then Happy frowned. Natsu, I've known you since I hatched. You don't have to be happy just because I'm here. I felt what you felt when we fought that monster. Happy said. Natsu kept the grin on his face, but then the smile turned upside down as the gazes of Happy and Makarov got through to him. Natsu, I see you as one of my own, just like everyone else in Fairy Tale. I've said what I needed to say to Gray, Lucy and Happy. When Urza wakes, I will talk to her, but seeing as how you are awake now, I want to hear what you need to say. I've got nothing to say, Ji-chan. That wind-using bastard was strong and he beat me because I was weak. Natsu clutched the blankets tightly, his teeth gritting together. Natsu, Happy whispered as he watched his best friend and surrogate father try to stop himself from breaking down in front of the person he saw as a grandfather. Happy. The feline nodded at the elderly man's words and took it as his cue to exit the premises. Sprouting his wings, the Exceed flew out of the medical wing. Get better quick, Natsu. Happy called out before actually leaving the medical wing. A deafening silence filled the air as Natsu watched out the window, and then at his blanket. Everyone fails once in a while, Natsu. You don't have to be this depressed over one little loss. One little loss, Natsu whispered before his body began to tremble violently. One little loss. Is that what you think it was, Ji-chan? One little fucking loss. Natsu's head snapped up, a storm of emotions evident in his dark eyes. Natsu, I'm only trying to. No, Ji-chan, don't try to console me. Natsu roared. He was right. The bastard was right. I train hard, yes, but the thing is that we've never faced anyone like him. I got overconfident because of who I am. I took the name of Fairy Tale, the strongest guild, for granted and merely saw my title as a fairy tale mage to represent my strength. I stopped training as hard as I used to when I was with Igneal. Makarov remained silent as he watched Natsu's hand start to release wisps of white smoke. He called me a disgrace to Dragonslayers, Ji-chan. Natsu now had tears dropping from his eyes and Makarov did the only thing he could do. He hugged the boy. Natsu cried into the older man's shoulder, staining the orange and blue jacket with his tears. I never felt so weak and helpless in my life, Ji-chan. He sobbed. He hurt Urza and belittled us. His magic hit us hard and his words hit us even harder and I couldn't do one fucking shit to stop him. It's okay, Natsu. It's okay. We all meet people that are stronger than us. You of all people should know that. I mean, you still aim to defeat Urza, Laxus and even Guildarts. You see those strong people as your goals to become stronger. So use the monster of a man who defeated you as another stepping stone, another goal, another reason to get stronger. Natsu froze at that and Makarov raised an eyebrow when Natsu pulled back. He said, "The bastard told me that he met others like me. Other Dragonslayers. He said he even trained one and made that person strong." Makarov's eyes hardened as he watched the pink-haired fire mage. Natsu. No. But Ji-chan, he said he made that person strong. Maybe if I learned too I could. Makarov increased the size of his right hand and punched Natsu's skull. He then pushed the boy against the wall and Natsu coughed as he felt the pressure on his chest. Natsu, that so-called god, is nothing but a demon in human form. If you go to him, he would have succeeded in absolutely defeating you. You lost the battle, but the war is not over. If you go back to try and find him, you will have lost and I will have failed you as a parent. A parent does not want to lose their child, Natsu. He said family and all the bonds we had, they made us weak. They made everyone in our guild weak, master. Makarov's eyes widened. Natsu had never, in the entire time he was at Fairy Tail, addressed him as by his title. It was always Ji-chan or Makarov Gigi on a few counts. You taught me that making friends, having bonds with other people is what makes someone strong, that believing in yourself and the need to protect my nakama will make me more powerful than any mage I will ever face. So, I went into that fight with that mindset, and look where it got me. I have 4 broken ribs and multiple lacerations on me. He took my beliefs, our beliefs, and he crushed them in one fell swoop. He defeated Gray, Urza and me without even breaking a sweat. Natsu said as he showed Makarov the bandages. I don't know what to believe in anymore, master. Natsu's fists burst into flames and he threw his fists backwards, slamming them against the wall and blowing out the bricks and cement, leaving 2 gaping holes in the medical wing's wall. Makarov sighed as he watched the confusion and inner struggle Natsu was currently undergoing. The Titan magic user removed his hand from Natsu's chest and rested it atop the rosette's head. Listen to me, my child. There are many different ways to become powerful and many different ways for people to seem unbeatable. The first master and second master of Fairy Tail taught me what I have taught you and the other members of our family. Fairy Tail's strength comes from their friendship and the desire to protect one another. However, just because you believe that, does not mean you will always emerge victorious. Your battle with the Ogana Fujin and Anabi Myobu proved that. In fact, you and the others are lucky to have even emerged alive from that fight. Makarov paused as he saw Natsu raise his head slightly, showing he was actually paying attention to him. There are certain types of people in this world who gain power. Some are those who believe that friendship, love, family and whatnot, are mere hindrances, obstacles that block their potential and so they rid themselves of all bonds so they have no one to protect. In fact, you should know Natsu, that people who act like this have often experienced loss or abandonment so as to protect themselves from being hurt emotionally ever again. Cutting off your emotions can give you strength, but it can also be one's Achilles heel if you exploit the emotions one actually keeps bottled up from the loss they experienced prior to their cutting off of their emotions. Do you think that's what happened to him? Natsu asked. I don't know, it could be possible or not. Now then, the other type of people in this world, they are ones who believe power alone is what makes them great mages. As a result, they spend their entire lives training and pushing themselves past their limits while never doing anything else besides eating and sleeping as they see anything beyond that as a waste of their time. So, I shouldn't train? Natsu asked. Makarov shook his head. Oh no, I'm not saying that. You should train Natsu, after all you said it yourself. Ever since you left Igneel, you said you stopped training as hard as you once had. Now while what the Fujin said is right in some aspects, he is also wrong. What you believe in, what Fairy Tail believes in, is what makes us strong. Do not ever forget that Natsu. What I have taught you, it has made who you are, Natsu. You are a strong-willed, determined and powerful mage, but you still need some fine-tuning. That is why, after you are all healed and ready to go, I will arrange for you to leave on a training trip with an old friend of mine. Natsu's head snapped up at that and his eyes were wide with shock. Really? Makarov nodded with a wide smile. Yes, but, only you are to go on this trip. Not even Happy can accompany you. Natsu noticed the serious look on his master's face and he deflated slightly upon learning he couldn't even take his best friend with him. Alright, master. And stop with the master thing already, it's not like you. Even if we are being serious, I am your Ji-chan, am I not? Natsu laughed at the old man before nodding. Gotcha, Ji-chan. Makarov nodded before leaping off the bed and exited the medical wing. While Natsu was busy punching the air to show his excitement at having someone teach him and have him become stronger, Makarov's friendly face had immediately changed to the serious expression he had shown to Natsu earlier. Makarov looked up to see Mirajan and the other mages standing in the guild hall with faces that displayed innocence, but Makarov knew they had all heard what he had discussed with Natsu when the Dragonslayer blew 2 holes in the medical wing. Luckily they didn't hear his conversation with Urza. I'm going to have to fix those later, he thought. The old master waved his hand. Yo, Mira-chan. Yes, master. The silvery white-haired beauty smiled. Can you hand me the communication lacrima? I need to make an important call. Mira nodded as she handed the yellow orb to the mustached man. Makarov thanked the curvy woman, stretching his arm with Titan magic and slapped her on the ass. Master. The elderly man laughed as he sped into his office with Mira hurling a glass mug after him. However, the third master managed to shut the door, causing the glass to shatter against it rather than against the old man's cranium. Makarov wiped the tear from his eye from laughing so hard before locking the door. He went to his desk and set the lacrima down on the wooden surface, careful to avoid the parts he had broken off so that he wouldn't get a splinter. I need to fix that too. His sweat dropped before he placed his hand on the lacrima. Pumping a small amount of magic energy into the orb, Makarov smiled when he saw the image of the person he wanted to see. Hello. Oh, hey master. Yo. Good to see you're in good health, my old friend. Makarov smiled before he showed the serious expression he had donned earlier. So what did you call me for? You usually don't call unless it's an emergency. What's wrong? The man on the other end asked. Well, I can't depend on Laxus for this, and Mistogan is always in and out, so you're the only one I can ask to do this. Guild Arts. Insert music. Fairy Tale Dark Guild. Grimoire Heart Airship. Skies of Fury. Ultir Milkovich watched into her teal lacrima as she contacted her sister. Yugito, how has your progress on finding and or spying on the two targets been going? Ultir asked. Yugito sighed as she pinched the bridge of her nose. Well, Imouto. Ultir's left eye twitched at her twin's title for her. Your little boyfriend has been rather busy and his trail was a bit hard to follow due to him being nearly all over Fury. Luckily, Matabi had detected the presence of the Myobu in a clearing, well more like a battleground because the place is charred beyond recognition. Anyway, from what we saw, he was apparently looking for information when he had the Kitsune take down Lullaby for him. The Onabi Myobu took down the demon of Zirf. And he's not my boyfriend. NYA, whatever. Well, from what your book said, Lullaby was actually a lesser demon compared to the other demons of Zirf. Anyway, he seemed to have interrogated the demon and is now searching for something called Deliora. I'm not much of a history person, but last I checked, Deliora was killed by Okaa-chan to save Fullbuster several years ago. Right now, he's headed in the direction of Lupinus Town and we are following them. I see. Good work, Yugito. Ahem. Ultir rolled her eyes when a pair of pupil-less eyes, one green and one yellow, stared at her. You too, Matabi. Just don't lose sight of Fujin. He appears to be doing some suspicious work if he interrogated Lullaby, if that's even possible. Alright, Imouto NYA. We'll keep an eye on your little boy toy, NYA. Ultir's face turned red with embarrassment and rage towards her blonde twin before snarling at her. Just do your job. Bye, Ul-chan. The blue and black cat said before the image disappeared. Ultir sighed as she put away her lacrima and pinched the bridge of her nose. I swear, I'm going to die from high blood pressure because of those two. Ultir then looked when she heard the sound of footsteps. Two grimoire heart grunts walked up to the dark purple-haired woman before bowing to her. Ultir-sama, your guests are here and Hades-sama requested you and your guests go to him. The grunts informed her. Ultir nodded. Thank you, I will. The grunts bowed again before leaving her. Ultir then headed for the transporter room that allowed for occupants of the airship to come and go, or allowed for a foreign party to enter the ship, with permission from the airship's ruler of course. Ultir smiled as she spotted her two guests and walked over to them. Ah, you made it. Come, Master Hades is expecting us. Damn, I didn't know they had sexy bitches like you on this thing. The smaller of the two exclaimed with a male voice. The other guest remained absolutely silent. Ultir frowned at the talkative one before ushering them to Master Hades's chambers. The smaller guest tilted his head to the side a bit to look at Ultir's ass from a different angle before wiping away the small nosebleed he suffered from. The two guests and Ultir entered the quarters of the Grimoire Heart leader who sat on his throne, hidden in the shadows. Ultir, my child, and welcomed guests. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hades, master of Grimoire Heart. And the smaller guest yawned and Hades raised an eyebrow at him. We know who you are already, just tell us why we're here and what sexy here brought us for. The smaller one looked at Ultir as he said that before turning to his taller companion who still remained quiet. Hades frowned at the comment before turning to Ultir. Are you sure these are the two you spoke of who are to replace Azuma and Zancro? I am sure, master, but they were much less talkative in their interview. The daughter of said. Well, master, I shall introduce them to you. The smaller of the two was a sand-colored cat, an exceed, with black, vein-like markings on its body. The tail of the cat resembled that of a raccoon's or a tanuki's tail and seemed to be very spiky due to the small, yet pointy-looking protrusions that followed the length of its tail. It had a concave, jagged mouth and the cat's claws were a very light brown, so it was distinguishable from the cat's fur, and were tipped with a deep shade of blue, making it look almost black. The tips of its ears were a dark blue and its small nose was black. The cat's eyelids and sclera were pitch black, but the irises were a deep golden yellow. The pupil was in the shape of a four-pointed star that appeared to split the iris into 4 quarters. Each quarter had a single black dot placed in it. The taller one was a 20-year-old man with dark red hair. He had pale skin and wore full-length dark trousers, with a pair of laces on each leg, respectively a few inches below the waist and the knees, a long-sleeved crimson coat with flaring hemlines on the front and the back, a gray holster vest held in place by a single strap over his left shoulder and by 2 buckled belts which the man used to keep the large gourd he had attached to his back, suspended. He also wore another pair of casually worn belts around his waist. His pale green eyes, which were void of any pupils, stared emotionlessly at Hades. These are the 2 new kin of Purgatory, masters of sand magic, Shukaku and Subaku no Gara. Lupinous Town, Fariy, year X 784. Naruto and Kurama flew towards the town where they first met the Wind Dragonslayer, Fu, the daughter of Cyclonus. It had been 1 week's travel to reach the town, not including breaks to eat, sleep and train. During that time, Naruto was given his briefing from Gajeel and Juvia on the plans that Phantom Lord had. The Iron Dragonslayer and Water Dragonslayer were rather obedient towards him, as a result he never had to use the seals he had placed upon them during their initial meeting in Oak Town. Seems that Jose has decided to make a bold move, Naruto thought as he and Kurama neared the edge of Lupinous. Flashback. 2 days ago, unknown location. Naruto and Kurama were currently taking a break from their flight towards Lupinous Town. Given how that they were in no actual rush to reach the town, the Apocalypse Dragonslayer took the advice of his feline companion and stopped to recuperate his magic reserves and eat. Seal magic. Pocket dimension. Naruto spoke as he made a few hand motions in the air. A gateway opened up to reveal Naruto's stockpile of food which he kept for the occasion in which both he and Kurama required sustenance. As they began to eat, Naruto felt a small pulse of magic. The blonde stopped chewing the sandwich he was currently eating and reached into the inner pocket of his cloak and removed the paper which bore the communication seal. Who is it? Kurama asked as he watched the glowing seals on the slip of paper. Well, it has been approximately 1 week, so it may be Red Fox or Loxer from Phantom Lord. It could also be Fu with information on Deliora's location. The blonde replied as he poured a small amount of magic energy into the seal to activate the telepathic link. Speak. Naruto thought to the person on the other end of the telepathic link. Insert music. Naruto Zetsu's theme. Oi Fujin. The gruff voice on the other end spoke, revealing that it was in fact the Iron Dragonslayer. Gajeel-san, Juvia thinks that speaking with the Ogana Fujin like that will get us in trouble with him. The daughter of Levia said. Loxer. Red Fox, what information do you have for me? Your weekly reports have only been about nothing major happening within the guild other than Jose mumbling about fairy tale again. If that is what you have to say, then you may cancel the link. Actually. Juvia paused as she was at war with herself, trying to figure out if she should tell the person who held the ability to harm her and make it seem as if her body was on fire, about the secret plan her guild had. What is it, Water Dragon? Naruto asked. Jose plans to attack Fairy Tail and cause a guild war. Gajeel thought to Naruto. Juvia gasped. Gajeel-san. That information was secret and we swore to Master Jose that. Loxer. Naruto snarled. May I remind you that I have you and the Iron Dragonslayer under my command. Should you wish to withhold information from me will result in consequences I have informed you and your fellow Dragonslayer of. Why yes, Fujin-san. Juvia stuttered. Now then, Red Fox, you have told me that Phantom Lord plans to wage war with Fairy Tail. Exactly that. He plans to attack exactly 2 months from now, as he needs to make preparations and make it so that he will actually lure Makarov Drayar, the master of Fairy Tail, into attacking our quarters in Oak Town. Your master seems quite devious, it seems. From what I know, Makarov Drayar is not one to induce conflict, nor would he go to war unless something drastic were to happen to the guild or the guild members. Master Jose is a tactical individual. He will most likely look to cover the act of causing the guild war by using something else. However, Fujin-san, Juvia does not know what Master Jose will do to cover for that. Juvia thought. It does not matter, Water Dragon. You and Red Fox have done well to pass this on to me, as I would have expected your loyalty to your guild would interfere with that. If you continue with this, those seals on your stomachs may soon be removed and you will have earned my trust. Naruto thought. Shut it, Fujin. We don't want your trust. We want our freedom, because if it weren't for you, this never would have been happening in the first place. Gajeel growled. Naruto's eyes narrowed before he snapped his fingers, and Gajeel's efforts to stifle his screams were heard. Gajeel-san. The Water Dragonslayer cried out in alarm. Naruto snapped his fingers again and Gajeel's wheezing was heard. You little fucker. The black-haired man snarled. If you were in front of me, I would kick your blonde ass so hard. You would be wise to not aggravate me, Iron Dragon. I possess skills that could end you in a matter of seconds, so I would suggest you keep your mouth shut. I expect you to keep me updated on Jose's plans. The same goes for you, Water Dragon. Juvia gulped audibly and nodded on end of the communication. Why yes, Fujin-san. Juvia understands. Naruto sighed before cutting the connection. He looked up, finding himself staring into Kurama's crimson irises. So. Apparently Jose plans to wage war with Fairy Tail. Naruto said. Kurama's tail twitched in surprise. Really? Causing a guild war would result in automatic disbanding of the guild as well as placing the guild master in harm's way by being labeled as a dark mage. Would Jose really risk his guild and its reputation all over a single rivalry? So it would seem, Furball. Naruto said, a smirk forming on his face as Kurama's eye twitched at the insulting nickname. Watch your words, brat. I'm not afraid to go and kick your ass. Kurama growled, fire forming in his paws. The kitsune-costumed cat climbed up on his hind limbs, walking up to Naruto before jumping atop his head and nestling there. So what do you plan to do when Phantom Lord goes to war? Besides, why are you interested in this thing? I know you have a liking for destruction, but why involve yourself with this? You have nothing to gain from this guild war. Naruto patted Kurama on the head at that and Kurama looked down at the Apocalypse Dragonslayer. Kurama. You underestimate me. Though I would have nothing to gain from participating in the war, it does not mean I would not benefit from the aftermath of said war. The aftermath? Kurama questioned. Naruto nodded as he told the red-furred cat his plan. Kurama listened to him before his grin became similar to that of the one that would form in his kitsune state. Ah, I see. Well, you are right to say I underestimated you. Your cunning certainly is improving as that plan certainly has merit, but you're going to have go a bit higher at some point if you wish to meet mine. Shut it, Furball. Naruto growled as the two returned to their meal of sandwiches and fire whiskey. End flashback. But I cannot focus on the Phantom Lord cause right now. Right now, I have a demon to locate. The son of the Black Dragon thought before he and Kurama landed at the end of the town. Naruto's face mask was currently down and his hood down, exposing his blonde hair to the world. Currently, the only people who knew of him being the Ogana Fujin and knew his true face were Fu, Chome and the librarian at Lupinus Library, Minerva. It was a rather debatable cost of earning the former Rune Knight captain as an ally and informant, but in the end, he and Kurama revealed themselves to the old woman. Truth be told, the old woman had suspected of Naruto's identity the first time they met due to the fact he hesitated in speaking his name, though Naruto still didn't trust her enough with his actual name, so Minerva still kept to calling him Minato. Her reaction to Kurama's being the demon fox that people feared brought surprise to her though, however, knowing full well that both of them were strong and would not hesitate in getting rid of all links to her should she call in the Rune Knights, she would be dead and they would be out of sight and out of town in a matter of seconds. In the end, she complied with being their source of information with respect to things he would not be able to find through his small spy network. As a result of her constant aid and how she treated him just like anyone else despite his criminal status, she had earned a place among Naruto's trustworthy people. Come on, we need to reach at Minerva's location and see if she has any information on Deliora before people begin to suspect me being my alias. Naruto said. Kurama leapt off of Naruto's head as he landed and floated next to him with a blank look on his face. Naruto, let's be honest here. You have walked through numerous towns and villages with your face mask and hood down. If it weren't for the face mask, people would have recognized you from the moment they laid eyes you and your hair as the spitting image of your wanted posters. This proves that humans are too stupid to recognize you for you without your face mask up. Ergo, no one is going to suspect you of being the Ogana Fujin. The same could go for Ash and Team Rocket. So many disguises that are obvious to revealing who they and Ash and the others still can't tell them apart. You have a point there, Furball. Of course, brat. I am the brilliant and great Kurama. Kurama said, puffing his chest out with pride. Naruto rolled his eyes at the kitsune-dressed Exceed, but stopped when they saw a familiar head of mint green hair and a dark blue Exceed with 4 insect-like wings buzzing on its back. Seems your sibling and Wind Dragon are here. Naruto said with a cold tone of voice. Kurama nodded. The two neared the daughter of Cyclonus and Chome before stopping a few feet in front of them. Hey there, Minato Tem. Fu spoke the name as if it were acid on her tongue. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. Last he checked, he had given his actual name to the Wind Dragonslayer and her Exceed companion, but he took no heed to. It wasn't his fault that he still went by the name of Minato to them. Fu. Naruto nodded to her. Chome hissed at the blonde before charging at him. Naruto raised his eyebrow at the Exceed as he raised a hand and stopped the insect-like winged cat from scratching at his face. I'll kill you for doing that to Fu-chan. Chome yelled as her arms waved wildly, trying to mar the Dragonslayer's facial features. I told her, I do not trust easily and this is to ensure she will remain loyal to me as well as keep her in check. Naruto suddenly let go when he felt something sharp stab into his palm. He looked to see Chome's body covered by some sort of armor and a growing horn, similar to that of a rhinoceros beetle's, growing from her forehead. Her body began to morph and twist, becoming more insect-like. Naruto was not one to be surprised, but this did surprise him. Sure, watching felines become different creatures weren't uncommon to him as he had seen Kurama and Kokuo do this, but Chome's transformation made his eyes widen in fascination as Chome was now a six-winged and one-tailed kabutomushi beetle that was the size of a wolf, but was now growing in size. Kurama flew in front of Chome as he felt the negative emotions coming from his sibling. He rested a paw against her horn and his crimson eyes shone as he looked into the armored face the elephant-sized beetle. Genjutsu no Kitsune. The red-furred Exceed said as his eyes shone brighter. Chome's kabutomushi form suddenly froze and just as quickly as she had changed, she reverted back to her original feline form and Herrera magic being inactive. Chome was now just a regular cat again. Kurama handed his younger sister to Fu and then flew back over to Naruto. Fu looked at the Exceed in her arms before looking up at Kurama. What did you do to her? Fu asked with amazement. When Chome transforms, she is practically impossible to control. It's something only I, as a kitsune, can do. Genjutsu, the act of casting illusions that affects the mind to the point that I can affect all five senses simultaneously. The daughter of Cyclonus gained a look of recognition towards the Exceed. Insert music. Naruto evil theme. Now then, I believe you have some information for us, Wind Dragon. Kurama stated in a monotone. Fu watched the winged cat before nodding. Yeah, so I did as Minato instructed and went out to look for this thing, Deliora. What it was, where it came from and whatnot. Deliora is apparently. We know about Deliora. Demon of Zirf and the one that the ice mage, had supposedly killed in battle. Naruto said. Fu nodded. Yes, that Deliora, so I guess I can skip that part. Well, I went snooping in the Dark Guild underground and apparently something relating to a demon came up. Continue. The blonde said, his interest having been caught by the Wind Dragonslayer. Well, do you know of the Dark Guild? Grimoire Heart. Fu asked. Naruto and Kurama's eyes narrowed at the mention of the Dark Guild. We are familiar with them. Those two members, the Fire Godslayer Magic and the Great Tree Arc User were the two I had defeated on the day you had chosen to save me. Fu nodded, remembering that seemingly cataclysmic battle very vividly. Well, Grimoire Heart is apparently looking for the demons of Zirf as well. One of the guilds that works under them, Kuroyuki, had let loose a little of info saying how that Grimoire Heart was looking for some sort of keys to awaken the Black Wizard Zirf, which is impossible since the guy is dead. Fu chuckled, shaking her head, and they think that the demons have something to do with those keys. Naruto and Kurama watched the girl with a look of satisfaction. Well done, Wind Dragon. Naruto said. The pink-eyed girl gave a grin of pride. Thanks Minato Tem, you owe me and Chome big time. He rolled his eyes at his fellow Dragonslayer. I owe you nothing. Your services have helped me, though you annoy me to no end when I give you the instructions with those constant, why? Questions. I should kill you for that, but I won't waste my skills on someone like you. Fu grinned. You're welcome, Minato Tem. Naruto sighed and Kurama laughed. Why do you insist on using both my real name and my fake name? Because you said to be sure to keep your identity a secret or else I will suffer the consequences. Fu snarled at him, an act which he ignored. However, I will use your actual name when I am sure that we are in a place where people won't suspect you and Kurama for being your criminal counterparts. I see. Of course, Minato Tem. Naruto gripped his hair, threatening to pull it out at the green-haired girl giggled at him. She's gonna give you gray hairs, brat. Shut up you mangy cat. Naruto said as he comically began to strangle the Exceed. After Kurama managed to free himself from the death grip around his throat, Naruto, Kurama, Fu and an unconscious Chome, who was being held by said Wind Dragonslayer, headed for the Lupinous Town Library where the elderly woman was shown to be waiting for them at the front desk. Naruto turned to Kurama and Fu. You two will wait here. I will talk to Minerva-san alone. Browse if you get bored, Wind Dragon. I know how difficult it is for you to stay still. Naruto ordered. Don't tell me what to do. Fu growled. Naruto raised his hand and Fu flinched out of fear and reflex that he was going to activate the seal on her stomach only for him to brush away a piece of dust on his cloak. Naruto walked up to the woman and gave her a small wave. Ah, Minato-kun. Nice to see you again. The librarian said as she adjusted her glasses. The woman was dressed in the same garb that Naruto had first seen her wear, which was the reddish-violet dress, shoes and her silvery gray hair tied up in a bun. Minerva-san. He greeted his informant. So my boy, what brings you here? Minerva asked. Naruto walked up to the old woman and sat at the chair that lay in front of her desk. Minerva-san, I need some information regarding the demon of the Black Mage, Zirf. Minerva's grandmotherly smile immediately dropped at the mention of the great-great-great-grandson of Merlin. The mentioning of that name is taboo across the entirety of Earthland. The man has been dead for over 400 years and his creations with him. What could you possibly gain from learning about him and his demon soldiers? Minerva asked with an icy glare. I encountered a guild which I quickly dispatched of Eisenwald. Oh, that was you who killed them. Should have suspected that, but you also killed 3 Rune Knight squadrons in the process. It was their fault for getting in the way. In the way of what? Exactly what I was going to tell you. I found the flute, lullaby. A rather weak demon that gave Kurama a bit of trouble since the damn Kitsune wanted to play around with it. So you found the cursed flute of Zirf. I see now why you chose to come to me to look for information regarding the Black Mage and his demons. My library has a hidden archive for things regarding the taboo. As with regard to your comment on Kurama, well, you know hunters like to play with their food before they finish them off. Minerva said with a chuckle. The blonde looked at the gray-haired woman before continuing. Yes, well, we took down the demon and it told us that Deliora, the demon supposedly said to be defeated by Ice Mage Master, would know something. Minerva stroked the silver cross that she wore around her neck as he processed the information. A rather intriguing tale of yours, Minato-kun. Well, if you're looking for information regarding the demon, I have many a book with respect to the demons of the world. However, if you wish to know about the location of Deliora, well, I can tell you that I cannot help you. Deliora is dead, Minato-kun, so I would suggest you look somewhere else. Minerva-san, I need to know where that demon is. I need those links to Zirf. Find something, anything you can regarding demons. Something that occurred recently. Something that would most likely be suspicious. Naruto said. Minerva watched the 20-year-old man in his blue eyes. Those cold orbs of sapphire seemed to waver in their steely gaze and Naruto gripped the table tightly, cracks forming from the pressure. Please. Minerva Oba-chan. He whispered. Stop right there, Minato-kun. Minerva smiled at the young man. I will help you, if it means that much to you. After all, it's not every day I see the young man who saw himself as nothing like a human suddenly regain a bit of his humanity. Naruto's emotionless gaze gained its second wind and he growled at the woman. Do not refer to me as one of your species. You may see me as one of your own, but I am nothing like your kind. Naruto said as he sat back down in his chair. Minerva nodded, but she paused when she heard a faint meow. Naruto and Minerva both went to look beneath the librarian's desk and the old woman smiled when she pulled out a white, blonde striped cat. Its deep black eyes showing such innocence. It licked Minerva's cheek before meowing again. Well, aren't you the sweetest little thing? Minerva smiled. But I'm afraid I can't let you stay here no matter how adorable you look. Naruto rolled his eyes as the elderly woman spoke to the cat before grabbing it roughly causing the feline to hiss as its fur was gripped rather harshly. Move it, you disgusting furball. Naruto growled causing the cat to shrink away in fear as it watched the cold blue eyes of the Apocalypse Dragonslayer. Naruto opened the door, but paused just as he was about to throw out the cat. His high sense of smell caught something odd about the feline in his hands and he sniffed it. The cat gained a curious, but seemingly frightened look, as the human holding it began to sniff it. Naruto blinked. Strange. For some reason it smells like perfume. Probably one of those cats raised by those high-class human snobs. The cat meowed and gave Naruto a hesitant lick on the cheek. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he wiped the saliva from his face. He gripped the cat tightly and lightly tossed the cat outside. The cat hissed once more as soon as it hit the ground, only for Naruto to send a small wind bullet its way causing it to go flying before it ran away with fright. He turned back to Minerva as he headed back towards his seat at the desk, the smirk still present on her face as she left to go and see if she could find anything relating to the boy's subject of choice. That boy, he really is at war with himself if he keeps denying his humanity, but something tells me he'll be forced to accept it someday. Minerva thought as she went to the back reaches of the gargantuan library. Now then, demons, demons, demons. What do I have on demons? She muttered to herself. Phew. Kurama and a now conscious Chome wandered through a few aisles in the library, looking at the numerous amounts of books present. Fu spied one that caught her interest and removed it from the shelves. How to deal with your man. She read, a sweat drop forming on the back of her head. Who writes these things? Authors. Chome and Kurama deadpanned causing the sweat drop on Fu's head to grow larger. The winged Dragonslayer turned and exited the aisle to see Naruto was still talking to Minerva before the old woman gave the man a grandmotherly smile before leaving to go to the back of the library. She observed as Naruto's blue eyes seemed to shine in the light that entered through the windows, the emotionless pools of sapphire of her fellow Dragonslayers seemed so lifeless and empty. Why is he like that? She asked no one in particular. Like what? Fu jumped slightly as Chome spoke, Kurama flapping his wings to stay aloft next to his sibling. Why is Naruto so cold and distant? He seems like he's blocking off all his emotions and yet he goes to such extreme lengths to prevent people from betraying him. Fu said as she looked at her bare stomach where the Amaterasu seal lay, invisible from view. He's extremely strong, too strong to be classified as normal, even by Dragonslayer standards. He denies himself as being human and he finds everyone else beneath him. I want to know why he acts like he does. Why does he act like it's just him against the world? Kurama looked at the human he called brat, idiot, and nakama. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden sadness and sorrow. I've known Naruto for quite a while. Kurama's mind raced as he had to choose his words carefully so as not to reveal much information with respect to what he was about to say, because in a conversation like this, Kurama had to be aware of his words. I've known him since he was 10 years old. I first encountered him when he was grieving over his parents' death, a death that occurred when he was a year old. Due to my ability to sense negative emotions, I was able to locate him and we fought. He was strong for a 10-year-old, especially given the fact that he invented his own style of wind magic known as Fuden. That alongside his Dragonslayer magic, he was a force to be reckoned with. Fu and Chome listened intently to the explanation that Kurama was giving them, hanging on to every word like it was a lifeline. The lack of his parents and being raised by his dragon, the one who made him the way he is, made Naruto a bit mentally unstable. Well, not really mentally unstable, but rather he gained a twisted mindset. How? Chome asked. Wouldn't his dragon parent have at least kept him stable? Fu added. When Naruto was younger, he was able to go down and talk with humans as a way for his dragon to have Naruto become more adept at handling civilization and gain experience in being in the outside world. From there, he met humans and began to socialize. He gained people he called nakama, people he would risk his very being for, so the brat's not all that bad, but Naruto's dragon parent was one who despised humanity, one who saw them as a lesser species. This led to Naruto often questioning himself as to whether or not he should be a dragon, the thing his Two-san wanted him to be, or a human, the thing that many people see him as. Kurama said. However, when he turned 13, he and I trained with his draconian parent within a pocket dimension for an equivalent of about 90 years. How old is he? Fu asked as she watched the blonde stare at the sky. In reality, he is 20 years old. In actuality, he is about 110 years old. He's a sage in a man's body. All Dragonslayers are like that. The dragons can't teach what they know with respect to regular time, so they place their children in pocket dimensions where time is accelerated to the point that one day in the real world could be the equivalent of at least 5 years in the pocket dimension. That's amazing. But what happened to him in the pocket dimension? Surely if you said he was a bit mentally unstable, or has a twisted mindset, something must have changed because he seems pretty stable to me. Kurama sighed at Fu's question. He grew up, and he changed. When he began his training, he was not only trained in his Dragonslayer magic and his physical capabilities. He was trained in his mind and soul. He was taught that his humanity was his weakness, it was what held him back. So, as a result, he cast it aside and became the Dragonslayer that he was envisioned to become. Powerful, wise, emotionless, cold, calculating, he was all of these things and more by the time X-777 came around. Kurama looked up to see if the others were still paying attention. Finding that they were, he continued. Naruto was now a perfect Dragonslayer in the eyes of his parent. His emotions were locked away, something that makes him what he is, but the thing that changed him the most, the thing that made him change to the point of almost no return, was the fact he had to leave behind the friends he had made back in the town where he was said to go and socialize when he was 6. It was hard for him to do so, but the dragon told him that it was to protect those he had cherished in the town since the dragon's magic was dangerously powerful. However, I saw through the ploy. The real reason why he was forced to leave his friends was to make him abandon all human attachments, remove any stray emotions that he may have failed to lock away, and he succeeded in Naruto was no longer a human in his mind, until he met Wendy. Wendy? Who's Wendy? Chome asked. The Sky Dragonslayer, Wendy Marvell. Naruto's pupil. Kurama said with a frown. It was painful for him to remember the little girl that called him, Kurama-chan. Oh right, Naruto mentioned her before when we first met. Grandine's kid and my cousin if you look at it from the dragon point of view. Kurama nodded at Fu's point. The blondie had a student. She was more than a student, Chome. Kurama said. More than a student. The two females tilted their heads in confusion. She was the one who brought back his humanity. A little bit of it, but it was a bit of his humanity nonetheless. He trained the girl for 3 months and made her his surrogate Imouto. There was a day when the members of a squad known as Oracion 6, the very same people who are now one of the top 3 dark guilds in Fury, came to take her for her powers and use them for their own benefit. You fought Oracion 6? Chome asked with surprise. His next 3 words surprised them. We defeated them, but Naruto realized just how much danger Wendy could be put in should he had let her continue to travel with him. So he left her behind to protect her, but he never went back since he left her. Kurama's eyes grew a bit teary as he remembered the young, blue-haired girl. He locked himself away again and again. He was brought back to humanity by the meeting with his swordsman teacher, a name that I am not permitted to speak per the promise we made with him. Naruto was told to remain true to himself. He was a cold-blooded killer, someone who was not afraid of anything and someone who would respect the strong, leave a mark on them through his strength before letting them live, and someone who would kill the weak, but he was also reminded of the fact that he had nakama. People who he would risk his very life blood for. But if he's willing to become human and risk his life for his nakama, then why is he so against the prospect of being human? He is what he is and he can't change that. So why fight what he can't change? Besides, Papa Cyclonus taught me that fighting for the people you are willing to protect makes one stronger, unbridled determination that allows you to bypass all odds and become victorious. Fu stated. Well, Naruto's dragon, like I said, was one who saw humans as a lesser species. He was taught that his humanity was a weakness and one that held him back. True to the dragon's word, Naruto did become significantly stronger when he did that, and Naruto has lived with that philosophy for as long as I could remember. He has then been gifted with the ability to kill without remorse through the locking away of his humanity. That sounds so sad. Chome said with a frown. Kurama growled at his younger sister. Do not pity the brat. He shouldn't be pitied. He's too far gone for someone to try and pull him back, but there are some faint sparks where he is shown to have kept his humanity. That being shown through his use of the Amaterasu formula number 56. Fu's eyes narrowed. How could the use of such a monstrosity of a technique, one that causes pain for people that bear the seal, how could it be used to show his humanity? He uses the seal to keep you in check and to make sure you don't betray him, correct? Fu nodded. That's what he said. Why is there another motive? Well, he would outright deny this and go on a rampage if he heard me say this, but I think the brat uses the technique because he doesn't want to have people leave him or him leave other people. Fu and Chome blinked in confusion at that. Though he claims it's mainly because he doesn't trust you all, which he doesn't, I think he doesn't want to be left alone. He wants to know there are others there. Due to him leaving the friends he left behind in that town. Clover Town. Minato just didn't want to experience the pain of loss anymore, so to prevent himself from ever feeling that loss again, in his own twisted way, he keeps people around him and it also keeps him from feeling the pain of betrayal. If you are kept in chains, you cannot deny him and you cannot betray him. Though this is just my outlook on it, Naruto is a good brat. Naruto. Fu and Chome asked. Kurama quickly responded to that. Who's Naruto? That's a goddamn girl's name, you stupid girl. I said Naruto. Clear your ears, human. Kurama rolled his eyes. Fu and Chome huffed at that. Well, excuse us, they said sarcastically. Chome then tapped her paw on her chin as she started to think of something related to Kurama's tale. So, what happened to his nakama? The kitsune costumed Exceed shrugged. They are probably still in Clover Town, but they are all grown up by now. Though we are unsure of what they are up to, we could only assume they are living their lives as best as they could. Kurama ni-san. Yes, Chome-chan. Kurama asked back. You said Naruto despises humans, why does he have nakama then? Human nakama, surely he sees those back in Clover Town as nothing more than dirt, right? Kurama chuckled. Now you see my Imoudo, that is where you are wrong. Naruto has made exceptions to his rule of thumb in which he makes bonds with those he believes are strong, but the ones who he first bonded with, the humans he so despised, those humans in Clover Town will be the ones he can never despise. His swordsmanship teacher is also a human and he calls the man his nakama. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what's going on in his head. I think that after making new human nakamas he's having a conflict with his beliefs and dislike for humans. Fu and Chome were in utter shock as they watched the man before them. The one labeled as an SS rank criminal, the Ogana Fujin, the god among men, the most powerful Dragonslayer Fu had ever laid eyes on, had lived a life where he had to figure just what he was, only to have to keep struggling to find out. Fu gained the look of pity in her eyes, but she shook it off. As Kurama said, he didn't need the pity. Chome looked at the Apocalypse Dragonslayer with a confused expression. Kurama ni. He replied with a grunt. Why does Naruto use other types of magic instead of using his Dragonslayer magic as his primary magic? The reason is because he is very judgmental of people in battle. He measures their strength and if he finds them strong, if he finds them worthy of seeing his magic, he will reveal it to his opponents. His use of energy make, Fuden and in some cases, seal magic, are what he uses against his opponents. However, those who see his Dragonslayer magic have never lived to tell the tale. Kurama said. The Wind Dragonslayer stared at the blonde man, waiting patiently for Minerva to return with the information he required. Kurama. Fu asked. The Crimson Exceed nodded in acknowledgement. Is there anything that Naruto likes to eat? Well, he does hold a soft spot for ramen. Something that more than makes him happy, even in the way he is now. His taste for ramen will never be unsatisfied. Fu nodded as she began to walk towards Naruto. She paused when she saw Minerva go up to Naruto. Her enhanced hearing allowed her to listen in on the conversation. Well, Minato-kun, It appears that my library is much larger than I expected, as the books and files with relations to demons is rather extensive, but the ones with Zerif's demons must be in the dusty corners. You might have to stay a while until I find them. The old librarian spoke. Your efforts are noted, Minerva-san, but hurry and get those books. I have no time to waste. As you wish, Minato-kun. She smiled, patting Naruto on the shoulder. An act which caused Naruto to react and lash out, but as Fu was about to try and stop the blonde, she stared in awe as the fist was stopped a mere inch away from Minerva's face. Don't touch me again. Naruto snarled, his pupils growing slitted as he bared his sharpened canines. Minerva waved him off as she went back to search for Naruto's demon information. Fu took a deep breath as she walked towards Naruto and remembered not to touch him, for she remembered that Naruto was not a stranger to fighting and wasn't afraid to crush her, even if it was by a mere reaction. Naruto, she called out. Naruto remained impassive and unresponsive. Oi, Minato-tem, she yelled. Naruto blinked as he registered the use of his fake name, the name of his biological father. What do you want, Wind Dragon? He asked in a monotonous voice. Fu gave a toothy grin, her canines visible to the world. So now you answer to Minato-tem rather than your actual name, perhaps I should call you that now. She joked. Oh, hilarious. Naruto spoke with a strong amount of sarcasm. Fu shrugged, ignoring the want to punch him in the face. Anyway, I overheard your talk with Minerva Oba-chan. Apparently we're going to be here a while, so why not get something to eat? Lupinous Town has a ramen bar not far from here and Naruto suddenly shot up, his blue eyes shining, something the Wind Dragonslayer never saw in the young man. Ramen. Fu nodded as he asked about the food. Ramen is the most absolute greatest thing that humans have created, it is the only thing that I accept from human hands. Hurry, Fu, take me to the ramen. He bellowed as he grabbed her by the wrist and dashed out the door. Why did she do that? Kurama asked himself as he and Chome followed. Humans are such idiots. However, as the group rushed out to go to the ramen bar, Kurama paused and looked to the rooftops of Lupinous Town. His crimson eyes stared at them as if waiting for something to come out, and his suspicions proved to be true as he saw a white, blonde striped house cat walking along the rooftops. The very same cat that Naruto had thrown outside earlier. It looked at the costumed exceed before meowing. Kurama tilted his head as he entered a staring contest with the regular feline. Oi, Kurama-ni-san, come on. Stop staring at that cat and let's go. Your partner is attacking people to get his ramen. Kurama shook his head as he turned away from the cat. He sighed. Again. Alright, let's go, Kurama said as he followed his younger sister in the direction of their Dragonslayer partners. However, as he looked back, he found the house cat was still staring at him with those black eyes before turning away. Kurama continued to watch the house cat until he and Chome rounded the corner. The house cat suddenly released a sigh of relief as it dropped down from the rooftops into the alleyway next to the house it was atop of. A dark blue magic seal formed beneath the cat before said feline began to twist and change, becoming the voluptuous figure of one Yugito ni Milkovich. You idiot, Matabi said as she shot a small black and blue fireball at her partner. You nearly got yourself caught. You're lucky that your transformation magic kept you disguised, or you would have been found out for sure. You know very well that your ability to transform doesn't really mask your scent. Yugito wiped her sore rear where the fireball had struck her before turning to Matabi. That hurt, Matabi-chan, NYA. I don't give a damn, Yugito. Now then, what happened up there? Did you learn anything new? The tail of flame swishing back and forth behind the exceed. Yugito donned a serious expression as she was asked that. Well, apparently he's searching for links relating to Zerif, something about the demon Deliora. It's nothing new as it was just what we told Altair. Though the fact that his movements are related to finding thing relating to Black Mage might be key, and I should tell her that Fujin-kun is not a cat person. Yugito said as she straightened her hair where it was gripped tightly by Naruto when she was in her cat transformation, fixing it back into its trademark ponytail as she removed the hair tie from her pocket. Interesting. So he seems very focused on finding things relating to Zerif. It would make sense though since he went for the lullaby flute. Matabi's tail swished, leaving trails of black and blue flame behind it. Also, he seems to have a couple of associates here. One of them seems to be a rather attractive girl, NYA. The blonde twin of Altair added. The dichromatic-eyed cat purred at that. So, what would that have to do with anything? I find it hardly relevant. Ul-chan is gonna get jealous, NYA. Matabi blinked at Yugito before she chuckled at Yugito's joke. You got a point there, Yugito. She might go on a rampage. NYA. Yugito raised an eyebrow before laughing. Yeah, my Imouto does seem like the jealous type. Come on Matabi-chan, NYA. We have to keep our eyes on Imouto's boyfriend, NYA. The blue and black exceed nodded before the two hopped across the rooftops in silent pursuit of the Ogana Fujin and the Anabi Mayobu. Fairy Tale Guild, Magnolia Town. Natsu, Urza, Gray, Happy and Lucy all sat at a single table. With the pink-haired firebrand and the S-class female now back in fighting condition, they were ready to go back to work. However, upon hearing that Natsu and Urza were going to leave on a training trip soon, the others decided that they would do the same. So Gray, what is your plan? Lucy asked. Gray patted the bag he had right next to him. I'm going back to the mountains to practice my ice make. It is located further up north in Fariy, so the journey will take a while. Gray explained. Lucy nodded as she looked at Natsu. Urza, what are you gonna do? Natsu and Gray asked. I will be leaving the guild just like the rest of you. I will be returning to the place where I was taught to wield a blade and I will be visiting my old master. Urza said. Also, Lucy is coming with me. Natsu, Gray and Happy all gained shocked looks at that. Lucy's going with you. Why is that so hard for you all to understand? Lucy yelled out. Urza nodded. Yes, she has come to realize that she is very weak. Lucy's sweat dropped at that, and that she will eventually come to rely too much on her spirits. She then decided that maybe she could learn to wield a blade like I can, so she will be coming with me to learn how to use a sword. Well, that's cool. Lucy, you're gonna kick ass if you get as good as Urza. Natsu said. Lucy blushed lightly at that. Thanks, Natsu. Good for you. Just make sure you don't cut yourself. Gray said. Lucy nodded. You're very heavy to carry, Lucy. Hopefully your fatness won't get in the way of your sword training. Happy said. Shut it, you stupid cat. Lucy roared. Aye, sir. The winged cat flew around as he avoided being choked by the raging blonde. The group laughed at the scene before Lucy calmed down. The blonde celestial mage then turned to the fire Dragonslayer. So Natsu, what about you? What are you doing? Well, Ji-chan told me he has a friend waiting for me at the location he wrote on a map for me. He said not to show it to anyone, not even you guys. He said the guy is strong, but that's good enough for me. Once I have a strong master, I'll get stronger. Natsu punched his fist into palm, and then I'll show that idiot wind god just how weak of a Dragonslayer I am. The other four members of the table looked at each other upon hearing that. Natsu, about that, there's something you need to hear. Lucy said. Natsu blinked at that. What do you mean? The Rosette asked. Well, we remembered the things that the Ogana Fujin told you. Natsu frowned at that, his head bowed low. Yeah, all too well, what about it? Well, remember when he said you were a disgrace as a Dragonslayer? The son of Igneel nodded at that, hands tightened into fists with frustration. Urza sighed as she prepared to tell Natsu what she and Lucy thought. Well, he said you were a disgrace to our species, Natsu. The species being Dragonslayers. Natsu raised an eyebrow as he tried to understand what the Titania was saying. His eyes darted back and forth as his brain began to piece things together. His eyes widened before narrowing. Please don't let me be right. Natsu thought. So what are you saying? He asked. Lucy looked around to see if anyone was listening in on them before going up to Natsu's ear. We think that the Ogana Fujin, that he's a Dragonslayer. Natsu's eyes widened and he cursed. Kuso. I hate it sometimes when I get things right. The dark-eyed teenager thought, and as he was about to yell out his frustration, Urza suddenly placed her hand over his opening mouth. Shish. Natsu, we don't need this information going out just yet. If you yell it out, you may cause panic within the guild and may even cause panic in Fariy. If someone like that SS class rank criminal is revealed to be a Dragonslayer, there's no telling just what might happen as a result, so until then, keep it just between us. Gray, Happy, did you know about this? Natsu asked. The four of us discussed it, but until we can prove it, it's not something we want to make common knowledge. Gray said. Aye, sir. Happy said as he munched on a fish. Natsu nodded before his fists became coated in flames. Well then, it just gives me more of a reason to beat the shit out of him when I meet him again. The group was then interrupted when Makarov walked up to the table. Are you four ready? Natsu, Urza, Lucy and Gray nodded. Yes, master. You know it, Ji-chan. Natsu grinned. I'm all fired up for this training thing. The other members of the guild then followed the group as they left the guild house. Happy waved to his friends as he munched on a fish. Get stronger, Natsu. The blue exceed grinned. Natsu gave a thumbs up to the others. Only a man can get stronger like this. Elfman bellowed as he flexed his biceps. Erza, Lucy. Be a man. Lucy's sweat dropped and Urza gave the muscle-bound man a nod in return. Makarov grinned at his children. Good luck on your journeys and may the spirit of fairy tale watch over you all. Come back to us safely and stronger than before. 'Cause if you don't, I'll pound you all into the ground. Makarov said as he switched into a smaller version of his Titan form, which was about half the size of the guild house. Everyone's sweat dropped at Makarov before he reverted back to normal size. Have a nice trip. He waved, causing everyone to face fault at how quickly the wizard saint switched moods. The four mages then headed off to the edge of Magnolia Town. Natsu turned to his friends and grinned before putting his fist forward. We make a promise here. Natsu said. Urza, Lucy and Gray put their fists forward as well. No matter how long it takes, we will meet up again after our training and we'll be stronger. No problem, hothead. Gray grinned. Try to not kill yourselves. Lucy laughed. To the future, where we will get stronger. Urza said as the group applied a bit more pressure to where their fists met. They retracted their arms and Natsu turned away. He looked back once before making one final statement. And if you guys don't get stronger, Ji-chan's not the only one who's gonna kick your asses. The three laughed at Natsu's last statement before nodding and the strongest team split up. Gray headed north, Urza and Lucy went to the west, while Natsu headed to the east, following the path to the place where Makarov circled on his map. So then, where the hell? Unknown location, Fariy. Am I going? A man who appeared to be bit more than 6 feet tall walked through the forests of Fariy. The man had black eyes and long red hair that reached just above his neckline. A nicely groomed beard and mustache had grown on the man's face. He wore a black tunic and a pair of long black cargo pants. The pants were tucked into a pair of dark brown boots. Over the outfit, the red-haired man had a long brown cloak. The man's left arm poked out of the cloak in order to hang on to the strap that was attached to the small green bag he carried. This was Gildarts Clive, S-class mage and the ace of Fairy Tail. Gildarts was currently on a 100-year-long mission, a mission which required him to stay away from the guild. He was very bored and he was more than happy to receive a call from his communication Locrima from Makarov. However, though the two did talk friendly with each other, Makarov had immediately become serious. Gildarts loved the old man, Master Makarov, but he was never a fan of the elder's personality that came with his title as Wizard Saint, Makarov Drayar. He was still on the 100-year mission. The 100-year mission required Gildarts to leave his guild, Fairy Tail, for a time period of 100 years. He had the privilege to carry resources he was allowed to carry with him. Knowing that even mages required the need to restock to last 100 out in the wilderness, the 100-year mission granted the mage to return to civilization and restock once every 4 months at a specified location. Gildarts had already lasted 10 years, and he was given a chance to return to the guild because the Magic Council had needed him to be personally informed the death of takeover mage, Lizanna Strauss. After attending her funeral, Gildarts left to continue the mission. However, Gildarts was now given a sub-mission given to him by the Titan magic user that was his master. Flashback. 1 week ago, unknown location, Fariy. Gildarts was in a bar, laughing as he drank the booze and flirted with the rather attractive waitresses. Hey babe, wanna come back to my place for a little fun? He laughed as he slapped her ass. The woman rolled her eyes, slapping the empty tray in her hand against the older man's face, leaving a noticeable dent in the metal. Gildarts groaned as he watched the girl walk away. Though he hated to see them go, he loved to watch them leave. His head swaying to the movement of her ass. Gildarts drank his mug of beer before deciding it was time to go. He gave the bartender his money before leaving. As he exited the bar, Gildarts massaged his head while drinking a bit of water to ensure that he wouldn't regurgitate his alcohol. That's the last time I drink 5 barrels of the shit. How does Kana do that? He wondered. However, just before he was about to continue with the 100-year mission, he felt a pulse of magic from within his pack. He reached into it and pulled out the communication Locrima and pumped his own magic into it so that the connection would be established. Hello. Gildarts looked into the Locrima and smiled upon seeing the face of Makarov. Oh, hey master. Yo. Good to see you're in good health, my old friend. Makarov smiled before he showed a serious expression. This was no longer Makarov Drayar, carefree master of Fairy Tail. This was Makarov Drayar, member of the 10 Wizard Saints and guy who looked like he wanted payback for something. Gildarts frowned as he took note of the expression. So what did you call me for? You usually don't call unless it's an emergency, what's wrong? Gildarts asked as he stroked his beard with his other hand. Well, I can't depend on Laxus and Mistogan as always in and out, so you're the only one I can ask to do this. Gildarts' eyes hardened as Makarov explained what happened to the strongest team. Gildarts resisted the urge to shatter the Locrima out of rage, but instead he performed his crash magic and shattered a couple of trees a few feet away from him. I see, and you need me to get a little payback for you. Makarov nodded. But be careful, the boy is not an SS-class criminal mage for no reason. Having defeated Urza in her field of expertise shows that he is capable of using many skills. The S-class mage nodded to the Wizard Saint. I understand, master, though what will this be with respect to my mission request? Makarov tapped his finger. Actually, the 100-year mission is just for you to stay away from the guild for the 100 years, and given that you just used up one of your restock options for the year. Gildarts raised an eyebrow. You have that drunk look on your face, Gildarts. I've had a feeling that when you restock your supplies that you would drink too. Well, I won't lie, but... Makarov chuckled at his friend. Okay then, Gildarts. I've had Kana use her tarot card reading abilities to see if she could locate the Ogana Fujin, but right now he is moving around so she can't pinpoint him. However, the closest thing she could get to locating him was a reed that directs to Tully Village. Makarov said. Tully Village, huh, well, I guess that's where I'm headed then. I'll be careful, master. That blonde won't even know what hit him when I'm through with kicking his ass from here to Era. The aged Titan magic user nodded. Good luck. Oh, and one last piece of information before I go. Gildarts watched Makarov straight in the eyes as the man spoke his last words. Words that caused Gildarts' heart to skip a beat. End flashback. The Ogano Fujin might be a Dragonslayer. Gildarts frowned. I've dealt with Natsu and there have been talks of Gajil Red Fox from Phantom Lord being strong, but if someone like this is a Dragonslayer, I may have to resort to going all out sometime in the fight if I ever meet the guy. Gildarts thought. Guess I'm going to Tully Village then. Gildarts said to himself as he headed out towards the village. He looked at the map he had and located the area where he had restocked 1 week ago before finding where Tully Village was. So, guess I'll just keep heading northeast from here. Tully Village. After numerous hours of walking, Gildarts arrived at Tully Village. He remained outside the village before placing 1 foot forward to enter it. The red-haired mage frowned as he began to think about the consequences of his actions. If I enter the village I will fail the mission, so how am I going to do this? He questioned himself. Gildarts' foot hovered over the imaginary boundary line between the path he was on and the village before he retracted his foot. He turned and walked away from Tully Village before settling himself against a tree. He placed the index and middle fingers of his left hand against his forehead and looked at the village. Thought projection. He muttered before a copy of himself, powered by his own magic and thoughts, appeared before him. Thought projections are actually holographic versions of a person that allow someone to be in 2 places at once, but due to them being holographic they cannot physically interact with objects or people. However, if one's magic reserves were large enough and they provided the projection with enough magic, it was possible to make a solid clone projection. Alright. Let's go, Gildarts said as he looked through the eyes of his thought projection. The thought projection wandered through the village and noticed the peaceful atmosphere. Gildarts looked down to see a little girl, though this was little from his perspective, run into him. The girl was around 15 years old and had light blue hair, dark brown eyes, and she wore a black and blue dress that ended just below her knees. Sorry about that, mister. Gildarts smiled at the girl. No harm done, he said as he ruffled the girl's head of sky blue locks. The girl nodded, however Gildarts realized something. Oi, the 15-year-old girl turned and looked back up at the taller mage. Yes. Pardon me if I sound rather forward for asking this, but you see I'm looking for someone and I was told to come here. Who are you looking for? The girl asked. Gildarts bent down to the girl and whispered in her ear. I wouldn't expect you to know him, but I'm looking for someone that is called the Ogana Fujin. The girl's eyes brightened at that. Oh, yes, everyone here in Tully Village knows of our savior. Gildarts raised an eyebrow at that. Savior. He asked more to himself than the girl who had nodded in response. He saved a bunch of us from the Dark Guild, Black Knight, that was going to sell us as slaves. But the Fujin and Anabi came and saved us. They killed the entire Dark Guild by themselves and they allowed us to return to our homes unharmed. It was so cool, though it was a shame that the Magic Council labeled him as a criminal just because he killed them all. I thought they deserved it. The girl's words went through one ear and out the other as Gildarts couldn't believe what he was hearing. The SS rank criminal, a killer, someone who labeled as flee on sight, was recognized as a hero. Just what kind of world do I live in? He asked himself. My name is Ileana, by the way. Gildarts smiled down at the girl. That's a very nice name, Ileana. My name is Gildarts. So do you know where the Fujin is? Ileana frowned and shook her head. Nope, sorry mister, but maybe my Nei-chan knows. She works in the bar so she gets told a lot of things. Gildarts nodded as his thought projection followed the girl to the bar. Ileana ran through the crowd, many of which greeted the young girl with smiles and cheers. The teenager returned the greetings with her own before reaching the front where the bar table was, Gildarts standing right behind her. Nei-chan. Portia Nei-chan. Ileana yelled out. Gildarts' eyes nearly bugged out of his head as he came face to face, thought his eyes were focusing on something a bit further down, with the blue-haired bartender. The voluptuous bartender. Portia walked up, wiping a glass clean before setting it down. What, Ileana? Oh, hello, what can I do for you? Portia asked as she glanced up from her little sister to the S-class mage. Gildarts stared for a while as he continued to look at the woman's large assets before shaking his head clear them of the perverted thoughts he was currently having. Oh yes, I was told to come here if I wanted to find something about the Ogana Fujin, the Golden Wind God. Portia's eyes sparkled as she was told the title of her sister's savior. Ah yes, The first time he came to this bar was just to rest, but when I told of how my little Imouto was captured by the Black Knight Guild, he and his kitsune went to save them. He killed the entire guild with the powers of the wind, the kitsune burned everything with its crimson flames and saved all of our kidnapped villagers. Portia smiled. You're not upset that he actually killed. You do realize that it is illegal to kill. Gildarts said. Portia shrugged. We are all willing to kill if it meant to get the people we hold dear back to us. So what can you tell me of the Golden Wind God? Gildarts asked. Portia tapped her chin before looking at Gildarts. He is not someone I would call a criminal, that much I can tell you. Are you a member of the Magic Council? Because if you are, everyone in this bar is going to beat the shit out of you if you want to arrest him. Gildarts looked around as he found the bar became silent and found all the bar members glaring at him. Some of the more muscular members cracked their knuckles. Gildarts' sweat dropped and raised his hands in a defensive manner. No, I'm not a member of the Magic Council. I just wanted to hear about him because I've heard of what he did to the Black Knight Guild, so I just wanted to hear the story myself. Portia looked to the bar members and nodded. Everyone returned to their conversations as if nothing had even happened, and Gildarts' sweat dropped again. So what can you tell me about him? Well, the kitsune, the Anabi Myobu, it is a kitsune capable of breathing fire, and I'm sure it is very powerful like its partner. The Ogana Fujin, I had the chance to speak to him when we first met. His hair was golden, hence the title we gave him. You all gave him the name. Yup, you think the Magic Council is that imaginative? Portia joked. Gildarts laughed a little at that before the blue-haired woman continued. He was actually very handsome, despite the fact he wore a face mask to cover the lower half of it. Those blue eyes. She sighed to herself. Nei-chan has a crush on him. Ileana giggled. Portia huffed. I have a boyfriend, Illy. Why don't you go bother someone else? Ileana giggled again before spinning on the swiveling bar stool. Anyway, Portia continued, he was rather uncaring and a bit of an asshole at first because when I asked him if he could help since he told me he was a mage, he denied it right out. He told me why we couldn't handle our own problems by ourselves instead of relying on others to dirty their hands. Gildarts' eyes narrowed at that. How dare he say such a thing to this beautiful woman? But, then he showed that he had a bit of a softer side when he went to go and save out villagers. The villagers said he was powerful. He killed without mercy and the entire guild fell to his and the Anabi's might. Gildarts' eyes widened with amazement as the way Portia told the story made it seem so impressive, which he was very sure it was since having two individuals take down an entire dark guild was very impressive. I see. After he saved the villagers, he disappeared into the wind and we never saw him again. Ileana added. The fairy tale mage looked at the smaller sibling. Never saw him again. Well, he was just passing through after all. He never had any true reason to stay after all, but we will remain grateful to the man. Gildarts nodded. Would you all have any idea where he would have headed to or where he is now? The thought projection asked. Portia tapped her chin before shrugging. No, sorry. The ace of fairy tales head dropped. However, his head shot back up at the mention of the sacred word. If you really want to try and find him, you could always head in the direction of where the wind blows. Our people are rather superstitious and a lot of the older villagers and the kids have come to believe that the Fujin is located wherever the wind blows. Gildarts nodded before getting up and exiting the bar. Thank you for your time, Portia-san, Ileana-chan. Gildarts smiled. As he exited the door, the thought projection faded out of sight and Gildarts got up. He rubbed his temples. Go where the wind blows, sheesh. What kind of stupid thing is that? Maybe I should contact the master and ask if Kana can do another tarot card reading. He said to himself. The crash magic user felt the wind hit his face and sighed again. But then again, superstition is sometimes right. Gildarts said as he followed the direction of the winds. He then sweat dropped as he took out the communication lockrima. Hee, but I'll still make that call to Kana just in case. Unknown location, East Fury. Natsu looked at the sky. It was already sundown and the sky was now a mixture of colors. The sky appeared as if it were on fire and the son of Ignil rubbed the back of his head as he turned back to the map in his hands. Sheesh, why does G-chan's map always have to be so shitty? It's like a doodle going around in random directions. The Rosette said to himself. Okay, G-chan said there's supposed to be a mountain here, but I don't see any. Itai. Natsu rubbed his painting nose before looking up at the towering rock formation. Oh, there it is. Natsu looked at the map before noting the note at the bottom of the map. Dear Natsu, when you start looking for the mountain, look up from the map or you will hurt yourself. Natsu's sweat dropped at that. Well, I just hope I don't have to climb it. He looked back at the map. P.S. You have to climb the mountain. The fire Dragonslayer groaned as he slid his hand down his face. He looked at himself and then back at the mountain and sighed. Of course, it has to be a giant mountain. The son of Ignil pocketed his map and sighed again. If Happy were here I could just fly up, but now I gotta climb it. He gripped the side of the mountain and began his ascent to the top. As Natsu reached about 1/4 of the way up to the top of the mountain, he grabbed a piece of the surface that suddenly began to crack. Natsu's eyes bugged out of his head in a comical fashion as he began to fall. The pink-haired fire mage quickly flipped upside down and took a breath of air. Karyu no Hoko. The force of his fire blast caused him to reverse direction and the young mage shot high upwards. He then rotated his body and coated his fists in fire. Karyu no Tekken. His fiery fists crashed into the mountainside and he dug his fists deep into the rocky surface, anchoring him to the mountain. Phew, that was close. Natsu looked down to find himself higher up than he was previously. That could have hurt. He deadpanned before continuing his climb. After many grueling hours of climbing the stupid piece of rocks that formed a result of plate tectonics, Natsu finally made it to the top. He gripped the edge of the mountain and hoisted himself up. The pink-haired boy panted as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Get up, weakling. Natsu's head shot up to yell at the person that dared to call him weak, only to instantly shut his mouth as he was suddenly staring at the tip of a silvery blade. Natsu gulped audibly. Only one day had passed and already he was near death. Natsu could only think one thing as he stared at the blade and the hand that held it. Damn. Lupinous Town, Fury, year X784. Naruto patted his full belly, a foxy grin spread across his face. Ah, that was good. Ramen is great. Fu and Chome looked at the grinning blonde as if he had sprouted a second head. Is this really Naruto? Chome questioned her brother. Ramen has that kind of effect on him. Kurama said as he turned to the blonde who was happily singing a tune about how ramen was great. Kurama, Fu and Chome all sweat dropped. Idiot, they all thought. So, why do you like ramen so much? Fu asked. Surely it can't be that good. Naruto paused and Kurama slapped his paw against his head. Ah, you stupid human. He growled. Fu and Chome blinked in confusion at Kurama's statement as Naruto had frozen. His neck slowly turned in Fu's direction, a shadowy aura outlining his form. You dare doubt the might of the taste of ramen. Ramen is the food of the gods. It's more sacred than anything else. It has spices, noodles and other various ingredients that are harmoniously mixed together to give your taste buds the greatest sensation they have ever felt. Ramen outclasses all other human-made delicacies in this entire world. That is why ramen is the greatest. Naruto said with a matter-of-fact tone. Fu and Chome sweat dropped while Kurama facepawed again. Oh, the winged Dragonslayer said in response. The Apocalypse Dragonslayer nodded before he felt a pulse of magic running through the communication seal in his cloak pocket. He removed the seal-inscribed paper before pumping a small amount of magic into it. Speak, Naruto stated in a commanding tone, a serious expression on his face. Minato-kun, I have your information. Would you rather hear it now or do you want to come back to the library and hear in person? Naruto tapped his chin as he thought before responding. I will come back to the library. It will be more beneficial since it is a spy network and my network should be updated on what I know. Minerva nodded at Naruto's response. Very well, I will be waiting. Naruto and Minerva ended their connection before taking a deep breath of air. Naruto turned to Kurama. Minerva-san has the information. We're heading back to the library now. The Crimson Exceed nodded before he, Fu and Chome followed the blonde Dragonslayer back to Lupinous Town's library. After walking back to the library, the two Dragonslayers and their Exceed partners sat down in front of the librarian's desk where she was waiting for them. Ah, Minato-kun, Fu-chan, you came. She gave the two a grandmotherly grin. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the former Rune Knight. Do not waste my time, Minerva-san. Tell me what you have found. Minerva waved her hand at the commanding tone the Ogana Fujin used. Ma, don't be so impatient Minato-kun. I was getting to that. Minerva said as she reached into her desk drawers and pulled out a single cream-colored file. She dropped it on the table and Naruto raised an eyebrow as he watched it. And what is this? He asked. What do you mean? This is your information. You asked to find anything suspicious relating to demons or if it had something to do with Deliora and I did. Well actually I only got the first part, there was nothing relating to Deliora in recent times. Minerva explained. Kurama flew over and picked up the file, opened it and began to view its contents. Naruto read over the kitsune-costumed cat's shoulder. S-class mission relating to demons. Apparently there is a cursed island called Galuna Isle located not that far away from Harjan Port. The island is said to have been cursed causing the inhabitants to transform into demons. Kurama read out loud before laying down the file. Within the file was the mission request page, the little amount of pages describing the situation on the rather unknown island. Interesting. Naruto said. So what's the status? Fu asked. Naruto stood up and turned to Fu. The mission is an S-class. I am an SS class rank mage as per that of the Magic Council. This mission can be done by myself, however I will not be sure as to what I may encounter so I will require assistance. You, Wind Dragon, as well as Chome, will be accompanying Kurama and myself. I will also be assisted another member of the spy network. Who? Fu asked. Naruto raised a hand, thus silencing the Wind Dragonslayer. Naruto removed his communication seal from his cloak and pumped a small bit of magic power into it. The group watched as the blonde telepathically made contact with his mystery member. In a few seconds, the conversation was over and Naruto pocketed the seal. Alright, preparations are made. We go to Harjin Port as of now. Naruto turned to Fu. Are you capable of airborne travel, Wind Dragon? Fu blinked in confusion. Huh, she answered intelligently. Naruto sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Are you capable of flight? He clarified. Fu nodded in understanding. Yes, both us can. She gestured to Chome. Naruto and Kurama then headed out through the doors. Then we leave immediately, he said as he and Kurama took off into the sky. Fu and Chome looked at each other before running outside. Furyu no Heiyai Tsubasa. 2 pairs of wings made purely out of wind sprouted out of her back. Chome performed her era magic and 3 pairs of insect-like wings sprouted out of her back. The wings buzzed as the Exceed took off into the air alongside the daughter of Cyclonus. Try to keep up, Wind Dragon. Naruto said as he was floating there, waiting for the two. Fu snarled at the blonde. As if you can keep up with me. Papa Cyclonus taught me to be the fastest flyer through wind magic, it's you who will be eating my cloud dust. Fu growled. Naruto gave a challenging glare at the girl. Is that a challenge? He raised an eyebrow at her, a confident smirk plastered on his face. Fu glared back at the blonde, her orange eyes meeting his sapphire ones. You bet your ass it's a goddamn challenge. I can kick your ass in terms of flight speed anytime, anywhere. Very well. Now then, as I stated before, try to keep up. The blonde and Kurama turned and a sonic boom was heard as the two flew faster than the speed of sound. Another round of sonic booms followed behind theirs due to Fu and Chome following after them. Harjin Port, Harjin Town. The people of Harjin Town walked through the streets with their regular plans in their heads. Shopping, eating, working, whatever it was they did for the day, that was what they did and then some. However, they all paused as they heard what sounded like an ear-shattering boom. The people on the streets blinked in confusion before a little girl turned skyward and spotted a few black dots. Ka-chan, look in the sky. I see birdies. The little tyke yelled as she pointed to the large expanse of blue. The girl's mother turned in the direction her daughter was pointing in and noticed the black dots were growing larger. A sonic boom was heard once more and the surrounding townspeople looked to see the black dots nearing their location. A final sonic boom was heard and suddenly a blur of green and yellow landed near them, scattering pieces of the walkway as well as a few people. A smoke cloud resulted from the impact of the objects with the ground. Ha! Told you I could beat you in terms of speed. Do not kid yourself, Wind Dragon. I obviously won your little challenge. The smoke cloud cleared and the people looked to see Fu and Naruto glaring at one another, scowls present on their faces. As if Blondie, you got nothing on me. Just take your loss like a man. I refuse to admit defeat because I did not lose, you stubborn female. Naruto growled. Fu's orange eyes narrowed before turning to Kurama and Chome were floating near them. Kurama, Chome, who won? She asked, eager to know the outcome of her race with the Apocalypse Dragonslayer. The two Exceed turned to one another and sighed. You humans are such idiots. Kurama grumbled as he facepawed. Chome nodded as her insect-like wings buzzed rapidly to keep her aloft. I concur, Kurama ni. Well, Kurama, who won? Naruto raised an eyebrow, curious as to know who won. Kurama sighed. It was a tie, alright. You both are equal in terms of speed. Naruto and Fu looked at the fox-costumed Exceed with wide eyes. You can't be serious. Fu deadpanned. I'm afraid that is the truth, Fu-chan. Chome shrugged. Fu groaned and Naruto kicked a rock out of frustration. Me, equal with the Dragonslayer of Wind. Impossible, he muttered. Kurama slapped Naruto on the head causing the Apocalypse Dragonslayer to glare at him. What was that for, furball? Naruto growled. The crimson-eyed cat ignored the death glare before speaking. Yeah, so Naruto. Kurama spoke as he rested atop the blonde Dragonslayer's head. Who is this third-party member? Kurama asked. Naruto sniffed the air before turning in the direction of the Harjin train station. She should be arriving now, Naruto said. As Naruto said that, the sound of the train's whistle pierced the air and the machine that was the bane to all Dragonslayers traveled along the tracks and stopped at the station. The doors opened and numerous amounts of people filed out of the train. A woman with long black hair and coal-colored eyes stepped off of the vehicle, a slightly sick look present on her face. I forgot that transportation isn't good for us. The woman moaned as she brushed her ice-blue kimono. The woman then sniffed the air before catching a familiar scent. Ah, there he is. She ran in the direction of the scent before stopping in front of Naruto, Fu, Kurama and Chome. She then pounced on the blonde Dragonslayer, hugging him. Naruto-kun. She grinned as she tightened her hold on the boy she once called her little brother. Haku, a pleasure to see you as well. Naruto rolled his eyes as he pried Haku off of his. Haku huffed as she was forced off of her little brother figure. She brushed back her long black hair before looking at Kurama. Kurama, you mangy cat, you. She petted the fox-costumed cat on the head. How have you been? Been keeping Naruto on a leash, I presume. Kurama rolled his eyes. It's impossible to control this brat. Though, I must admit he has been less annoying. Naruto and Kurama glared at each other, causing Haku to giggle. Same as always, it seems. Haku said before clutching her stomach. Kurama and Naruto looked at her oddly. Haku, are you well? Naruto asked. Haku nodded. Yeah, I'm fine, Naruto-kun. It's just the train really messed me, stupid piece of metal. Naruto and Fu nodded in agreement. Tell me about it, they stated simultaneously. Kurama then looked around for a few seconds before turning back to the daughter of Glacia. Where's Yuki-chan? He asked. Haku stood back up as she settled her slightly queasy stomach. Yuki-chan's back at home with Zabuza-sama. I mean to-san, I can never get rid of the habit of calling my own father that. Anyway, I didn't bring Yuki because she didn't want to come. She said that as long as you and Naruto-kun were there, she had no reason to come. She still sees it as her duty to be my bodyguard when no one reliable is around. She explained. Oh, and who are you? Haku said as she took notice of Fu. Fu blinked as she realized it was her being asked the question. I'm Fu and this is Chome. She introduced her exceed partner. Haku's eyes narrowed as she sniffed Fu, making the mint-haired girl back off due to the close proximity between them. So, you're a Dragonslayer as well. I'm Haku, Ice Dragonslayer and daughter of Glacia. Fu's eyes widened as she registered Haku's scent. Oh, yeah, well, I'm the Wind Dragonslayer, daughter of Cyclonus. Fu informed her fellow Dragonslayer. Haku nodded. A pleasure to meet another like me and Naruto-kun. Haku said. Naruto turned to look at Haku, interrupting her from continuing any further friendly conversation with the Wind Dragonslayer. Ice Dragon, your duties do not lie with that of making conversation. Right now, we are heading to an island known as Galuna where the inhabitants are said to be turning into demons. I have my own motives for taking an interest in the island, but if you would like to do so, you will be granted permission to work alongside Wind Dragon and investigate the cause of the transformation, and if possible, get rid of it. Naruto said. I see. Your motives are never revealed, but you were always the secretive type, so I will continue to follow you, Naruto-kun. Do what you need to do, I trust Kurama will know when to stop you. Kurama nodded. The brat doesn't plan for any conflict in this mission, Haku. Though it depends on if conflict will find us first. Naruto then walked over to the black-haired, kimono-wearing ice user. So, would like to use aerial transport via me carrying you, or would you rather skate? Fu and Chome blinked in confusion at that. Skate, they thought with curious glances. Haku noticed said glances and grinned. Being a Dragonslayer, her pride wouldn't allow her to rely on another's help in certain tasks, and also it gave her the feeling to show off once in a while. I'll skate, she stated. Naruto nodded before activating his wind abilities and levitated over to the water's surface. Fu, Chome and Kurama went airborne as well before looking at Haku, who jumped off the ledge into the waters below. However, just before she was about to touch the water, the air suddenly grew extremely cold. Hyoryu no Hyokutsu, Ice Dragon's frozen soul. Haku said as she touched down. As soon as her sandaled feet touched the ocean's surface, the water froze and a large area of ice formed. Fu and Chome stared in awe at the powers of the Ice Dragonslayer. Now then, where is this Galuna island? Haku asked. Naruto's eyes became a shining white as he activated Mokushiryu no Byakugan. Using the ability to create holographic manifestations through his eyes ability, memory projection, Naruto formed the map that Minerva has found that directed him to the unknown island. 100 miles due north-northwest. He answered. Haku nodded before taking a step forward, the water in front of her freezing before she even touched it this time. She then began to walk, her pace increasing as she broke into a run before she was actually ice skating atop the ocean's surface. Let's go, Naruto told the other members of his group before flying after Haku. Fu and the two exceeds followed with a nod. Galuna Island, Fjorine Ocean. The cursed island lay in the middle of nowhere, battered by the relentless waves of the ocean. Many years of being hit by waves from one end, the one circular-shaped island had been forced into the shape of a crescent moon if one took a bird's-eye view of the island. Galuna Island was completely engulfed in forest, save for the single village where the inhabitants were said to have succumbed to the island's curse, their physiology changing into that of a demon's. The three Dragonslayers and the two exceed wandered through the jungles before coming across the village a few minutes after arriving at the cursed island's location. It was now nighttime. Naruto stepped forward as the crowd of villagers surrounded him and his compatriots. Who are you? An elderly man, most likely the leader of the village, spoke as he slammed his staff into the sands. Who we are is none of your concern, human. Naruto snarled. We are merely here to investigate the cause of your demonic epidemic and by extension, cure it. The elderly man and the other villagers gaped in shock. We apologize for our rudeness. Judging from your ability to get here, I presume you are all mages. Haku nodded. Are you from a legal guild? No, Naruto answered. The villagers immediately went into an uproar as they started yelling about having no need to pay them and them being dark mages and whatnot. However, a burst of killing intent from the Apocalypse Dragonslayer silenced them. I do not care for your epidemic in actuality. I have my own reasons for coming to this island, but it is not to help you pitiful humans. Haku tapped Naruto on the shoulder and the blonde sighed as he noted the look in her eyes that told him to shut or she would hurt him. Though he knew he could easily defeat the Ice Dragonslayer in his current state, the fact that Haku wasn't very hard to put down when enraged made him relent. Yes, I apologize for my partner's words. Though it is the truth he speaks, but if we can, we will be able to help you with what is causing your changes. Now then, are you the leader of this village? Haku asked the elderly man. The man nodded as he slammed his staff on the ground once more. Yes, I am Mocha. The island of Galuna is inflicted by a curse that is causing our bodies to change into that of demons. The effects are only appearing at night and by day. The curse's effects wear off, but in some people, the effects become permanent and they are unable to revert back to normal during the daytime, and thus in order to keep them from harming the other villagers due to the insanity they are given, we are forced to kill them. Mocha explained. I see. Is there anything of significance that with respect to the fact that the moon is now purple? Haku asked as she pointed at the night sky. Indeed, the once silvery moon had become a deep violet. Mocha nodded. Yes, the moon had turned purple a few years ago, that was when the curse began. Mocha said. The villagers then removed the robes that they wore and revealed to the group their ailment. Their eyes widened as they saw the villagers with clawed hands and feet, some bearing horns on their heads, others with extended canines and enlarged jaws. Certain parts of their bodies were now covered with scaled skin with black spots. The moon's light would shine on our village and the magical power of the purple moon would change our bodies into their demonic forms. The elderly man said as his form suddenly changed into that of a purple-skinned demon with black dots as he stepped out of the darkness and into the light of the lavender moon. So that's how it happens. Kurama mused. And I'm guessing since the moon is the cause. Mocha nodded. Yes, the only way to stop this epidemic is to destroy the moon. He stated with a serious expression. Fu and Chomei's eyes widened. Destroy the moon. They exclaimed. But the moon is extremely far away and even then, the moon is most likely bigger than how it appears, so it would take a lot of power to even destroy it. Mocha nodded in agreement. It will, but it is the only way. Haku stared at the lavender moon before sighing. Naruto-kun, what's the plan? She asked her fellow Dragonslayer. The blonde looked at the ice magic user before looking at Kurama. See if you can find anything beyond the village. He instructed. The red-eyed Exceed spread his feathered wings, much to the surprise of the villagers, and then flew up into the air and looked around before spotting a large temple in the distance. Oi, there's a temple of some sort up ahead. He yelled. True to his word, Kurama had spotted that there was another piece of infrastructure along with the village. It seemed that deep within the heart of the Galunan jungles was a single, large temple. The temple was made entirely out of stone, shaped into that of a pyramid of some sort, similar to that of what the ancient Aztecs once built. Naruto turned to Mocha. Does that temple hold any significance to your people or to the island? Naruto asked. Mocha shook his head. Not really. It's most likely from the civilization that lived here before us, during the early times of Earthland. Very well. Come on. We're going to that temple. He said as he took off towards the temple. Haku, Fu and the two Exceed followed behind the fast-moving blonde. As they sped through the jungles of Galuna Island, the trio of Dragonslayers and the Exceed duo suddenly came to a stop. Oi, Naruto, why the hell did we stop? Fu asked. Naruto didn't answer, merely raising a hand at the Wind Dragonslayer. Hush, Wind Dragon. Fu blinked as Naruto raised his head and sniffed the air, his ears twitching as well. Fu and Haku followed his actions and suddenly they all gained confused facial expressions. What is that? Haku asked. I know. It smells sort of like rat. Fu said. More like mouse. Chomei corrected her Dragonslayer partner. Naruto turned in the direction of the scent and placed his right foot behind his left before concentrating his magic power. The sound of stomping met their ears and the group turned to see the trees beginning to rustle. Birds flew out from their perches as a large shadow towered over the trees. They all looked to the skies as the moon shadowed the image of what seemed to be a giant mouse. Is that mouse wearing a maid's outfit? Kurama yelled in disbelief. The giant mouse had light blue fur and was actually wearing a black and pink maid outfit. A frilly pink apron was worn around its waist and a white bonnet was atop its head. The mouse's yellow eyes stared down at them before it snapped its jaws, releasing loud, yet somehow terrifying squeaks at them. Chomei and Kurama acted on instinct at seeing the rodent and began to hiss and meow. Now is not the time for that, Kurama, see Homai. Naruto yelled to the two winged felines, his growing comically large and his eyes becoming circular and lacked irises and pupils. Naruto then raised his arms and twin twisters formed around them, however just as he was about to attack, Haku sped past him and leapt into the air. You've gotten enough fun these past years, Naruto-kun. Now it's my turn. The daughter of Glacia spoke with a wide grin, exposing her sharp canines. The mouse squeaked as it raised its large, clawed forelimb to slam it down on Haku, however Haku spun in midair and crashed a powerful kick against the mouse's fist. Ice magic. Freeze. She yelled the name of the most basic spell in the field of ice magic. The blow was quite powerful as it clashed against the rodent's fist, stopping it cold, both literally and figuratively. Ice crawled up the mouse's limb and froze the fist as well as a bit of its wrist. Haku formed claws out of ice on her hands and latched onto the mouse's frozen flesh. The mouse's eyes widened in shock as it looked at its frozen fist before seeing Haku climbing onto its hand before speeding up its forearm. The mouse began shaking the limb to get Haku off, but the Ice Dragonslayer began using a high level of agility to jump from the mouse's arm to the other arm and back again. Her claws of frozen water were trailing along the mouse's flesh whenever she made contact with it, cutting deep enough to cause bleeding and then freezing the blood, thus leaving a trail of crystalline crimson behind her. When Haku saw she was close enough, having reached just below the shoulder of the left arm, she stomped down and ice formed beneath her feet. Ice magic. Straight shot. A pillar of ice shot out from the ice beneath her feet and shot her straight towards the mouse's face. The yellow-eyed rodent stared in shock as Haku moved at high speeds towards it. The daughter of Zabuza then raised her ice claws and raked them down the mouse's face. Ice magic. Bifrost. She roared. Blood spilled from the claw marks that formed only for them to suddenly freeze over, forming red ice. The mouse squeaked in pain from the intense feeling of cold it felt on its body. Red ice and regular blue ice spread across the mouse's body, but not entirely. It spotted the black-haired woman and aimed to attack her. Haku then crashed her fists together, her pupils becoming vertical slits as she drew upon her Dragonslayer magic reserves. Hyoryu no Haraban. Twin tails of ice sprouted out of Haku's rear where her tail bone would be located. She then spun and lashed out with the whip-like tails of ice, leaving behind frozen scar tissue from the numerous attacks she dealt towards the gargantuan rodent, stopping its attempt to strike at her. As Haku landed on the ground, she sped off towards the mouse once more before meeting its stomach, ice coating her fists in the shape of fangs. Hyoryu no Hyotengaka. The attack struck forth and nailed the gigantic mouse in the stomach, and suddenly a large burst of ice enveloped the giant rodent, spreading along its entire body before stopping. Haku landed on the ground, dusting herself off before patting the ice sculpture she now made. Not too bad, since I haven't really been using my Dragonslayer abilities that much in the past 4 years since you left, Naruto-kun. Haku grinned toothily. Naruto looked at the giant mouse, an expression of pain frozen onto its face. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Well done, he commented. That was epic. Fu stared in shock at her fellow female Dragonslayer. How did you get such an attack to spread over such a wide area like the mouse's body? 21 years of practice, Fu-san, which is pretty much my entire life right there. Haku smiled. Fu's orange eyes sparkled before bowing to Haku. You are my role model. Haku blushed in embarrassment. Oh please, you jest. I'm not that good. If you want to see a true Dragonslayer in action, then you should have seen Naruto-kun when he and I sparred. His Dragonslayer magic is unstoppable. Fu nodded as she remembered what had been the outcome between that large battle between the blonde, the two members of Grimoire Heart, and the head captain of the Rune Knights. All three were downed by one man. Although he did get knocked out and seemed close to death's door. I've had the chance to see it in action. Truly a terrifying scene, Fu commented. Naruto gave a smirk of pride at being complimented on his Dragonslayer skills before turning in the direction of where the mouse had come from. Come on, we have to continue moving forward. We obviously have some competition, Naruto said. Huh. Haku and Chome blinked in confusion. The rodent was obviously not a wild animal due to the clothing it wore and the fact that it seemed to be ready to fight, as if it were guarding or protecting something, or someone. Naruto said. He quickly coated his right arm in wind magic and made slashing motion with the arm. I will find what I need. I will find Deliora, he growled out as the icy rodent suddenly shattered into cleanly cut pieces of ice. Insert music. Fairy Tale Akuma Deliora. Galuna Temple. Huh. A female voice spoke in a confused tone. The owner of the voice was a rather curvaceous woman who had blue eyes, long pink hair which was tied into 2 pigtails, and large breasts. A choker was worn around her neck, and a purple and pink spaghetti strap dress in addition to a pair of black leggings and high-heeled sandals completed the outfit. A pair of large white strips, similar to that of wings, came from the back of the girl's outfit. Is something wrong, Sherry? A short male asked. The male was named Yuka Suzuki. Yuka was a very petite man with dark-colored eyes and dark blue hair that seemed to defy gravity. He wore a green one-tail coat with a white strip going down the middle of the coat and a pair of brown boots. His most noticeable feature, however, were his large eyebrows. Someone managed to defeat my lovely Angelica. Sherry screamed as she clutched the sides of her head in fright. Whaaaaat. The voice of one Toby echoed throughout the ruins of the restored temple. Toby was a tall, lean young man who had decorated his face to look similar to that of a dog's. He had tanned skin which had lean muscle beneath it. A pair of dog-like ears grew out of the mop of dark brown hair. His dark eyes were extremely circular and the lower part of his face was similar to that of a dog's muzzle, down to the small black nose. He wore no shirt, but wore a pair of dark blue, baggy pants and dark brown, bordering on black, boots. We have visitors it seems. Another voice said. Leon-sama, what should we do? Sherry asked the owner of the fourth voice, now identified as Leon. Leon Bastia, the other student of Ice Mage Master, Leon was a young man with spiky silvery blue hair and dark-colored eyes. He wore a dark blue shirt with a yellow stripe going down the middle of it, dark-colored pants which were tucked into a pair of silver, armored greaves. The outfit was completed with a large white cape which had a wide collar and gold trimming. A silver helmet was worn over the upper half of his skull, leaving only his mouth and nose visible. Well, given that our guests might be arriving soon, as they will no doubt discover the temple. Sherry, I suggest you, Toby and Yuka go and greet them. Leon grinned. The other three members of Team Leon nodded and headed out to meet their guests. And what of me, Leon-sama? Asked Zalti, the fifth member of Team Leon. Zalti was a short individual who had tanned skin, but the majority of his body was hidden beneath the large clothing he wore. Said clothing consisted of a dark green tunic over a dark orange shirt, dark brown pants and a pair of dark brown boots. A red and gold mask was worn to cover up a majority of Zalti's face, with the gold lines making a pattern similar to that of a cat's face. A pair of blue lines and a blue symbol of unknown significance decorated the mask as well. Olive green hair stretched over the young Zalti's back and appeared to be slightly spiky. Zalti, you shall remain here in case the other three are to be defeated by the intruders. I will go and prepare the moon drip ritual. Zalti nodded, a wide grin on his face. As you command, Leon-sama. Zalti spoke. Leon nodded before heading back to the underground chamber of the temple. Leon walked through the lengthy hallway, ignoring the increasing darkness because as he continued walking, an eerie violet light met his eyes. Leon entered through the doorway at the end of the hallway before coming to a stop in front of a gargantuan room that was large enough to fit at least 3 large ships inside. Leon gave an insane-looking grin as he looked up at the large object within the room. Soon, you will awaken and I will finally surpass my teacher and do what she could not. The object within the room was a large chunk of ice the size of a glacier. The blue ice was transparent and allowed Leon to view the creature within. The creature was large, but it was impossible to tell what the actual color of it was since the power of the moon drip caused the purple moonlight to focus on the frozen creature. The creature was obviously of demonic origin though, that much could be told. It was large, muscular and wore a single loincloth to cover its groin area. A large amount of sharp teeth lined its jaws and sharp claws were on its hands and feet. Long hair fell from its head down to just past its large and broad shoulders. Its eyes, an evil-looking violet due to the moonlight, shone within the ice. I will revive and kill you. Deliora. Leon laughed as he watched the large magic seal appear above the icy prison of the demon of Zirf. Sacred magic. Moon drip. Leon said as he activated the ancient magic that began to undo Ur's ice make, iced shell technique. Now it's just a matter of time before you meet the inevitable, Deliora. Outside the Galuna Temple, Galuna Island. The 2 Exceed and 3 Dragonslayers stopped a few meters outside the large entrance to the Galuna Temple, its dark cavern seeming as if it were awaiting their arrival. So we finally made it to the temple. Fu commented. The wind blew through their hair, Fu taking the opportunity to eat the moving air molecules and satisfy the slight hunger pang she was feeling. Let's go. Naruto said, however he paused when the earth began to rumble. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he stared at the cracked earth outside the aged temple before a large earthen fist burst out of the ground. Naruto backflipped to avoid the strike before landing. Another fist escaped its earthen confines before the hands found their grip. The earth groaned and cracked and with a mighty roar, the owner of those hands burst forth. A large golem burst out of the ground, its hollow eyes staring at the intruders. Naruto growled at the golem before raising his face mask, signifying he wasn't here to mess around with some piece of earth. Hehehehe, seems as though you people don't know where you all are. Sherry spoke as she walked out of the entrance of the temple. Yuka and Toby flanked the pink-haired girl. You will not be allowed to enter the temple and stop the moon drip. Yuka glared at the group. Moon drip? Kurama asked. Yes, moon drip. The process of channeling the magic power of the purple moon to undo the act of any magic. The properties of the moon's magical power border on that of a god's. It can undo any spell, even the mighty ice make, iced shell. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. So Deliora is here? He asked. The three members of Team Leon took a step back in shock. How did you know that? Toby exclaimed, his face being comically angry. I didn't. The fact that you reacted in such a fashion merely confirmed my suspicions. Naruto said. Now I suggest you weaklings step out of my way, or I will be forced to use lethal force in order to make sure you do not get in my way. Fu and Haku knew Naruto meant he was threatening to kill them, so the Wind Dragonslayer took the opportunity to divert the blonde's attention. Oi, why don't you go on into the temple with Haku and Kurama? Chome and I can handle these 3, 4 if you count the golem. Fu said. Naruto glared at the green-haired Dragonslayer of Wind before nodding. Show no mercy, he stated before looking at Haku and Kurama. Move out. Oi, stop. Yuka yelled, only for the 3 to suddenly vanish in streak of their respective elements. Naruto appeared to dissolve into the wind, Haku disappeared in a cloud frost, and Kurama in a wisp of flame. What the? Toby stared in shock, only for him to turn back and receive a fist to the face. Toby clutched his face in pain before Chome appeared above him and her arm changed into that of the Kabutomushi's exoskeleton-covered leg. The sharp limb nearly speared through Toby had Sherry's golem not deflected it with a punch. A large scratch formed, cutting a few inches deep, showing just how sharp the leg was. Sherry smirked. You will never be able to defeat my doll play magic. My golem doll will crush you both. Sherry grinned widely. Fu's eyes narrowed and Chome changed her other arm into that of its Kabutomushi form, her insect-like wings buzzing rapidly. I'd like to see you try. Fu said. Very well. Toby, get her. Toby shook his head as he got over the pain he had felt on his face from Fu's initial strike. He then held up his hands and his nails lengthened into claws before they took on a green color. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden Kokuden. My paralysis poison will end her before she will even realize it. Toby smirked before taking off. Fu stood completely still, arms crossed in an uncaring manner. Toby released a battle cry and brought down his claws, only for Chome to intervene and slap away his arm with one of her beetle limbs. Toby's eyes widened before he suddenly had to block a counter strike from Fu's other sharpened beetle limb. You think you can keep up, dog boy? Chome asked with a hiss. Toby's eyes narrowed before he charged forth. He slashed downwards, but Chome flew out of the way and struck with both sharpened limbs. Toby quickly ducked and lashed out with a spin kick. He then went with the momentum to strike with his heel, which Chome ducked under before bringing down both clawed hands. Chome quickly flew up in between his arms as he had unknowingly left a space between them. She then spread apart her transformed hands and deflected the strike before she grew the Kabutomushi's horn. The sharp horn stabbed into the canine-like man's chest, but not deep enough to kill him. Chome removed her horn before slashing repeatedly with her Kabutomushi limbs. Lines of red decorated the dog-like man's body before Chome spun and lashed out with her whip-like tail. Toby skidded backwards and Chome then flew up into the air and performed a loop-de-loop, her wings buzzing rapidly as she picked up speed and crashed headfirst, stabbing the blunt side of her horn into Toby's stomach so as to kill him. Toby howled in pain, coughing up blood and bile as he went soaring through the air. Chome smirked as she reverted her limbs back to normal and her horn shrunk back into her forehead. Now then, you were saying something about beating us. Chome stated with overconfidence. Sherry nodded as she sent her golem forth. The golem released a roar as it shot a punch towards the Exceed, moving faster than one would expect from a giant of its size. Chome was suddenly sent flying through the air, but managed to steady herself. The golem went to follow up with another punch, but Fu appeared in front of the earthen behemoth and raised her arms, crossing them in front of each other, coating them wind. Furyu no Yokuken, wind dragon's wing blades. She cried out. She slashed both arms in a downward diagonal direction. The golem suddenly froze in place before a large axe formed on the golem's body before it fell apart, becoming nothing but rubble. Arg, damn you bitch. Sherry roared as she channeled magic into a pile of rocks. Doll play magic. Rock doll. A large rock beast formed from the pile of rocks, roaring at the Wind Dragonslayer. However, before the beast or Fu could attack each other, Yaku appeared, magic seals appearing in front of each hand. Wave magic. Bullet. 2 bullets of pure magic shot forth. Fu quickly jumped and rolled out of the way as the bullets impacted with her previous location, causing the ground to shatter. Fu's eyes widened. He's stronger than he appears, but not stronger than a Dragonslayer. Fu's pupils became vertical slits and she took a deep breath. A gray-green magic seal formed in front of her jaws as she reared her head back. Furyu no Hoko. A large twister spiraled out of her mouth. Yuka and Sherry stared in shock as they watched the attack. She's a Dragonslayer. Sherry exclaimed. Yuka quickly clapped his hands together. A magic seal formed. Wave magic. Shield. Yuka yelled as a shield of deep blue magic energy formed in front of him. The large twister clashed with the shield before it was suddenly nullified. Fu stared in confusion as her attack dispersed as if it were never there. What the? She growled before taking off towards Yuka only for Sherry's rock doll to jump down. Fu quickly stopped running and jumped out of the way. As the rock doll landed, Fu leapt and spun around. Furyu no Rankyaku, Wind Dragon's storm leg. A wave of wind blades flew forth from her rapidly spinning leg and crashed into the rock behemoth, sending it skidding backwards with a few slash marks on it. My rock doll is tougher than the golem, weakling. Rock doll, crush her. Yuka and the rock doll ran alongside each other and Fu's eyes twitched as she was called a weakling. Oh, that bitch did not just call me weak. She mumbled to herself before channeling her magic into her feet. A magic seal formed beneath her feet before she took off. Yuka and the rock doll paused in their charges, looking around for the girl who seemed to have disappeared. Suddenly the Wind Dragonslayer appeared above Yuka. Furyu no Kei's Kiwa, Wind Dragon's wind edge. She cried out, her fist surrounded by a storm of swirling wind currents. Yaku's eyes widened as the attack neared him before he sent out a pulse of magic energy which took the form a dome around the blue-haired boy. Wave magic. Shield, he yelled. The attack clashed with the shield causing it to nullify and Fu's eyes widened once more. Again, you stopped my attack. Fu growled as she quickly used the force of the strike to pivot and rotate her body, thus effectively avoiding the punch to her abdomen from the rock doll. Sherry smirked. As long as Yuka keep nullifying her magic attacks, there's no way she can win, even if she is a Dragonslayer. The pink-haired beauty thought. Yuka quickly fired off another round of magic bullets at Fu, who quickly dodged the volley only to raise her arms and block the strike from the rock doll. Fu quickly ducked as she felt movement behind her, only to relax slightly when she saw it was her exceed partner. Insert music. Fairy Tale Mahu Taisen. Chome suddenly released a glow as her body suddenly began to morph. The tattoo of a kabutomushi beetle which was on the back of her neck suddenly grew and snaked its way around her body, transforming the feline into the insect. 2 wings and a single tail formed, an equivalent of 3 tails, which was enough power to end this fight in Chome's mind. Bug buzz. The horse-sized kabutomushi yelled. Chome then fluttered her wings rapidly, a screeching sound heard by all. Fu clutched her ears in pain along with Yuka and Sherry. The rock doll was unaffected though, and seeing its master in pain made it see Chome as an obvious enemy. It charged forth and Chome stopped buzzing her wings before lashing out with her tail, now covered with a few sharp spikes. The light green rear appendage shot forth and stabbed itself through the rock doll's shoulders, knees and stomach, sending it to the ground before Chome swiped its head clean off. Fu rubbed her ears before glaring at Chome. You idiot furball, you nearly deafened me. The transformed cat sweat dropped and chuckled, scratching her horn in embarrassment. Sorry, I forgot you have sensitive hearing and that bug buzz affects all people. Chome chuckled nervously as Fu's glare intensified. Fu then took off towards Yuka and reared back her fist before shooting it forward. Yuka released a cry of pain as he was struck in the cheek. He tumbled through the air before righting himself. He looked up in time to see Fu descending towards him, taking a deep breath. Her chest swelled as wind and magic energy built up within her lungs before releasing it. Furyu no Datapa, Wind Dragon's great breakthrough. She yelled as she unleashed a powerful blast of wind. The wind bullet sped towards Yuka who formed his wave magic shield and stopped the attack. Fu then twisted and slammed an axe kick onto the shield only for it to stop her physical blow. Fu growled as she continued to strike at the dome-shaped shield. You bastard, put down the dome so I can kick your ass. She growled. She punched the dome, causing it to deflect another one of her strike. Chome then flew towards the dome and crashed into it with enough force that her horn broke through the defense and slammed into Yuka's arm, injuring the limb. The blue-haired man rolled along the ground, clutching the pained limb. How did you do that? She asked. Chome quickly turned to see Sherry call upon another one of her dolls. This time it was a large, walking tree with a face one would see on a jack-o'-lantern. The tree doll raised its wooden fist, aiming to crush the Wind Dragonslayer, but Fu suddenly vanished in a blur of speed. She then reappeared behind it and the tree doll released a hollow laugh before as it observed nothing happened to it, only to freeze as its body was revealed to have been sliced into splinters. Fu stood back up, her hands coated in wind in the shape of claws. Furyu no Kamikaze no Sume, Wind Dragon's holy wind claws. The tree doll fell at the might of the Wind Dragonslayer before she turned to see Yuka standing back up to his feet and Sherry fuming with rage at having 3 of her dolls beaten. Well, Fu-chan, your opponent is releasing a pulse of magic thus interrupting with the flow of magic around and in your attacks, thus nullifying them. So how did you counter it? The dome is strong, but if you hit it at a high enough velocity and with enough force, it should break through and strike the big eyebrow-ed freak. Chome said as she finally took notice of those angular eyebrows. Fu nodded as she saw Yaku set his sights on her and Sherry summon another rock doll. Chome sprouted another wing, giving her 3 wings and a tail, and took off towards the rock doll, slamming into it and sending it flying through the air. While Chome did that, Fu sped towards the wave magic user. Yaku raised his hands and magic seals formed in front of them. Wave magic. Bullets. Furyu no Rasendangan, wind dragon spiraling bullet. The wind bullets collided with the magic bullets in midair, causing small explosions in the air. Fu then inhaled the winds from the explosions, fueling her strength before taking off at high speeds. She then rushed towards Yaku, who quickly formed his shield and smirked. Give it up, he told her as he watched her continue her charge. You will never break through this defense. Your bub cat thing got lucky, but you will never break it again. Then I pity you, she said, causing Yaku's eyes to widen as Fu's speed suddenly increased as she sprouted 2 pairs of wings on her back. Because I'm about to break it. She supported her statement with a powerful headbutt that smashed through the dome and into the blue-haired boy's stomach, causing him to cough up spittle and a bit of blood. The wind was also forced out of his lungs. Yaku tumbled along the ground before slamming into the wall of the aged temple, unconscious. Fu then turned to see Chome finishing off Sherry's rock doll. Fu then disappeared in a gust of wind before reappearing in front of the pink-haired woman. So I'm weak, huh? She snarled at the blue-eyed woman. Sherry stuttered as she tried to find her words, but the fear she was currently feeling as she stared into the angry eyes of the Wind Dragonslayer silenced her vocal cords. Fu snarled before punching the woman hard against her skull, causing her head to spin before she collapsed like a rag doll on the floor. You're the one who's weak, bitch. Fu said before spitting on the ground near the girl. Chome's body glowed a blue-green color as she reverted back into her feline state, the Kabutomushi tattoo reforming on the back of her neck as she did so. Alright, Naruto, Kurama ni-chan and Haku are waiting for us. Chome said before flying off into the temple, Fu following right behind her. Inside Galuna Temple. Haku, Kurama and Naruto entered the temple grounds, walking through the long, dark corridors. Naruto took note of the fact that the temple, which seemed to be much older than how it looked, smelled that way as well. Strange, this temple shouldn't look like how it does currently. Naruto commented. Why not, brat? Kurama asked. The temple smells older than how it should. Given by how it looks, one can only assume that someone took the time to restore the temple, and it is unlikely the locals of the village would do so since they had never even set foot in this place. Their scents are not present in here at all, so that leaves our mystery assailants, but why would they want to revive this temple? Naruto asked, now talking more to himself than to his fellow Dragonslayer and Exceed partner. Maybe there's something in here worth the restoration, like I don't know. Deliora. Haku stated bluntly. But what would they want with Deliora? Kurama added his own question. The trio remained in silence as they continued to traverse the hallways, Kurama providing light as he used his crimson flames to do so. They continued to walk for many a minute before a purple glow caught their eyes. What is that, Naruto-kun? Haku asked. Naruto's eyes narrowed before shaking his head. The energy coming from it is similar to that of the magic power surrounding the island. This must be the cause of their transformations, the source of what is so very wrong about this island. Naruto said as he took off towards it. Kurama and Haku followed after the son of Acknowledge before they stopped. Upon entering the room, they noticed the large space they were in, however they noticed the room was empty and that though the violet rays of moonlight entered the chambers, there seemed to be something else beyond it, identified by the fact that the light seemed to be more concentrated at the end of the following corridor. We should continue down there. Kurama said as he pointed at the corridor. Naruto nodded before taking a step forward, only to withdraw his foot, spin on his heel and lash out with a brutal spin kick. Kurama and Haku stared in shock as they took notice of an orb-like object crashing into the walls of the chamber. A laugh then filled the air of the room and the 2 Dragonslayers and 1 Exceed looked around the room, the laughter bouncing off all the walls. Well, it seems we do have some intruders. Zalti laughed as he withdrew the teal-colored orb from the wall. Naruto growled as he looked at Zalti. Get out of my way, human, or I shall be forced to deal with you in a manner not to your liking. Zalti laughed. So you think, but you will find to be most difficult, my blonde friend, or should I say Ogana Fujin. Zalti grinned widely as Naruto's eyes narrowed, adjusting the face mask he had put up prior to his entry into the temple. I do not hesitate to kill, human. Now get out of my path, and I will be lenient towards you. Naruto growled. Zalti chuckled and merely responded with a toss of the teal orb. Insert music. Naruto raising the fighting spirit. Fast forward, he muttered. Naruto's eyes widened as the orb sped towards him at speeds he barely kept up with, only for the orb to retreat back to Zalti's hands and shoot towards him at a different angle. Naruto grabbed the orb, gritting his teeth as the force caused him to skid backwards slightly. He held up the orb and crushed it in his grip before taking off towards Zalti. The mask-wearing member of Team Leon gaped in shock as Naruto appeared in his face. He then grabbed Zalti by the mask and slammed him into the wall of the temple, causing an imprint to form before forming a wind blade. K's no Yeba. Naruto snarled as he positioned the wind blade at Zalti's heart, however when Naruto was about to strike he took notice of something strange about the male before him. He sniffed Zalti and his eyes narrowed. You sound and look like a male, yet you have the scent of perfume and you smell strongly of estrogen and progesterone. Just who or what are you? Zalti chuckled as he stared at Naruto. You would know me quite well, but I think we could talk about these matters later. Fujin-kun. Zalti's voice suddenly changed into that of a female's, a voice Naruto remembered all too well. However, before he could say or do anything, Zalti suddenly held out a hand. Rewind. The teal orb was reassembled and shot back towards Zalti, striking Naruto's spine in the process. Zalti then kicked Naruto in the stomach and with amazing agility, backflipped out of harm's way, or so he thought. Kurama fired a crimson sphere of flame from his feline jaws, but Zalti quickly fast-forwarded the flames, affecting the amount of oxygen in it and caused it to decrease and the flame to dissipate. Haku then dove down from above, her hands coated in claws of ice. Hyoryu no Tososo. The claws slammed down on Zalti's previous location as he jumped out of the way. The ground froze as she made contact with it and Haku then followed up quickly by shooting her hands forward and an ice-blue magic seal formed in front of her. Ice magic. Arctic tunnel. A powerful blizzard in the form of a funnel, shot towards Zalti only for the member of Team Leon to cartwheel out of the way before hopping up to the higher levels of the chamber. However, Kurama flew up after her and coated his paw with red flame. The flames fashioned themselves into the shape of a fist, but Zalti quickly extinguished the oxygen supply for the flames before grabbing Kurama and throwing him out of the way. He's trying to escape, Haku exclaimed. Naruto snarled. Like hell you will. He channeled his wind magic into his feet and a gray-green magic seal formed beneath them. Fuden. Shunpo no Fujin. He then vanished into the wind before reappearing in front of Zalti, frightening the green-haired man. Naruto roared as he brought his wind-encased leg down upon the suspicious male. Fuden. Kazegiri. The wind arc shot forth from Naruto's leg sending Zalti to the ground with a large diagonal cut stretching from his left shoulder to his right hip. Zalti clutched the bleeding wound before jumping off of the rocks that jutted out of the aged temple chamber before a violet magic seal appeared beneath him. Hyoryu no Hoko. Gukakyu. The raging fireball and roaring twister of frost sped towards the masked man, only for said man to grin widely as he vanished in a pillar of purple light just before being struck. Naruto cursed as the attacks met in an explosion of steam and smoke. Teleportation magic, he muttered. Oh, how I hate that type of magic. So he got away. No big deal. It's not like he was important like those other three, besides it only solidifies your point that there's something here. Naruto nodded as Haku patted him on the shoulder. Naruto, you know you can tell us things. There's no one we could talk to anyway, except for Zabuza-sama. Naruto rolled his eyes. Haku, he's your two-san, call him as such. He's been begging you for the entirety of the 4 years I was there and you still struggle to do that. Haku giggled as Naruto gained a mischievous grin on his face. Kurama chuckled at Naruto's joke, a sign that his humanity was flickering in and out of existence. Naruto then looked at the place where Zalti had last been. So, you're that girl from Grimoire Heart, huh? Interesting, but what could you want from this? He thought. The three then continued into the chasms of the Galuna Temple, moving deeper into the final chamber. As they entered said final chamber, they all had to squint due to the brightness of the moonlight in the room. Haku quickly slammed her palm on the ground. Hyoryu no Hyayenheki, Ice Dragon's Ice Wall. The wall of crystalline water molecules appeared and refracted the light of the violet moon and the magic energy away from them, allowing for clear sight. Despite the ice distorting the image slightly, they were able to see the violet moon rays shining down on a large chunk of what appeared to be. Is that ice? Kurama asked. Haku looked at it and licked her lips hungrily. Oh yeah, and big piece too, but there's something in there. Haku said as she pointed at the dark figure within the ice. Naruto nodded. I see it, but there seems to be magic power coming from somewhere. Naruto inhaled, eating the magic energy and drawing it from its source. After he did so for a few seconds he caught the point of origin and jumped out from behind Haku's ice wall and landed next to Leon, who was busy with the moon drip ritual. You do know that tampering with forces beyond your control is not something you humans should be doing. Naruto said in a stoic tone. Leon was so startled that the magic energy flickered for a moment, but he regained control of it and steadied the flow of moonlight onto the melting ice. What the? Who are you? Where's Zalti? He should have stopped you. Leon yelled. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the helmet-wearing man in front of him. Your subordinate abandoned the fight. It was 3 against 1, the odds were in our favor. Now tell me, what do you want with Deliora? Naruto growled out. Leon smirked as he watched the beam of violet moonlight fall onto Deliora's icy prison. My master, failed to defeat the demon because I know that demons are immortal. Even the magic of iced shell wouldn't have been able to stop a monster of this magnitude, so I decided that to surpass my master and finally show the world that I am a supreme ice mage. I will revive the demon and smite it with my own magic. Leon grinned before laughing like an insane maniac. Naruto stared at Leon with his sharp canines bared. You cannot be more idiotic, human. True, Your teacher failed in her efforts to stop the demon, but you want to revive it mainly to prove your strength. You humans really are lacking in mental strength. Naruto said. Leon growled as he slammed his fist against his palm, a pale blue magic circle forming in front of him. I'll show you, idiotic. Besides, who are you to stop me? Naruto snarled as the wind picked up around him, his magic power spiking and killer intent becoming more potent. I am someone you do not want to engage in combat with. He growled at the shocked Leon. Naruto took a DTEP towards Leon, who took a step back in fear before shaking his head to rid himself of it. Ice Make. Tiger. A large tiger made entirely of ice formed from the magic seal and sped towards Naruto, only for Haku to dive down from above where she had positioned herself and smash the tiger into shards before eating them. Ah, that was refreshing and delicious. Now then, you're an ice mage, and if you were taught by as you claimed, your ice must taste delightful. Haku said as she licked her lips savoring the first sample she ate. Lion's eyes widened as he stared at Haku. Kurama then floated next to Naruto, paws alight with crimson flame. Just what are you three? None of your business. Kurama hissed as he threw a red fireball at Leon, who jumped out of the way only for Haku to appear to his right and strike him in the ribs. He grunted in pain before casting another spell. Ice Make. Swallows. A flock of small birds made of ice flew towards Haku, who grinned widely as she slid into a fighting stance. She twisted and turned as she used numerous knife hand strikes to shatter the birds of ice, sometimes even going so far as to leap up and crunch the birds of frozen water in her jaws. Ice Make. Wolves. The two wolves of ice rushed towards Haku, but she merely grabbed one wolf by its muzzle and slammed it into the ground, shattering its head before going into a handstand and leaping above the second wolf as it tried to bite her. As she landed on the ground, the wolf was already in mid-jump, but Haku slammed her fists together and her hands became coated in ice in the shape of sharp teeth. Hyoryu no Hayatekaga, she yelled as she crushed the ice wolf's head with her fangs. She then turned to see Leon form a large magic seal as he called upon an equally large amount of his reserves. You may have defeated those spells, but you will not conquer this one. Ice Make. Dragon. The large reptile of ice flew forth towards Haku, who smirked as she took in a deep inhalation of air. Ice swirled into her mouth, taking some of the ice from the stray shards that flew from the dragon Leon was using. You should know something, Haku said calmly as she watched the ice dragon near her. She bared her canines as she readied her attack, a large magic seal forming in front of her. You shouldn't use ice dragons on the ice Dragonslayer. Lion's eyes widened as Haku let loose a powerful burst of magic power as she reared her head back and exhaled. Hyoryu no Hoko, she roared. The large blast of ice clashed with the dragon that Leon made, and it seemed as if the two attacks were evenly matched. However, Lion's eyes widened as he saw cracks form on his dragon's body. The dragon then gave one last roar before it was shattered and Leon was sent careening through the air, only to meet the floor as Naruto appeared above him and choke slam him into the ground. Dragon Slayer? He questioned as he looked at Haku. Naruto nodded in confirmation before holding up Leon and taking off his helmet. You have no use for this since we do have no idea who the hell you are. Naruto said as tossed aside the piece of steel. Leon gritted his teeth as he felt the pain of being struck with the force of a dragon's roar attack. Now tell me, human, you wish to revive Deliora, correct? Leon nodded. The moon drip process will undo the iced shell and free the demon. Naruto smirked. Good, because I plan to release Deliora myself, only not to defeat it. Your services have expired now that you are of no use to me as of this moment. Lion's eyes widened only to see black as Naruto tossed his aside like a rag doll. Leon was about to get back up only for a powerful wind bullet to drive itself into his body, sending him spiraling into the wall, causing a few rocks to fall atop of him, knocking him unconscious. Haku, I will need you to take the human and get outside. I have some business with the demon. Naruto growled, his eyes changing into that of his draconian fathers. The black-haired Dragonslayer stared at the taller man, the person she had once called little brother. Naruto took a few steps towards the ice-encased Deliora, Kurama flapping his wings next to the blonde. I said go, Haku. Naruto said with a forceful tone. Haku nodded before leaving with the unconscious Leon. When Naruto saw that Haku had indeed left, he made a few arm motions before thrusting his palm outwards. Seal magic. Silence. A numerous amount of seal kanji appeared in the doorway that led to the corridor Haku and Leon had exited through. Naruto formed hand motions and thrust his palm out again. Seal magic. Barrier lock. A spiderweb of seal kanji then appeared out of he dark violet magic seal followed by a barrier of similar color. So, how exactly are you going to awaken Deliora? Kurama asked as he watched Naruto literally seal off access to the room he was in. Naruto walked up to the icy prison and watched the moonlight refract off of it. The purple moonlight appeared to have some effect on it, lowering the equilibrium of the ice and making it melt, so it would seem that it would best be done by increasing the amount of moonlight. Naruto said before raising his leg. Fuden. Kazegiri. He released a numerous amount of wind blades from his legs, rapidly kicking outwards and thus cutting through the ceiling and the walls of the temple chambers. As he did that, the room was flooded with the oddly colored moonlight. Naruto then made a few hand motions and unlocked a pocket dimension before taking out his magic pen that people often used for rune magic, but what Naruto used for his more complex seal magic formulas. He then began to draw in a complex seal's formula into the earth, forming a large circle around the glacier that was Deliora's sealed form. After a few minutes, Naruto had finally finished, shaking his wrist to get rid of the stiffness in the joint. Alright, it's done, Naruto said as he sealed away his magic pen. He quickly ran through numerous arm and hand motions as if he were slashing the air before raising both palms and slamming them on the ground. Seal magic. Focus. Naruto called out as a large magic seal appeared above the ice prison of Deliora. Suddenly the moonlight began to focus through the magic seal, as if it were sunlight being focused through the lens of a magnifying glass. The moonlight focused more intensely on the ice prison and thus it began to do the impossible. The iced shell was melting. As Naruto took notice of this, he quickly clapped his hands together and two magic seals formed in a layered seal magic formula Naruto had devised. Seal magic. Two-layer formula. Binding stasis. Naruto yelled. A pulse of magic energy filled the room before the iced shell's melting form began to crack. The body of Deliora within the ice began to shudder and shake before the ice cracked away. Deliora's eyes widened as its glowing yellow eyes shone with life once more. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden Pain's theme song. Deliora roared as the iced shell finally gave away and fell to the ground. The demon of Zirf then looked around as it surveyed its surroundings only for Naruto's seal to suddenly activate. Seal magic kanji snaked its way up and around Deliora's body before Deliora felt its body being bound in place. The seal magic then pulsed and glowed before a soft blue light drove away the dark purple light of the moon of Galuna Island. Deliora's ice-affected body then regained the bit of color it once had when it wasn't in cryostasis and the beast roared as it tried to free itself from its bonds. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Naruto spoke as he and Kurama flew up to eye level of the towering demon. Deliora's eyes narrowed before roaring, but the act did nothing to faze the Dragonslayer and the Exceed. These seals are specifically designed by yours truly to keep you alive as well as bind you. The magic of the iced shell is supposed to have drained you of your magic power, and even though you are immortal, your body would have been reduced to dust. My seals are retaining what little magic power you have and should have been violent. They also act to restrain your body. Deliora snarled, breathing deeply before opening its mouth. A stream of magic energy shot from Deliora's mouth, but Naruto held up his hand and made a few hand motions. Seal magic. Reflective barrier. Naruto stated. A dark blue magic seal formed and absorbed the magic beam that Zerif's demon aimed at him before it was reflected and fired back at the beast. Deliora's head snapped back and its body tilted, and due to its bindings, it was not able to stop itself from collapsing against the walls of the Galuna temple. Deliora snarled as it continuously tried to free itself, but to no avail. Now then, stop struggling and quiet your tongue, demon, before I am forced to rip it out of you. Naruto roared as he released a pulse of acknowledge as magic. Deliora's eyes widened as it felt the malicious magic spread throughout the room. The demon stared at Naruto, his eyes a pure white, and the image of the black dragon seemed to encompass the blonde mage. Silence filled the room and Deliora and Naruto stared at one another. Kurama spectated the entire event and could only wonder just what kind of influence the Black Dragon of the Apocalypse had on these demons for them to act the way they did when Naruto used his Dragonslayer magic. What is it that you want, human? Deliora snarled only to receive a Rasengan to its face, the orb of pure magic drilling itself into its face. The demon roared in pain as the flesh above its eye was lost, but like all demons, Deliora's healing factor kicked in and healed its wounds. Do not compare me to the pitiful humans of this accursed planet. I am a Dragonslayer, the child of the dragon of the apocalypse. Now, you will tell me what I wish to know or I will torture you with my energy. Do I make myself clear, demon? Deliora snarled, its pride wounded from being ordered by the minuscule life form before it, but it yielded. Very well, Dragonslayer. What is it you wish to know? I wish to know the location of your master and creator, Zirf. I had a discussion with your sibling demon, Lullaby, and the flute demon said how you would know of Zerif's location. Now tell me, where is the black mage? Deliora's yellow eyes widened before narrowing. What would you need the information on Zirf-sama's whereabouts for? Answer the question. Naruto roared as he drilled another Rasengan into Deliora, this time into the demon's forehead and through the skull. Deliora roared in agony before it looked back at Naruto, the wound healing before his eyes. True. My survival through the act of living magic does bind mine and Zerif's existences so that if Zirf-sama dies or if Zirf-sama chooses to relinquish it, then my immortality is lost and I will die. However, I was merely tasked with causing destruction those few years ago in the snowy mountains in the north of this pitiful human society before I was defeated. Deliora growled, by Thathuman Ice Mage. I do not care for your tale, I merely wish to know where your master is. Are you so stupid that you have to give me your life's story before moving on to what I actually want to know? Deliora growled at Naruto. If I weren't bound, I do not know of Zerf-sama's whereabouts. Zerf-sama has many hideouts located throughout Fariy however, so it would be best to locate those before you begin a blind search for the Black Mage. Naruto's white eyes narrowed. Tell me where those hideouts are. Why do you wish to kill my master? Despite your power from being the Dragonslayer of the Black Dragon of the Apocalypse, my master will not be felled by such an impudent brat of a human like yourself. Naruto's teeth gritted as he walked atop his bound victim's face and with a flick of his wrist, he summoned forth the dragon-slaying sword, Excalibur. Deliora's eyes widened. That sword? You wield the blades of Merlin. It gaped in shock. Naruto flicked his wrist again and the golden flames encompassed the blade. Naruto remained silent as the golden flames reflected within the pure white glow of his eyes giving a frightful image. Do not ever call me a human, demon. Naruto said as he stabbed the burning blade into Deliora's eye. The demon roared with pain, a roar so loud that the chambers quaked and the walls of the temple began to shake, but due to Naruto's silencing seal, the deafening sound was made mute. Now tell me, where are those hideouts located before I burn your other eye? Naruto snarled. Deliora panted as it felt the wounding of its eye take effect before it was healed. I will never betray my AAA ag. The sound echoed once more as Naruto stabbed Excalibur into the other eye, burning it, retina and all. Deliora panted as it continued to resist, being stabbed in its eyes numerous times and Kurama watched as he nestled atop Naruto's head, observing the brutality of it all. Deliora is determined and its will is strong, but it will yield in a matter of time. Kurama said. That is something that I do not have the luxury of having. Time is not on my side. Naruto said as he looked around the room, the sounds of Deliora's roars having made the room border on instability. Now, tell me what I want to know and I will spare you the agony. Deliora panted before flinching as Naruto raised the golden blade. Okay, I will tell you what I know. I only know the location of two of the hideouts. Zerf-sama has only used those during the Great War that took place during his reign of darkness. One hideout is located in the Wood Sea, the place where the ancient magic Nirvana was once said to be, however you will have to search the entire woods for it since it is obvious that Zerf would not share the exact location of his base. The second one is located in the ruins of the ancient kingdom of Camelot where Zeref's great-great-great-grandfather, Merlin, the creator of the blade you now hold, had once lived his life. Naruto and Kurama stared at the yellow-eyed demon. Camelot. The kingdom's ruins still exist. Modern archaeologists are still searching for those lost ruins. Where are they? Kurama asked. Well, and exceed. It has been nearly 200 years since I last saw a citizen of Edolis. Deliora ignored the question as he watched the winged cat. Answer the question before we burn out your eye again. Kurama snarled as he formed a crimson fireball in his paws. Deliora's eyes narrowed before looking out of the hole in the temple Naruto had formed. Zerf-sama's main base of operations in Camelot, in fact the entire city of Camelot, even before Zeref's coming, was protected by Merlin's magic. The legendary first mage had done so to prevent the kingdom from ever being found and harmed. Camelot is located to the far east, outside of Fariy. Naruto quickly opened a pocket dimension and withdrew a world map showing the entire continent of Earthland and presented it to the immortal demon. Where? Which country? Deliora scanned the map with his golden eyes before gesturing to the large landmass far east. The largest country, the one you all call, the Pengrand Kingdom. It is probably the only place large enough to conceal the ruins of a kingdom the size of Camelot. Of course, with the kingdom being in ruins, it may not be that large anymore. Also, it appears that you will have to pass through a majority of the other countries of Earthland in order to reach the Pengrand Kingdom. The Pengrand Kingdom. It is rather strange for something to take place outside of Fariy. Very well. The information I have from you is now sufficient, demon. Note that if he is not present in those hideouts then your search would have been in vain. Zerf-sama was lost 400 years ago so the probability of you finding my master is very slim, Apocalypse Dragonslayer. Naruto faced Deliora, his white eyes shining. I'll take what I can get. Naruto said as he snapped his fingers. Deliora suddenly felt the seal bindings wear off and he stood back to his full height. The demon grinned widely as it clenched its hands into fists. You shouldn't have done that. No. You should know that I always know what I'm doing. Naruto spoke as the image of Aknologia appeared behind him. Dark blue and black magic power rolled off of Naruto in waves, his white eyes shining within the darkness and gave an ominous picture. Deliora's eyes widened as Naruto opened his jaws. Mokushiryu no Hoko. The blast of pure magic power slammed into Deliora, the attack burning his body from the inside out before the blast expanded in a dome that was obviously going to cause the room to collapse and destroy the temple. Naruto grabbed Kurama before disappearing into the wind as the blast radius of his attack continued to increase. Outside Galuna Temple. Naruto and Kurama appeared outside where Fu, Chome, Haku and the downed member of Team Leon were waiting. So how'd it go? Fu asked. Naruto looked at the winged Dragonslayer before gripping her shoulders and positioning her a few feet to her left. Before she could even question why the blonde did that, the gargantuan temple before them suddenly exploded outwards from Naruto's attack. A bit of rubble flew out from the areas that managed to avoid disintegration from Naruto's attack, which continued to increase in size and form a large crater in the ground. A large rock flew through the air before landing in the exact spot where Fu had been standing before Naruto moved her, causing her to sweat drop. Oh, so that's why you moved me. Fu deadpanned. Naruto remained silent as he observed the results on his attack. A large crater that expanded past the parameters of the temple's own size was the result of Naruto's attack, and Naruto clutched the map in his hand. So, Camelot still exists, he thought with a mental smirk. Naruto then turned to the members of Team Leon who were now beginning to stir. What happened? Sherry asked. Yuka and Toby both groaned, clutching their aching skulls while Leon merely shook himself as he awoke. Hey, where am I? You. Leon snarled as he tried to get up, only for Haku to kick him in the stomach. What happened to the temple? He stared in disbelief at the large crater where the temple had once been. What happened to Deliora? I destroyed the temple and Deliora with it. You destroyed Deliora. That was my destiny to fulfill, that was my purpose. Without having fulfilled my purpose to kill the demon that killed my teacher, I have nothing. Leon roared in rage. Naruto bent down to Leon and stared at him with the cold, unforgiving gaze that his blue eyes seemed to remain in. Listen, human, I don't give one damn about your purpose in life, but if you say you all lack purpose, if you lack something to do, then become my subordinates. Serve me and you will find purpose again. Serve you? The members of Team Leon exclaimed. You can't be serious, Toby exclaimed. Naruto stood back up. No, I am quite serious. You four seem to have the look of trustworthiness should one look at you at first glance. As a result, I would like you to join a legal guild so as to give me inside knowledge into the workings of the legal guilds. My spy network needs more members, and as a result, I know that finding members that are more than capable of performing the duties I wish to be done would be tedious, ergo I will take what I can get. Spy network? Sherry asked, her eyes widening. Just who are you? Yuka asked. Naruto's blue eyes stared at them as his blonde hair waved in the wind. You may know me as the Ogana Fujin. Team Lion's eyes widened in shock as they looked at the SS class mage. You're the most dangerous man in all of Fury? Yuka asked with a disbelieving gaze. Seeing that gaze, Naruto heightened his magic power and suddenly the force of gravity seemed to have increased on the four mages. Sherry, Yuka, Toby and Leon all watched in fear and slight amazement as the wind picked up around the blonde. The magic then died down and Naruto stared at them once more. Do not question me. Your orders will be primarily for my own purposes. You will have the freedom to do as you wish until you are given orders to do what I ask of you. Know that should you question my motives or should you question me at all when I give you orders, punishment will be dealt. Am I understood? Naruto growled out. The four stared at Naruto before Leon fixed himself into a kneeling position. I am rather lost in my ways now that you have taken the act of killing Deliora from me, but if serving you will help me find purpose in life once more, then I will serve you. I understand what you ask of us, Fujin-sama. Naruto nodded as the other three followed Lion's example. Very well. Your first assignment will be to join a legal guild. Once that is done, you are to give me updates into the workings of the guild you joined, its members and whatnot. Once that is done, if anything of significance occurs outside of the guild you have joined, you are to report to me. Understood? Yes. The four barked. Naruto then turned to Leon. Also, Ice Mage. Leon Bastia. Leon introduced himself. My colleagues are Sherry, Toby and Yuka. He gestured to each member of Team Leon. Your identities are noted. Anyway, with respect to having taken the act of killing Deliora from you, your teacher would have done so anyway even if you had managed to release Deliora. Leon and the other stared in shock. What do you mean? He asked. Iced shell freezes the opponent in an unmeltable casing of ice made entirely of the user's magic power that is draining to the point of death, making the body become ice as well. Your teacher's technique actually had a secondary effect alongside the act of freezing the opponent in cryostasis. The iced shell technique also allows the one trapped inside it to have their magic power drained from their bodies. Deliora, being immortal and being a demon of Zirf, had large quantities of magic power, however over the past 400 years there was no doubt Deliora would have died either way. Your quest would have been in vain and your human idiocy to prove you are stronger than your teacher just through defeating something that she could not, would have been paramount. Leon blinked in shock before punching the ground. So in the end, did kill Deliora. Yes, she did. Now get up. You have your jobs to do. Naruto ordered. Leon and the others stood to their feet before heading in the direction of the village. Haku, Fu, Chome, Kurama and Naruto followed behind them. However, as Naruto was walking he caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Why is she still here? Naruto thought. Kurama. Move on without me. I will meet with you momentarily. Where are you going? Kurama asked. Naruto blinked. To take a piss, he said. Kurama's sweat dropped at that. Alright. You, do that. He stated with an unsure tone since he had no idea how to respond to that. As Kurama flew after the group, Naruto looked around before following the scent. After a few seconds of speeding through the trees, he came to a stop on a rather thick tree branch before looking down to see Zalti. He then had the pleasure of seeing Zalti transform before his eyes, becoming the very beautiful Ultir Milkovich. So I was right, he stated aloud, causing her eyes widen in shock. Ogana Fujin. She jumped back. Naruto stared at her as she held up her teal orb, ready to fight. Why fight a battle you would surely lose, Grimoire Heart? Naruto spoke. Ultir gritted her teeth as she felt the magic power flowing off of him, easily overwhelming her own. What do you want? Ultir asked. I am curious as to why a member of Grimoire Heart took the time to join up with a band of misfits in an effort to resurrect Deliora. Naruto stated. The daughter of chuckled as she looked at the blonde. You seem rather interested in what I'm doing. Well, all I wanted to do was take the demon and control it for Grimoire Heart's own purposes. After all, it is one of the 7 keys required to awaken Zirf-sama. The dark-haired woman smiled. Naruto snarled at the mention of the black mage. And you Fujin-kun. Ultir's expression became a hardened glare. You are getting in the way of things. You destroyed the temple and Deliora with it. Deliora's use for me was expired, so I got rid of it, just as with Lullaby. Naruto replied with a bored tone. Ultir walked up to the blonde with a pissed-off look on her face. Deliora was a potential asset for Grimoire Heart. Mark my words, Fujin, you will go too far and then the master will begin to see how much of a threat you are, and when he does, he's going to kill you. Naruto smirked beneath his face mask. You sound like you worry for me, my dear. He spoke sarcastically, causing Ultir to blush with embarrassment from calling her dear like if she was his girlfriend or wife. What? Naruto chuckled at the woman's flustered look. It was so amusing to look at when her face turned partially red. Just stay out of the way. I'll stay wherever the hell I want to. Naruto growled as he bent down to stare into Ultir's eyes. The brown-eyed woman glared back at him with equal intensity as lightning seemed to spark between their gazes. You men are so damn stubborn. Why can't you just do as you're told and stay out of other people's business? You're the one who got into my business, you idiotic woman. It's your own damn fault for coming here to interfere with my agenda. Idiotic. Why, you little blonde bastard. Watch who you are calling a bastard, you snotty bitch. As the two argued, they had unknowingly had their foreheads pressed up against each other, though the fire from their heated argument was what caused the delayed reaction. The two blinked as they registered their respective positions before staring at one another. Since when were his eyes this blue? They're so mesmerizing, she thought as she stared into the seemingly endless pools of sapphire. They seemed to swirl like water from a crystal blue ocean. Naruto, on the other hand, had noticed that their close proximity had caused Ultir's breasts to have been pressed up against his chest, and he fought back the nosebleed he was sure to suffer from as Ultir's current outfit, a dark purple dress with black tiger stripes on it, revealed a vast amount of her cleavage, her curvy figure and alluring legs. Holy crap. The blonde's brain blew a fuse at that moment before he glanced back up at the younger Milkovich twin. He immediately straightened himself out and backed away from the dark purple-haired woman. Well, as I said, I'll do whatever the hell I wish, Naruto said before taking another few steps back and then vanishing into the wind. Ultir fought down the blush that had formed on her face before flattening out the wrinkles on her dress. What the hell just happened? She thought before pulling out her teal lacrima. As she pumped magic into it, the image of her twin sister appeared in its depths. Ul-chan, NYA. The cat-fanatical blonde greeted her sister. Yugito, I thought I told you to keep an eye on the Ogana Fujin. Why didn't you tell me he was coming to Galuna Island, or better yet, why didn't you stop him from coming here? She growled out. Yugito chuckled nervously. Well, Galuna Island was so far out at sea, and you know I get extreme seasickness when I go over water, and besides Matabi-chan is a fire-using feline, you really think she'd be willing to fly across the ocean? Yugito deadpanned. Ultir facepalmed. You and your seasickness. Fine, but this is the only time I'm letting you off for this. You're so understanding, Ul-chan. Yugito said sarcastically. Anyway, did you hear or see, your little Fujin-kun has a girlfriend, the green-haired girl. He has a what? She exclaimed before coughing as she noted the sly look on Yugito's face. I mean, a what? She asked in a more relaxed tone. Yeah, well, apparently he has a little friend, the Wind Dragonslayer, NYA. She's a pretty little thing, but you better make your move quick or you might lose him, Ul-chan, NYA. Yugito, I swear if you weren't my Nei-chan. Ultir left the threat hanging as Yugito laughed. Well, he seems to have something involved with your hunt for Zirf since the Fujin is looking for him as well. I know, he implied it in our conversation. You talked to him. He's rather handsome, wouldn't you say? Ultir nodded to her twin sister. Stubborn bastard is what he is. She grumbled. Ah, don't worry, Imouto, you'll get him soon enough. You're pushing it, Yugito Ne-chan. Ultir growled, causing Yugito to sweat drop and chuckle nervously. You're right, my bad. Anyway, if the talking is all you needed to do, then I'm going to go now. Matabi-chan is chasing the fishmongers again. No, Matabi-chan, not the salmon man. Ultir rolled her eyes as the image of her twin sister vanished and the lacrima in her hand returned to its original teal color. What the hell is she thinking? Me and Fujin-kun, PFFT. Preposterous. But she does have a point. The man does have some appealing looks and the mask adds to the mystery. No, bad Ultir. Focus. You need to focus on doing what is needed for the true world of magic and awaken Zirf-sama. Ultir said as she teleported back to the Grimoire Heart airship in a flash of dark violet light. Galunan Village, Galuna Island. With the mission being completed at Galuna Island and Naruto having achieved his primary objective, the trio of Dragonslayers and the two Exceed returned to the village to inform them as to how they were being transformed. Apparently the island was actually a demon island and the demon forms they were changing into were actually their true forms, but the effects of the moon drip had resulted in their gaining of amnesia. Naruto then used a powerful energy make, Sho Udama Rasendangan, to shatter the dome of solidified magic energy and thus freed the island of the curse. Thank you, my good lad. Mocha bowed to the Apocalypse Dragonslayer. You have helped our entire village, so please, grace us with staying here with your friends for the celebration party we shall be having. Naruto and Kurama were about to decline when Fu, Haku and Chome jumped in front of them, wide grins on their faces. A party? Hell yeah, we're staying. Naruto and Kurama sighed as they looked at each other. Women. They stated simultaneously. There was just no other way to describe the cause of the situation. As the group danced, ate and drank, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of two wizard saints and Dragonslayer, had managed to have himself dragged away from the celebration area and into a hut where a few of the more grateful female villagers wanted to express their gratitude towards the handsome blonde. What's going on? Naruto asked as he looked around the hut with a slightly dazed expression. His question was answered when he saw the scantily clad, physically attractive demon women standing before him. As thanks for helping our village, even though you originally said you had no plan to actually do so, we wanted to show our appreciation for the fact that you helped us anyway. One demon woman grinned as she grabbed Naruto's hand and placed it on her assets. Naruto's face turned red as blood rushed from his nostrils. Thus, on that day, Naruto had finally become a true man. The next day, Harjin Port, Harjin Town. After the celebration yesterday, as soon as the sun was just barely over the horizon, Naruto had performed memory wipe, the ability of his Mokushiryu no Byakugan, on his bed partners from last night, and wiped their memories of what his face looked like, though as he did so, he couldn't help but get a bit of a blush as he remembered the events from last night. Once he had finished with the memory erasing, he grabbed Kurama and woke up his fellow Dragonslayers and Chome and told them it was time to go. So, in order to leave without notice, they silently left the island of Galuna and headed back towards Harjin Town. After arriving at the wealthy port town in a few hours of flying, and ice skating on Haku's part, the group had separated. Haku had to take the train, much to her displeasure, but it was the fastest way to reach Zabuza's house. I'll see you again, Naruto-kun. Hopefully we can go on more missions together again. She smiled softly at the taller blonde. Naruto nodded before turning away. I'll see what I can do, Haku. He gave her a small wave. The Ice Dragonslayer gave one final hug goodbye, much to his surprise, before departing. As Haku left, Fu and Chome were already getting ready for their flight back to Lupinus Town. Well, Naruto, I gotta admit, being out in the field where the action is much more fun than doing this gathering information thing. Maybe you could hook me up with another request like this. If you got more missions like this, I'd be glad to follow your orders, despite having to listen to you. Naruto nodded before pausing. Oi, Wind Dragon. Fu paused just as she and Chome were about to fly off. What? Naruto pulled her out of the air and clapped his hands together as she touched the ground. He held up his right hand and the tips of his fingers became engulfed in deep purple flame. Fu's eyes widened only for Naruto's hand to vanish from her sight and plant itself into her stomach. Seal magic. Removal. The wind was forced out of her lungs and Chome and Kurama stared in shock at the violent move. Naruto, what was that for? Kurama asked so that Chome and Fu wouldn't make an outburst since he voiced their question. I removed the Amaterasu formula number 56 from her body. The three stared in shock at the Apolcape's Dragonslayer as he dug his hands into the pockets of his cloak. What? Why? Naruto looked at the daughter of Cyclonus with a look of respect, something he had never given her and she could have been imagining it but also apologetic. Your performance on this mission has shown me that you are willing to obey my orders with little to no questions, though you annoy me when you do ask, thus I see you fit to no longer bear the seal on your stomach. I have now found that you are trustworthy, but know that I still can keep an eye on you through the communication seal I gave you. Fu stared in awe at the blonde. Really? Naruto nodded, but his respectful look dropped as his face hardened. But know that I will not hesitate to punish or kill you should you commit treason. Fu and Chomei's sweat dropped at that. Of course, there's always a catch. They mumbled simultaneously. Well, see ya Naruto. Fu and Chomei then took off back to Lupinous Town, vanishing in a gust of wind and a sonic boom. Naruto and Kurama looked at each other before Kurama gained a large grin on his face. What? Naruto deadpanned as he looked at the crimson and black-furred feline. Nothing. Just that. I know what you did last night. He whispered into Naruto's ear. The blonde's eyes widened and he blushed as he looked at the Exceed. Why you, idiot Kitsune cat? What, it's not something to be ashamed of. You're finally a man, and the fact is you did it with 6 of them, and you were the last one to go down. I'm proud of you, brat. Naruto growled as he grabbed the winged cat and slapped Kurama's face silly. Shut up, you stupid cat. He roared. After a few minutes of seemingly playful combat that resulted in 2 buildings being brought to the ground, Naruto and Kurama left Harjan Town and began to walk down the path that exited the town. So what do we do now? Kurama asked as he flew next to Naruto's walking form, though judging from what Deliora told him, Kurama knew exactly what the next objective was. Deliora said that Zeref's hideouts are located in the Woodsea and one in the eastern kingdom of Pengrand. I suggest we head for the Woodsea first. Naruto said as he pulled up and adjusted his face mask, a force of habit. Can't we take a break, brat? You've been going on overdrive ever since you learned Zeref was alive. Kurama said. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he continued to walk, cloak billowing in the breeze. Zeref is a human that cannot be allowed to exist. His mere presence resulted in a titanic war that nearly tore apart the continent. I will find that black mage and when I do, I will show him why one does not mess with the apocalypse dragon. He snarled. Unknown location, Fury. Gildarts sighed as he walked through the forest and looked at the directions Kana had given him when he had asked for the latest update on the Ogana Fujin's whereabouts. I wonder if she's right about this. I mean sure, she's accurate, but that's not to say she's always right. The red-haired S-class mage said to himself. Gildarts then grumbled as he felt his stomach growl. Damn, I knew I shouldn't have eaten that last loaf of bread. This 100-year mission thing is really taxing. No wonder they only hand out this mission once every 100 years and the fact that I have Makarov's side mission to do doesn't make things any better. Gildarts grumbled. The S-class ace of Fairy Tail trudged through the forest before breaking through the trees and sighed in relief as he was met with glorious sunshine. Ah, sunlight, oh how I have missed thee. Gildarts grinned. He fixed the small bag he carried on his back before continuing his walk. Gildarts then followed the path, his eyes closed off to the world around him as he walked straight along the path he was on. However, he suddenly felt something bump against his shoulder. Sorry about that, my foul. Gildarts froze as his eyes opened, his vision meeting the masked face of one Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and the feline face of Kurama. Naruto didn't even register the look of shock Gildarts gave him, especially not taking on the fact that Gildarts' face hardened into an angry expression. Oi! He quickly turned and gripped Naruto's shoulder. As he did that, Naruto reacted and grabbed Gildarts' hand, twisting it at the wrist and forced Gildarts to the ground and then kicked the red-haired mage away. Gildarts rolled along the ground before getting back up to his feet in an instant. Insert music. Fairy Tail Dragonslayer. Do not touch me, human. Naruto snarled. Gildarts glared back at Naruto, the description of what Makarov filled in his brain before his rage roared in his ears. Are you the Ogana Fujin? Gildarts growled out. Naruto's eyes narrowed and Kurama jumped down from atop Naruto's head. My identity is none of your concern. Now move along before I kill you, human, and believe me when I say I am no stranger to taking a life. I know, your statement merely confirms the answer to my question. Ogana Fujin, I am Gildarts Clive, S-class mage and ace of Fairy Tail. S-class mage. If you are on the level of that Titania then you would know very well that you will fall before my might like she did. Naruto growled. I assure you, I am on a level that surpasses that of Urza's. Gildarts said as his magic power burst forth in the form of a tower of silver and white energy. Naruto felt the force of the magical pressure before his eyes widened as he sensed the magic power was at a level close to his own and his facial muscles tugged upwards. Interesting, the blonde thought as his face now bore an insane grin. And I am here to deal the payback for what you did to my friends. You nearly killed Natsu and Urza and you dared to insult the name of Fairy Tail and what we stand for. I will not hesitate to make sure you are dealt with, Fujin. Naruto's grin grew wider as his pupils became vertical slits. For the first time since he was a kid, Naruto was shaking with excitement and eagerness. You wish to take me on, Gildarts Clive of Fairy Tail? Naruto questioned his opponent with a hidden smirk. You Fairy Tail mages are starting to become a thorn in my side. Your end shall be one I will take great pleasure in bringing about, Gildarts. Naruto adjusted his face mask before turning to Kurama. Kurama, I would like to teach this fairy tale mage a lesson, so I request you stay out of this. Kurama sprouted his feathery wings, surprising Gildarts at seeing a winged cat like happy. Just don't destroy the country, brat. Naruto ignored his winged companion before the kitsune-costumed cat flew a good distance away from the soon-to-be battlefield. You will pay for what you did to my nakama. Gildarts snarled. Naruto slipped into a fighting stance as both fighters flared their magic power to incredible levels. Bring it on, Naruto said in a challenging tone. The wind picked up around them both as they stamped their feet on the ground and pushed off, their fists drawn back. The two powerful mages then released simultaneous battle cries and the two fists clashed, and the battle between the two titans began.